Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our third day here at the Nordic Pavilion on COP27. And welcome also to the audience that follow us online. Every morning at the Nordic Pavilion, we'll take a closer look at the future. How we will build, eat, cook, invest, and live if we were to meet the 1.5-degree target. What changes need to be made and how will they impact our everyday lives? The future starts with the decisions we make today. So join us as we draw up the lines of life in the world of tomorrow. In this talk, which we arranged in collaboration with Blocksub and Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies, we will explore how we can create a regenerative world that works within the planetary boundaries and ecological systems. And to elaborate on that, we have invited Joe De Silva, Global Director of Sustainable Development at Arup, and Nikolaj Sveistrup, Associated Partner at Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies. And Nikolaj, I'm going to start with you because what I want to know, and I guess our audience as well, what does it mean to regenerate?
Well, it's a question that is very big. To regenerate, for me, means that we have to have a new mindset of how we are thinking of the way we are living. How are we living and the coexistence with the nature? So we need a shift in our mindset. Well, as I can see in a lot of discussion here at the COP, we have this new focus that we are a part of the nature. We are not besides looking into the nature, using the nature, we are part of the nature. And that is why it is not good enough when we go and try to reduce the impact we have on the nature. We have to look in a way to be positive in the participating living together with nature.
You and your organization are very focused on regeneration, and you also have this campaign called Regenerate Now. Why is this so important to Blocksub and SIFs?
Well, it's very important for us because we are looking into a lot of goals now where we try to reduce our impact to get this below 1.50 degrees, but we have to go beyond sustainability. Sustainability for me is that we just do a little bit better or do a little less harm, but we have to do it in a positive way if we should survive this, because right now all the figures is going the wrong way.
Joe De Silva, before we get down to the specifics about Regenerate, could you give our audience here a short introduction to Arup? Because, I mean, you guys have done great work and you've been around since 1946, I think. But what kind of organization are you? I think we need another microphone for... oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. Arup is a private organization. It's a business, but it's a very unusual business. We were founded by a Dane called Ove Arup in 1946, and we're an engineering, design, planning consultancy firm specializing in urban development and infrastructure. We've got 18,000 people globally, and what's unique is we're owned by ourselves. So we have no third-party shareholders, and our mission in life is to make a better world.
And what are your thoughts on the regenerative perspective of this?
So my role in Arup is as Global Sustainable Development Director. As a firm, we've put sustainable development at the heart of everything we do. And our near-term milestone is 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. But they are a milestone on the journey of where we need to get to. And where we need to get to is a regenerative future. And that's why a few years ago we published Future Scenarios 2050, which looked at where we need to get to by 2050. One future was regenerative, but it relies on us tackling climate change and addressing the Sustainable Development Goals. So the next few years really matter.
Nikolai, I know you, earlier on you had actually said that we need to evolve. What do you mean by this?
Well, when I said this, and I said it several times, it's because I think this change we're looking into is not just getting back to how it was in from 100 years ago, before we started to use all this oil and gas and so on. But we have now a good quality of life using all these different things. But to get into the next level, we have to evolve, just like humankind, that we always have done for the last millions of years. So we have to think of how should we live together with the nature, and we don't do that today. So that's why I say we have to evolve like human beings.
And could could we please have another microphone here? And I think you need to give the technicians so we know that it works. Okay, thank you. Now we're up and running again. But anyway, Joe, why are Arup, as you state yourself, going a step further than sustainability? I mean, most people think that sustainability is good enough, but you want to go beyond that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Arup, the business we're in, and all businesses rely on natural resources. And the shift that we've got to make, the mindset shift, is from being extractive to being regenerative. And so everything we're doing in between, like tackling climate change, restoring nature, shifting to a circular economy, those are the stepping stones that get us from the world we live in now, which is extractive, to one that is regenerative. Our future depends on it, our firm's future depends on it, but also what we find is that it's really important to look at a longer term horizon. So much of the wrong that exists in the world is due to short-termism. And the regenerative agenda is the long-term sustainability agenda. And it encourages us to think beyond next year, the next 3 years, the next 10 years, to actually right towards 2050 and right out to the end of the century. And, just to share a personal perspective, I realized about 10 years ago that I was going to be the same age my father was when he died in 2050. And so 2050 suddenly became real for me. In the summer, my brother had a rather late life baby who is 3 months old. And I look at her and realize she's not even going to be the age my mother is at the end of the century. And so we need to be able to, we want to imagine the world our children and our grandchildren, and for me, my niece, grow up in. And that's why it's so important, because it's about getting to people's hearts about where they want the future to be. And if the world can collectively imagine a better future, we have much more chance of creating it.
The regenerative perspective is also about cities. Why do cities play such a vital part in this?
What sickness?
Cities.
Cities. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I couldn't hear what you're saying. Yes, cities is for us right now. We still see people moving into the cities, and right now, the concentration of people is a problem. But it's also the solution. So cities are a part of the problem because it's where we are concentrated all our emissions and so on, but it's also there because we are so concentrated that we can make the solutions. Because right now the amount of people in the cities are rising like this, and they're been building new cities all over the world. So we have to think the way we are using the cities we already got, but also as very important for Arab and other people who are building the cities, all the new cities that's building around the world. We have to think them in a new way instead of just building the old way.
It's keep playing tricks with us.
I think one thing we really have to remember is that in the history of human civilization and human history generally, we are relatively new at living in cities. So we're practicing, and we've got a lot wrong. And part of what we've got wrong is we've set up urban development with a divide between nature,
Just keep talking.
between nature, this divide and disconnect between nature and what we call the built environment. And so we actually have to change that completely and just think about urban environments where we start with nature, we start with the blue and the green infrastructure, what's there, and we conceive cities thinking about the hydrology, the topography, the geology, and build from that, rather than doing what we've done for decades now, which is displace nature and just concrete over it. And it's this complete rethink about what an urban environment means. But we also have to acknowledge the fact that it's not surprising we've got some things wrong, because it's actually only in the last few hundred years that urban living has become the norm. And we're more than half the world's population living in cities now, and by 2050 it's predicted to be 70%. So we have to get cities right. But we can't think about cities in isolation either. We need to remember that cities depend on food supplies that come from the countryside. And there are flows between the countryside and cities. And so again, it's breaking down boundaries and thinking about systems.
Yeah, that was also what I was thinking of, because what is a city? A city, of course, is where we live and where we build and we have our daily lives and go to work. But it's also all the supplies in and out. That's why I'm often talk about this systemic change, because we have to think in another way. Right now we have a global food system, but if we're gonna live more close to nature, we're gonna go not back but forward to a new system where we can use the hinterland for more food, but we should also get the energy from the roofs of the city houses and so on. So we have to think in another way of getting all the stuff more local. So the good old word of localhood and being local, and we're also talking about more local cities, 15-minute cities and so on, where we're not using that much. So we should get the food from the local, we should live local. Yesterday was a lot talking about we not have to travel so much in the future. All this new way of thinking, new way of living. It's not meaning that we have a bad quality of life. The goal is still having a good life, but we have to change of what is good.
It sounds to me like an enormous task to make this change, because I mean, looking at cities today, it's concrete, steel and glass. How do we actually change those buildings, the structures that are there in a regenerative perspective?
I always talk about the fact we're on a journey. We're not going to achieve everything overnight. But just changes that are significant. If you go back 5-10 years, if anyone came to Arup and wanted us to help design a headquarters building, their expectation was it was steel and glass and very tall. Now we're working with progressive clients like Google, and what they want is mass timber construction. In Germany, we've done 8-9-story buildings in timber. So, timber as a material is a way forwards, but it's not going to meet everyone's requirements. It's not going to meet the whole construction need in the world. And a lot of the materials that we need to build are already extracted. They're already locked up in buildings. And we don't use our buildings well. A lot of buildings are empty for large parts of the day. In every city in the world, there are empty buildings. And so building utilization is another just stepping stone on the journey. And so when we looked at this, we started with the planetary boundaries. You mentioned them when you began, and they are so important. They are the limits to growth. They are the limits to what we can do on this planet. They're very difficult to understand, and it took us a lot of research and a lot of conversations with Johan Rockström to actually downscale them and make them accessible. And we produced a publication called Planetary Boundary Cities, and we just tried to make it simple and saying, what are we doing now that is, against the planetary boundary, making it worse? And what are we doing that's doing the right thing? And if we start doing more and more of the right thing, the curve will change and we'll start heading towards that regenerative future. But we have to have visions and pictures, and encourage the creative professions, the architects, the filmmakers to make films of the future, not always these films that are about the end of the world. We want to have the films that are about what does a regenerative future look like, so that we can really aspire to get there.
But how do you then go about changing this? I mean, you have customers, so you have to kind of influence them to make the right decision. How do you go about that?
We're very lucky in Arup because we have a very special team, our foresight team, and they are a group of individuals who are trained professionals and have the tools to think in a very methodological way about the future, thinking about future scenarios, collecting research on trends that we're on now and how those trends might converge or conflict, and therefore create alternative futures. Now, for a firm as big as ours, this is really important, because the decisions that we're making today need to keep us on the right trajectory, or put us on the right trajectory. And so it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that one of the shifts that we all have to make is just to have these longer term horizons. And so every decision we make today, thinking, where's that going to lead us in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years? And is that going to lead us to the right place? And if it's not, we just shouldn't be doing it.
Nikolai, when we have been talking to different people around here at COP, and one trend, if you like, that I listen into is that we need to stop building.
Yes.
What do you think? Is it?
Yes.
Is that the right path?
Well, yes and no. Of course, we right now, when we look into this 2050, a lot of the houses that will be in 2050 is already here now. So when you look at 30 years back, it's only in the 90s and in the 1990s, and we old people, we know, we can remember that. That's not so long ago, so that would not be so long to 2050. But we have to think about what is needed to be built. Right now, the one who decide what is going to be built is mostly into it for a quick fix of money, to earn some money. But we have to make more governance and look into what is the needed buildings. So yes, we can say stop for buildings. We can do this urban mining, think, okay, what is the resources we can have already used in the cities. But of course, there's part of the world where we cannot say stop. And that's where we should use this bio-based materials like wood and so on, where we can still do it, but do it with materials that are regenerative, that could go back in the natural system.
I mean, stop building seems to be, if not top of mind, so at least in the private sector's mind as well as the experts. I don't hear the same talk among the politicians. How do we convince the politicians? I mean, in Copenhagen, they are now building this huge island, handmade, if you like, outside the city center. And it's a 70-year long project. It doesn't seem that Copenhagen, in this perspective, is on the right path, and it's a political decision. So
the progress in Copenhagen is of course very political, and the island that you are talking about is a very good example, because the idea of the island was to protect Copenhagen from the sea rise, and instead of just building a wall in the sea, you said, okay, we can build a new part of the city. We have done that always in Copenhagen. Half of Copenhagen mostly is a part of the local sea. So we have just building out. There's a very, very big discussion in Copenhagen if this is the right way to do it now. A lot of people are very angry of this because they don't want it. The people don't want to have this new taking more of the nature into the city. They say, okay, why can't we do something in the city we already got? You know, we're living in very big apartments. We have in this structure for the last 20, 30 years have been to take all the small units to make them larger. We could do the same, just making them smaller, and then have a small room to live in, and then a smaller room to live in, and then don't have to use more of the nature. So that's a very, very big issue for us.
I think have to think more too about why we build. So I mentioned that circularity, adopting circular economy principles is a stepping stone to a regenerative future. Earlier this year, we published an open source toolkit called the Circular Buildings Toolkit. And it's built on 5 principles. And the first one is don't build. And people say to me, but your organization has created this toolkit and you're saying don't build. And I say, we're saying don't build unless you absolutely have to. In Africa, we need to build. We need to build the cities in Africa in response to the massive increases in population that are happening and to raise the standard of living for the millions of people living in informal settlements. So in some places, it's absolutely necessary to build. But we also say that build for the long term, build efficiently. And so much of the building that we do at the moment is very inefficient. We're very conservative in terms of the factors we assume for materials, for loads. We could create buildings with much less materials, but we need to rethink our building standards. And we need, of course, to be bringing online all these new materials, and that's where there's really exciting things going on in biofabrication. Making materials out of mushrooms, mycelium, which we've done some work on that. We've built the first mycelium house. It's 100% renewable. I'm not sure I'd want to live in it because it's not got windows and it's a dome shape, but it's a stepping stone on that journey. And we've also been working with another organization on mycelium acoustic panels for buildings. So the other thing that's important with buildings is realizing that the resources in a building, it's not just the building structure, it's also the facade and the building services, and they get replaced every 10, 20, 30 years. And that's a shift we have to make if we're going to get to a regenerative future. But it's the final step is really changing the whole business models and everything we do, thinking, where do the resources come from? How do we retain those resources? And how do we give them back to nature or mine the materials and reuse? It's the beginning of a journey of exploration, which every research organization on the planet should be working on, and every organization exploring what would the world look like if we moved in that direction.
I was thinking that what we have been talking about now is the rural or the urban. Sorry, because I was going to the rural because rural areas people move away from them. Is that also something that should be taken into the calculation, if you like, in the generative perspective, making people stay in the rural areas rather than move into the cities where we cause problems?
People will go to places where they can meet their needs for shelter and water and sanitation and food. And mostly that relies also on jobs, employment or livelihoods. And a lot of the rural-urban migration is because life in rural areas has become too tough. The land has been denuded. And so regenerative agriculture is a really important and fundamental part of a regenerative future. People are moving to cities for survival, not because they're necessarily, better places to be. We need to think of this as a whole, and get a better distribution of population. But all of it, whether it's urban planning or whether it's agriculture, needs to start with actual real care for nature, and realizing that we have to really nurture the land that we live on rather than deplete it, which is what we're doing at the moment.
And the technical development right now is in most Western countries and all over the world is that we now can work remote. We can do things in a different way that we used to do, and we will also have another way of transport. So I also think that the shape of the city will evolve, because you can live in a distance and work home 2 or 3, 4 days a week, and then come into some office, and that will also change the way we see where I want to live, what is important for me, my family, my house, and the nature around me, and also getting into how can I do something myself, growing my vegetables and so on. So I will think there will be a change in that.
Yeah.
I think that I feel I can see one of the many trends that's going on right now, or two of them, is that we can work remotely, and we also want to do something ourselves. We want to be a part of it. We want to take part as human beings. So I think that's going to be a big shift.
The other thing that I'd like to mention that I think is also important is data and digital. You know, this is possible because we have the ability now to understand our planet in a way that we haven't been able to before. I was talking earlier this week to a wonderful organization called Restore, and they have developed a global platform for pooling information globally on where nature is being restored. So we can actually see how the cumulative benefit of what everyone's doing locally to restore the environment that we're in. And you know, that's really important, because we can't just look at where deforestation's happening. We have to look at the positive side of it as well, and inspire people to do things in their locality. I firmly believe that we are very place-based people. I've worked in a lot of post-disaster situations due to natural hazards, where people have been displaced from where they come from. And you know, people have a deep connection with the land that they live in, the environment, the weather. That's stuff we grow up in as children, and we absorb that into our souls. And people lose that as they grow older. And we've created a world where we're always rushing around and traveling from A to B. And a big step on a regenerative nature is to make places, you know, localized and collectively owned by the people that live in them. And that's why, going back to the urban environments, the concept that's gained a lot of popularity recently is this 15-minute city. And of course, with COVID, we all experienced it during lockdown, that, you know, everything that you need, whether it's food or whether it's water or whether it's schools for your kids or whether it's a doctor, you should be able to access within 15 minutes walk or bicycle ride. And then we know our cities, our environments as, you know, as intimately as people know their villages, and therefore we care for them much more.
Thank you. We are actually running out of time. We could do this all day.
Oh,
But
yes.
we're here at the Nordic Pavilion. We have a focus on what the Nordics would look like in 2050. If we shift to the regenerative thinking and practice, short answer from both of you. Well, how do the Nordics and Europe look like in 2050, in your opinion? Joe?
Well, I hope that by 2050, we will be, when we imagine a city in our mind, it's not grey, it's green, and it's blue, and it's inclusive of other species, so that there are birds and animals living in the city alongside ourselves as people. We don't make that separation. And that people do have this very strong sense of place and community, because a regenerative future isn't just about nature. It's also about regenerating communities and overcoming this fragmentation of communities, lack of social cohesion that is so prevalent all around the world.
Nikolai, your turn.
Yeah, well, I think we agree a lot here, so that's nice. But we will see a city that's a part of the nature, where we have this room for coexistence with nature, and nature as animals and the greenery and so on, but also having this connection to the hinterland that also have to be more close to the visions about a better biodiversity. Then we will see a lot of changes in the systems, the way we are reusing things. The water and so on would be a reused resource instead of just taking new water. People will think a lot. And I think the most important thing is that we will not have this human-centric way of looking at things, but a life-centric. So it's including the nature and the way we are living.
Joe da Silva, Nikolai Sveistrup, thank you for being with us this morning. And to the audience out there, stay tuned because we have more exciting events touching up on science and youth the rest of the day. So you're welcome to stay. Thank you, everybody, and give him a hand.
Thank you.
Hel- Hello, hello everyone. Hi, welcome to our side event in the Nordic Pavilion. I'm Jolin Chen. I'm the moderator of this side event. Um, 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 and I would like to introduce and welcome all the panelists. And then today we will have the honor to have three panelists on site, and then also one panelist joining online. And then first of all, I would like to introduce Mr. Torben Klikgaard, the CEO of Blogs Hub, and I think he's going to join online very soon. And then another one sitting right next to me is Miss Margaret McCarthy. She's the director of the Research and Policy Insights Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland. Welcome. And then in the middle is Mr. Morten Wild. He is the president of electrification in ABB. Welcome. And then last is Mr. Amira Hossam Ismail. She's the Associate Minister for Sustainable Development Affairs, and then she's also coordinator of National Initiative of an Ambassador for Sustainable Development for Egyptian Youth. So as you know that today is the Youth Day today, so we are very happy to have you on board and then share the youth voice on this carbon neutral city thing. So please, the PowerPoint. Ah. Yeah, so our event will cover the road to carbon neutral cities, and then it will no, not this one. No, not this one. The other one. There's two. There's two. Another PPT. Another PPT. We have two PPTs. Another. Sorry. Sorry about that. There's two PPTs. There's two PPT in there. Play this. Okay. So sorry about that. We have some logistic problems. So today we will talk about the role for the cities for carbon neutrality. As you know that there's a lot of countries have announced their carbon neutrality targets after COP26, and then it is now 1 year after COP26. There's a lot of things happening, and then a lot of cities they have sustainable targets, and then also they have sustainable carbon neutrality targets for 2030, 2040, 2050. And then it's good that this side event will share the best practice, the lessons learned, not only in Nordic countries, but also in the globally. And then we will share also from different, practices from our panelists, and then to make a recommendation and suggestions for the cities in developing countries how to achieve their carbon neutrality targets. So, PPT? Yeah. And yeah. Okay. So in COP26, actually together with Germany Energy Agency, DINA, and UN Environment Copenhagen Climate Center. Actually, we first put on this carbon neutrality for cities on the agenda. And then after that, we continue to collaborate. And then I'm very happy to say that today, actually, a few months ago, we signed the MOU between UN Environment and Germany Energy Agency, DINA. And then based on that MOU, we got the financial support directly from the Danish government and the Germany government through these two agencies to produce the global platform of urban climate neutral cities, GPUC. And then as this 3-year project, we will focus firstly on how to do the energy transition for the cities in developing countries first, and then as the first stage, and then we will move on from there. And then this will be a continued discussion from not only on this COP27, but also will be continued to COP28 as well. So today, I maybe give the. Okay, okay, here we go. Okay. No, it's not this one. Ah, okay, take it off then. Take it off. Yeah, take it off. So maybe I will give floor to Miss Morgan first, and then to share a little bit on her national analysis of the study your organization made, and then how the cities can adapt the national policy to the city level activity, and then to achieve carbon neutrality targets. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Great, thanks, Jen. I was the original presentation that you had up. If we could have those slides up, it would be great. Thanks. But I'll get going anyway. So thank you. Yeah, I'm from the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, and we're really, I suppose, an analytical leg for government supporting policy making with evidence. And then also a large part of our work is delivering the action program, so both educating and providing grant incentives for homes, businesses, industry to make their roadway and their journey to decarbonisation. So if we could go through, thanks Mel. So really I suppose I'm taking it from the perspective of policymakers and how to fast track policy to enable cities to be able to decarbonise on their route. And one of the things that we did in SEAI was a national heat study. Why am I talking to you just about heat in part of this conversation? Well, it's because heat is responsible for about 50% of our final energy consumption globally, and that's about the equivalent of 40% of our carbon dioxide emissions. So it's a pretty sizable chunk of what we have to solve. In Ireland, 94% of our heat, we don't have so much of cooling, but our heat is derived from fossil fuels. So we've only 6% renewable share at the moment. So it's a major challenge for us in how we move forward. And really what we're using the heat study for is to be able to use data to inform and advise us as to how we move forward. If hopefully a slide will come up in a minute that can show you the breakdown of the various energy consumption across Ireland, which maps really well into other jurisdictions and other cities, and shows how much reliance we are on fossil fuels. But really what our energy efficiency and our renewable decarbonisation pathway is dependent on is shrinking transport and heat at a city level. There are big players, shrinking down through our energy efficiency measures and then moving them through to whatever is left in terms of demand onto renewables. So really from the National Heat Study, my first tip, I suppose, in terms of cities trying to make this journey is make sure there's an evidence base. And the reason why I'm saying that is because in Ireland we had a deficit in terms of the type of data and evidence that was available to us. So about 2 years ago we took on board conducting a national heat study, and the study was about looking at heating and cooling in Ireland today, how we heat it, how fuels we use, looking at deep dives in terms of the technologies that are available to be able to decarbonise, and then mapping 4 scenarios to net zero. And really the real success, and the reason why I think it's important for today, is all of that 2-year journey was completely supported by government as a state agency, and we involved and engaged all of the various actors and stakeholders, so utilities, various different sectoral users of high heat, for example. What that meant is it only published in February, and we're already impacting on policy decisions and action in our delivery programs. So that engagement and the fact that it was this national comprehensive movement has really allowed us to move faster. Do you mind just flicking really through fast? I'll tell you when to stop. I'm almost done anyway. If you keep going, keep going. Yep. Yeah. You can. There we go. and again. So this is the heat study. And thanks, if we go on to the next one. The second thing I would note is that the finding, which shouldn't be a surprise, I think, for people, out of the 4 scenarios, all of them reached net zero by 2050, but it was the scenarios that had deployment of electric technologies, to what Morten will be speaking about, they had the lowest cumulative emissions. So between today and 2050, it was going to release the least amount of emissions into the system. And this is really, really important for us to understand, because what it means is we needed to deploy technologies that are available today and not wait and bet on technologies that are only going to come into play from 2030 plus, because we were going to blow all our carbon budgets by then. So we'll move on to. So then the next point, if you keep going, was to act now. That was the big thing from the heat study. So if we'll go to the next slide, district heating, and I really nod to the Nordic neighbours on this. Ireland doesn't really have district heating at the moment, and there are lots of jurisdictions that don't, that are now identifying it as a real key player to how we decarbonise our cities. If we move on to the next slide, what we found from the heat study is that the heat density that we had originally thought was needed, so this is the kind of urban cluster that's required for district heating to be cost effective. We thought that heat density, based on previous evidence, was about 10,000 kilowatts per hour per kilometre, and actually it was 1,000. If you look at that line at the bottom, you can see between 1,000 megawatts and 10,000 megawatts, the costs are flatlining, the blue part of the graph, which made huge, so about 50% of our building stock and building heat can be met now through district heating, but we're way behind because we haven't this installed as of yet. So I'll go to the next slide. Really, the key things for fast tracking for cities in district heating from our perspective is the fact that we have this national study completed. We have the local mapping and data available for those local conversations now to happen at a municipality level. So we'll move on to the next. Also, we found heat pumps, they're ready, they're available, let's deploy them quickly, and I'll move on. The most important part in accelerating decarbonisation for cities, however, is raising awareness of the heat pump technology amongst industry and commercial sector. That's a really low base at the moment. The technology isn't seen as a high delivery. Move on. And then lastly, policy signals from the heat study. This is really important to drive action for cities, and I'll go to the next slide. A whole range of decisions were recommended through the national heat study, but in particular a decision to be made at a national, and I believe this needs to be made at a global sense, on the elimination of fossil fuels. And last slide for me then is our heat study helped to identify, and this really changes the perspective at a local level, decision level. When you look at the orange flags there, or the amber flags, that's the scenario that has the least cumulative emissions, and it means that we need decisions on limiting choices for consumers, whether they're industry, business or residential, to low carbon technology solutions by as early as 2026, but no longer than 2030. So they're the kind of key things of having that data at our fingertips will help accelerate cities and change. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie, for sharing with us about the national heat analysis that you develop, and also how some insights on how the cities can take actions, to integrate this national analysis and policies. So I don't know whether Torben has joined us online, or Torben, are you there? Okay. No, okay. So maybe consider that, and then maybe we can give the floor to Morten. I know that ABB as a private sector to provide advanced technologies to achieve building energy efficiency and better built environment. So would you can you please share some of your experience and best practice? Yeah, thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
And it's great to be here as well. And joining, I think it was a great introduction of what we've done in Ireland, and it's a lot using an ABB tech. Oh. All right, that was better. Thank you. All right, now thanks for inviting us and good to be here. And I think an excellent introduction what you've done in Ireland and how we have using technology there to fight the climate change and come to a net zero environment, because that is what we do at ABB. And before coming here, when you're talking about cities, before coming here to Sharm el Sheikh, I had the opportunity to be in Cairo yesterday and seeing the new administrative capital of Egypt, where which is now being built and developed, where we will have, I think, more than 7 million people moving also and over all the administration and the ministries sitting in a new part. And that means you're building a complete new city, and you have the ability to build a carbon neutral environment from the beginning. It was the same the other day. I came from Saudi Arabia in Riyadh, with the Dirayan Gate project, where we're also building new cities. But this is a bit special. I mean, we are, as ABB, happy to participate with our technology on those great projects. But most of it, it's not that building new cities today. We are already being and living in the cities of the world. And by 2050, by 2050, we will have about 70% of the population, of the world population, living in cities. So coming to carbon neutral and net zero cities of the future is just a must these days. So we need to address it just both how we live, how we work, and how we travel. And that is how we want, as ABB, to also to use our technology in those areas. It's a kind of electrifying the world, what we say, in a safe, smart, and sustainable way. And the only way to do that is addressing both industries, buildings, and transportation. So all those three areas is kind of key for meeting that net zero future. Really. So this is how we are also dealing with as from an ABB point of view, what we do. It's about integrated renewable energy into the grid, so we can just replace the fossil fuels with more renewable energy. But the other part is around energy efficiency, because it's not just enough to build more solar, more wind, and using more renewable sources. It's also about how we use the energy that we have today, that we use it in a smarter way. And I think here this is where, and I really like your comment here, Marge, where you say we need to start acting now. There is a lot of new technologies and innovations are coming in the next 10 and 20 years, I'm sure. But we cannot wait 20 years for those technology. And I'm proud to being in a company that we have a lot of those technologies available already now, where we can do it. So, and talking about how we are able to get to net zero, we are trying as ABB also to start with a small scale, and even with our own units, where we're taking some of our own factory. I can take an example from Finland, in the Nordic countries, in Porvoo outside Helsinki, where we already have a net zero manufacturing unit, where we have all the renewable energy, also the district heating in place, automation and building controls, but also using all the heating that comes from machinery we use on the plant, also using that for heating then the building later on. So kind of wasting no energy, and all this being done by available technology, either by ourselves as ABB, but also working with others. I think that is the important part, is that we need to partner up with other companies. Like Caverion is one of our partners in the Nordics that is helping addressing all the electrical installation and replacing fuel-based consumption with energy and renewable energy. So this is a trend which is in the Nordic is very strong at the moment. I think a lot of, or more or less all companies have committed also to a carbon neutral future, and that's like ABB. We have committed that by 2030, and I know that with our plans what we have in place today, we will do that even a few years ahead. So that is so for me, the kind of what we all have to do. I look at from a carbon neutral city, we have to look at, there's not one solution to it, but electrification is one of the major milestones and keys or cornerstones to make it happen. It's about everything around transportations with rail, buses, of course electric cars with a whole EV charging network that so many cities now are installing, because this is always a bit of a chicken and egg discussion, you know, what comes first, the electric cars or the electric charging? So here I think also governments need really to put incentives in place that we do get an electric vehicle infrastructure in place, because so that consumers can make the right choices having electric cars. I think the district heating, as we talk about in the Nordics, but I know in this region it's more about district cooling, which is where we use a lot of energy, but it's exactly the same principle. We use the best technology available to make the savings and make the efficiency gains that we have. And then last, it was really about also daring from there about regulators or local governments aiming high and setting the bar high. That I think that is also a key importance here, that we cannot rely just on the industries to solve it. It will be a collaboration between industries, but also about city planners and governments having ambitions, and also challenging and asking for help from industries, because we have technology at hand and we are up for the challenge. And I think we can do much more when we're working together, as we see great examples in many countries, but I do believe we can do so much more if we get even tougher challenges from governments and regulators. And then I know that industries like ABB, as being one in the industry, we will raise to the challenge and can do even more, because using technology and innovation is the only way that we can solve the climate crisis and come to a more sustainable future.
Okay, thank you, Morten. Yeah, you touch a lot of key issue here. Like how to enlarge the energy efficiency by coupling with different sectors like transportation, building, everything, and then also you touch the base of the importance of the innovation of technology, and then also how to transfer this kind of technology to not only in the Nordic countries but also globally. So thank you very much for the sharing. And then now I would like to turn to Marie, and I know that you are leading. You are coordinating the national initiative for sustainable development for Egyptian youth. So I really want to hear your input on how the youth professions, how they can contribute or engage in these procedures of carbon neutrality. Yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zolon, for inviting me to this precious session in the Nordic Pavilion. And as an Egyptian, I'm very proud to be here, and welcome to Egypt. And I'm also very proud that I represent my ministry now as an associate minister. I think this is a real translation for youth empowerment. I'm just 30 years old. Okay, let me give you firstly a glimpse about the framework of the work in the government towards sustainable cities. First of all, there is what's called the National Council for Climate Change. This council is led by the Prime Minister and with the membership of the whole cabinet and the other NGOs and so on. The main mandate of this cabinet is to put the general framework for the sustainable cities, and also to publish national strategy for climate change, and it was published lately on March 2022, and you can easily follow it. It is PDF and online. Okay, and then another thing I would like to highlight in that there is a sustainable, like a module for sustainable cities guide. There is a guide for sustainable cities. It is like a general guide for all the investors and also for the Ministry of Housing and Ministry of Environment to guide the investors when they build new cities or new buildings. And then I would like to state that there are two types of cities now in Egypt. We are trying to develop or create new cities, and also at the same time develop the current cities in the different governorates. So let me start first by creating the new ones. In the last 8 years, we have like 23 new cities. They are all fourth generation cities, and only 3 out of them that we can call they are smart cities. They are the new administrative capital, as you mentioned, the new Alamein, and also new Mansoura. The Alamein is in the is behind Alexandria in the north. Okay. Concerning the new administrative capital, it is new technology, paperless system, everything is digitalized, and it depends only on solar panels as the main source of energy. That's why we call it smart. But the question now, what about the current cities that it is overcrowded, polluted, and so on? So there is a presidential initiative to develop the current capital cities in the different governorates. As you know, Egypt contains 27 governorates, and currently we are done with about 60% of those capital cities, and we are still working and heading on until we complete them. A successful example of this renewing is Cairo Governorate. There is a huge project, it's called the Reviving, the project of historical Cairo. I wish you could have time after COP to visit the Cairo, especially the downtown, and see the new renovations. That's it, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing, the smart city development and also the future plan for not only for the new cities, but also what about upgrading the old cities as well in the city in Egypt, the national wide. I think it's very very useful. Yeah, and I don't know whether Turban has joined us online or no. Okay. Okay, in that case, okay, so I will take the chance. I'm sorry about it. I have some problem of the PPT just now, but I will just have a two minutes stand back and then to talk about this, and then please the next slide. Next one. Yeah, so actually all of our panelists already mentioned about why the cities should be one of the pioneer to take actions. You know that, like as you can see here, actually according to one of the report that UN published, it's like the cities will have 60% of the population, 75% of the prime energy demand, and 60% of the GHG emission by 2030. Next one. So when we have when we try to develop the carbon neutrality for cities, actually we found several challenges. Actually some of our panelists already mentioned that, but I just want to highlight two doing our work to implement projects in developing countries or developing cities. One is the how to design the investable and bankable project which can really implement. This is very difficult, especially in the developing countries. And then second one is that normally, when we see that it's like the developing countries, they don't have the suitable expertise to implement. And then so they have a great need to have standards, guidelines, to guide them how to do this, and then also how to standardize, things to implement. So we see that the standardization and transferability will be one of the biggest challenges as well. And then like Mira already mentioned that there's a smart city guideline already in Egypt. That would be a very good step, to implement, to guide the government, guide different stakeholders to implement the projects. Next one, please. So considering this, actually, this is the whole story. Yeah, so from COP26 to COP28, actually, in COP26, we have this discussion on carbon low energy, sustainable energy transition for cities in Nordic Pavilion. And then after that, together with Germany Energy Agency, DINA, actually we signed the MOU to work together to collaborate on this carbon neutrality in city level. Next one. So finally, we end up with this long-term project called Global Plan for Urban Climate Neutrality Cities. So we will act as an international partnership of climate neutral cities. Next one. And then what we do actually is we are going to set up a one-stop shop for this for the cities to achieve to achieve climate neutrality with a focus of on sustainable energy transition. And then we will focus not only on the climate targets, but also link the climate targets with suitable technology know-how, and then also link to the funding programs so that the cities can not only have the knowledge or expertise to do the implementation, but also have the suitable financial support. Next one. So here, actually, right now we are reaching out to different partners, and then some of them has is going to engage, and then we are going to outline some of the outputs in the coming 3 years on this GPUC platform. So here is the timeline. So actually, as you can see, it starts exactly the last COP on before the last COP on 2021, and then it continued on 2022, and then now we have the support from the Danish government and Germany government already, and then we are going to really start to work on the project on 2023. So okay, so this is some of the next one, please. Some of the background of this side event, and then I don't know whether Turban has joined us or no. Turban did not. Okay, so maybe okay, so we can start with a discussion right now. Maybe first I will ask Morten. What do you think? You mentioned there's quite a lot of best practice, no matter not only in Nordic countries but also in developing countries. So, in your opinion, what kind of lessons learned can Nordic cities can share with the cities in developing countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you. The main part for me is here how we can kind of work in steps. This is that. Thank you. That was better. No, I think for me the first part here again is how we can kind of slice the problem a bit. I mean, and work in steps. And it's also always about getting data and getting transparency first. Where do we consume energies? And I think there are good practices. And working with we have one of our main operations in Sweden outside Stockholm in Västerås, and they have a utility company who are also having a waste plant where they also create. They burn the waste. They capture they do carbon capture, but they also they do district heating and energy production for the whole city. And they, when we work together with them, they are really technology minded. This is the company Mälaren Energi in the city of Västerås, and they are very technology minded. They wanted to understand in their existing operation, where do we spend all the energy, where's the waste, and how we can deal with that. So doing that complete mapping first of their existing installation, how we can improve it, but then using that on their number 6 plant and find their newest addition, and how we can get the efficiency up. And they were used to running at 65-70%. We were able to get it up to 90% efficiency on their last installation, and that is due to because they knew what all the improvements, if they would do it again, all the improvements they could achieve to be able to use the technology there to come up to the top level. And that is how we work together, really in a partnership, understanding not just in an open bidding and see how can we reduce capex, but what's the long-term efficiency gain we can do if we use the best available technology today. So there are, I think these are kind of one great example of how companies and a public utility, as an example, can make good kind of data-based decision, and they also got a much better payback in the end on this project, because this is talking about a 30-year lifetime. So the operational savings over year and the what they also save on the reductions, what they do in a greenhouse gas emission, we're talking about between 25 to 30% reduction compared to what we had before. So it's a very good example of how companies can work in can work together between industry and producers of energy, as an example here. Using technology, you can come up to a completely new energy efficiency level if you use the data, the digital tools that we have today to collect the data, making better decisions, but then using the available technology that is available, and then it's how you do it. So using that kind of simple way that we can reduce every industry or every building and then scale it up. That's how you have to, we can kind of making the problem first a bit smaller, but then multiply that solution to every building in the city. That's how I also believe you can get much bigger savings on a global scale.
Okay, thank you for the sharing. And then now I will turn to Margit. Yeah, yeah. So you also talk about the study you have in heating sector. So what do you see the challenge, globally, for cities to achieve carbon neutrality, Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Jan. It's actually really interesting. I suppose it's kind of like the challenge you were talking about, Amira. There's new cities and then there's existing cities, and the challenges are quite different, aren't they? Yeah. So, I mean, in terms of new cities, I think I'm going to use a comparison with the heat study and the consideration in Ireland at the moment that we don't have district heating at scale, and a lot of the challenges that you had up there on the slide. One of the biggest challenges around actually capability and the knowledge and the ability to be able to design this and install it, because it's a relatively simple technology and it's kind of fuel agnostic, so it is pretty simple, but there isn't that capability generally in municipalities and local levels to be able to deploy it at scale. So that's definitely something for new cities, is to make a decision at a national government level what kind of guidance and capability help is needed, and working with partners like our Nordic colleagues who are really so far ahead in terms of the district heating and cooling side. In terms of existing cities, I think the real difficulty is often the building fabrics. If we look at transport, I'm not going to talk about it, I'm going to talk about more the building stock. An awful lot of the renovation and retrofit required for various different decarbonisation comes down to the type of fabric that's existing in the city. And that the real thing that we're finding, because we're rolling out a really unprecedented level of retrofit in our cities at the moment to try and drive efficiencies, so that when we're doing our renewable targets at the same time, they're coming out together. But the big player there, the big challenge for cities, is actually behaviours and awareness. There's a huge amount there around engaging in the knowledge of various different technology solutions, and having the ability of something like a heat study, which brings the whole thing together and goes, okay, one that's playing out for us at the moment is hydrogen doesn't belong in heating homes. And so it's going to be a very valuable resource, but we should be using it for power gen and off-grid industry, really. We shouldn't be planning. And if that's the case, then we need to start deploying technologies that are off the kind of fossil side right from the beginning as we're rolling out district heating. I think for cities, the big decision then is at a national level to decide that when you're doing your business case around the various technologies and your socioeconomic case, that you're using comparisons that are only low carbon technologies, and that a city and government policy takes that on board. So you're not comparing it to existing infrastructure like a gas grid, which was always going to be cheaper because it's already installed. And yeah, so there'd be the main challenges.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Margit. Thank you for your sharing. Yeah. And then I will turn to Amiri. Yeah. So I know that there's like you mentioned, there's a lot of new development for the cities, and then also there's a lot of opportunity to upgrade the existing cities. So what do you see the role of the young youth professional on this process, especially in Egypt? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zolan, for this question. Well, let me introduce you to the Egyptian population. It's about 60% of the Egyptian population are youth under 30 years old. So the Ministry of Planning captured this opportunity to launch an initiative for youth, for disseminating the culture of sustainability and how to defend the climate change. This initiative was launched from 2 years ago and it still exists until this moment. It's called Be an Ambassador for Sustainable Development and the Climate Change. And I'm one of those who leading this initiative. The main target is collecting youth from age 18 to 35 from the whole governorates, from different backgrounds, to understand what is the sustainable development in their different backgrounds and fields. We are getting engineers, medicals, academians, and everything from the 27 governorates, and also we put into consideration that empowering the disabled and also gender equality. So after graduation from this initiative, after studying around 3 months intensively from professionals and even ministers are giving speeches to those young people. After that, they can introduce to us certain applicable ideas or projects. We incubate them in Faculty of Economics and Political Science incubator. We take these ideas or projects and incubate them to help them to implement those ideas, especially the ideas that can fit more to smart and sustainable cities. For example, we have a very good project now about electric bikes, and we are trying currently in Cairo to invent a new lens specialized for bicycles, especially for electric bikes and electric motorcycles also. Another example, some graduates are trying to modify application for irrigation system for the agriculture on the inside homes, the inside balconies, and so on. Several ideas, and currently, for example, one of the graduates obtained a Guinness record. He's riding his motorcycle around Egypt from Abu Simbel in South Egypt until Sharm el-Sheikh, and he arrived here in COP yesterday. He already obtained the record. The aim of this ride to disseminate the culture of sustainability and stop in each governorate he and his colleagues and speak in different universities to the children and say stop to climate change and how to transform cities to carbon free and so on. Another initiative we are starting now to launch is called Green Minds. It's specialized for the kids, for the children and the schools, because we believe that they are the future residents in the city, and we are trying now in this semester to give them different classes or lectures about sustainability and how to use recycled materials and how to create certain products from the recycled materials. So we are as a government, we are trying hardly to empower youth and the children about this case. That's it. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the sharing. I think it's very impressive, cases that you share just now. And then I think that like with more engagements of the youth professionals, we can see the future of our procedures of the carbon neutrality cities. Yeah. So so is Turban joining or no? Okay. Okay. So we can we can continue. Just general question here is that like I noticed that like in COP26 or after COP26 or even this year, actually a lot of cities like Copenhagen, like Stockholm, like some other cities, they announce their ambitious carbon neutrality targets. Some of them is like 2030, some of them are 2040, and then so in your perspective, what are the most urgent tasks for them to take action in the city level? What do you think? If you can just think one or two things, and then what is the most urgent tasks? So maybe start from one.
If I start, it would be net zero buildings is the biggest emitter in cities, and that's where we have to start with stricter regulations and higher targets, as I say, and using the technology at hand already now, and don't wait for the new innovations that can take us further, but we need to get started already now with what the technology we have at hand. And the good news is that we have a lot of good technology, like in the field in the field of electrification, building automation, and getting using our digital tools that is available, so we get a better overview of buildings. We can also implement better controls and better systems. So for me, it is to raise the ambition and to make that bold decision, and also challenge industries that we have to do even more than what we're doing today.
Thank you. Maybe Margaret.
Cheers. I'm a little bit biased. I'm going to say having good data is really, really important, and I think investing in that at a city's development level is really, really important, so that you have information that's informing the decisions of the route to go. And it's very difficult for all the various stakeholders in cities to make a joined up pathway forward without solid, strong data. So investing time and effort into that is really important. The other thing I would say is having national funding available for pathfinders, and allowing that kind of less risk-averse type funding to really let people to explore and experiment with what's working and what's not, and allowing them sometimes to fail, so that it really does set the right tone as to, our targets are set on 2030, 2040, 2050, and therefore we are willing to put the money from a national and a co-funding perspective in play. And I think co-funding comes into play more readily when those kind of signals are sent at a policy level. Is that me whistling? Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, Margaret. And then maybe Emily, yeah.
Okay, I think the most pressing thing concerning sustainable cities nowadays in Egypt is renewing the existing cities. It is a real challenge, because it's already crowded with old infrastructure and with high pollution. So the idea of how to convince people to move to another new cities, like the new administrative capital, also how to renew the current infrastructure and build a new road or widen the existing road, how to build in new lanes to bicycles and so on. It's already, we are already trying to facilitate this matter, but of course there is a resistance. But we are trying to convince people that is better for you. And also we are trying to empower youth and engage them in this process through different formal and informal channels, like the participation of NGOs, so they can press on this issue. That's it, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the sharing. And then actually, during our talk, actually, I found that all of you almost, talking about, how to, work with different stakeholders, how to, based on partnerships, that like to work together as a joint work. It's not like a isolated work, and then this carbon neutrality city. It's a process that need to engage different partners, different stakeholders. I think that like right now actually a few days ago I joined a World Urban Forum online, And then it's very, a small joke on that is like, okay, I was chairing one of the section, and then I asked all the participants, how many of you would like to do sustainable development in your cities? And then basically all the city representatives raise their hand, say yes, I want. And then I say, the second question: how many of you know how to do it? And then few still have hands up. And then the third question: how many of you really take action in doing it? And then there's only one city stay their hand on. This is London. Just to tell you, but yeah. And then I asked them, okay, how do you take action? What's the importance? And then the city representative mentioned to me that, okay, the first thing they think is to generate a partnership among public, private, and academic partners. And then they see that this is the importance, to jointly, work together. Yeah. So, but yeah. That's please.
Is that one? Yeah. I was just going to say, actually, because the session that was on just before us, a piece that works really nicely, I think, for local action is the future visioning. So at the moment, I think cities are quite focused on targets, which is about really taking things away psychologically, whereas actually having and enabling at a local level, so a national public-private partnership on those engaged conversations around the future visioning of cities and what the alternative can be and how much it offers in terms of benefits, as opposed to always looking at it with the we must have minus 40% of emissions by this. People don't think that way. And so actually engaging and enabling, as you said, everyone puts their hands up saying they want to do it, but they don't know how. Enabling them, I think, is having those conversations about this is what the future will look like. Now we just need to do the pathway, but it's much easier to travel once you have that picture.
Yeah, that's
Just add to that I do see a trend, especially in Europe these days, due to very high energy prices, that energy efficiency do become much higher on the agenda. So people, because there is a business impact, and I think we need to acknowledge that that is the way, in my opinion, how if you can use the kind of market dynamics to drive this kind of change, because then when you able to connect what I say normally, the brain, the heart, and the wallet, if those three things go together, things do go faster. So I think that is a trend, I mean, at least a positive of the what is happening out of the negative that's happening in Europe these days. One of the positive elements is that the need and the kind of the interest of energy efficiency and also to save energy, it's definitely there with the high prices, and that changed behavior, and I see that clearly over the last 2 years even, that and especially of course in 2022. So we need to use that momentum, I think, also to, as you say, share those best practices, so across industries, across cities, so that people understand, it is not so difficult. That's the good news. There is no so difficult. We as ABB, we are making also our 10 steps to a net zero journey for buildings as an example, and that's how we work together with partners to be able to help cities on the building side as one example.
It's great. Yeah, and I mean you.
Okay. From your speeches, I can believe that each country has its own context, even in a smart and sustainable cities. Its context concerning the weather, the population, the intellectual level, everything. So we have to put this into consideration before designing any city, and also differentiate between administrative city or agriculture one or touristic one. So we cannot generalize the manual or just take a ready-made manual and to apply it to another country. We have to put into consideration the context. That's it. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hi, Turban. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry that you joined very late. I'm sorry that we still have the last 5 minutes. Sorry. Yeah, but maybe you can talk about the experience from Blocks Hub. Yeah.
Yes, yes, of course I can. I just accessed the sound, so to be honest, I didn't get the first part of your question. Sorry about that, but I'm on now. Could you just repeat your question again, just for the benefit of me and for all, please?
Ah, okay, yeah. So I'm Turban. I would like. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to give you the floor to share the best practice or experience from the Blocks Hub in terms of the practice in Copenhagen or Danish cities.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm representing Blocks Up, which is a co-working space in downtown Blocks in downtown Copenhagen, and it's an urban innovation center of some 1,000 people coming and going every day. So what we've tried to create with Blocks Up is a platform for all the different kinds of stakeholders, all joined in the mission of creating better cities. That might be public organization, private companies, startups, corporates, scientists, NGOs, people coming out of humanitarian scientists in universities, etc., etc. So it's sort of a very, very cross-disciplinary platform that we have created here in Copenhagen. And we have done so some 5 years ago because we see, of course, together with the rest of the world, we see that the challenges and the complexity of getting the right solutions through in the cities are simply too complex and too networked and moving forward in a speed too fast that any organization has all the answers inside. So the purpose of creating Blocks Hub is for people to get together, to discuss, to share ideas, and to co-develop and co-design new solutions to solve the complexity of the urban transformation that we see in front of us. And I would say just briefly that what so far has been the experiences from a Danish and a Nordic standpoint is sort of course, our insistence on public-private partnerships. I think for procurement to be visionary and ambitious from the outset, we need to have this crossover mindset of public and private going together in order to solve the solutions. Let me just point at circular procurement rules and regulations, the need for the public sector to go forward, to go in the front of the league in order to make sure that the public procurement and public buying power, so to speak, is thought of and practiced and implemented in a circular way. So circular thinking in the public-private partnerships is definitely an experience. Affordable and social housing, of course, is also something which is very dominant in Nordic thinking. We need to make sure, albeit this not be in itself an element that ensures carbon neutrality, it ensures a more social and sustainable city, and of course also city engagementship. We need cities to be full of people that are engaged in the development of the city together with the public authorities. And in that collaboration and in that partnership, we truly see something valuable. And of course, energy infrastructure is on everybody's lips. That goes without saying. There are many different energy models depending on the context of natural energy sources, etc., wind, water. But energy infrastructure is a huge platform going forward in creating more sustainable cities and carbon neutral cities in the future. And then, of course, also lastly, mobility is part of the equation. Maybe you've heard about Denmark and especially also the bigger cities in Denmark, Copenhagen, Aarhus, Aalborg, and Odense being in front of cyclism. We are very, very proud of the way we have designed the city space, being more open and embracing cyclists. 50% of every commuter in Copenhagen every day is using her or his bike to work. So in that respect, we are of course very proud. And if you add to that, lastly, if you
Okay.
add to that that we had the winner in this year's Tour de France, we are so happy that we are all using our bikes not only for work but also for winning great events out there in the world. This case, the Tour de France. So that was sort of a brief overview.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Turban. Due to the time limit, I have to say that we need to close this side
Of
event.
course.
Thank you for
Of
your
course.
sharing. And then in general, I think that the carbon neutrality of the city is not a destination. It is just a stop of one of the journey. And then we hope that in the near future, we can have more work to do and then have contribute to the global carbon neutrality. And then hereby, I think that we finish this section, and then we thank all the participants online and on the stage. Thank you for your participation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Margaret Imprim. This is an event organized by the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance and the Body Shop. Basically, this event is to help us understand more about the need for youth climate councils. So in the fight for climate change, we all know that there is a need for collaboration. In the youth sector, we have the youth climate councils that have been springing up all over the world, particularly in the global south, and we want to understand the power behind this and the need to make sure there are more of these councils, even in the global north and even beyond. So we're going to have two sessions. The first session is going to just talk more about why the youth involvement is important and what can meaningful youth involvement look like. And for this session, we have three speakers. Our first speaker, gentleman, is Joshua Mponsam, who is the climate lead of the Office of the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth. And the second speaker is Alice Mazola, who is the global head of activism for the Body Shop. A little bit about Alice. Alice was appointed global head of activism at the Body Shop in July 2020. With her team, she sets strategy and provides support to activism teams in every country that the Body Shop is present as they plan and implement locally relevant activism campaigns on a range of different social and environmental justice issues. She currently leads the global activism campaign Be Seen, Be Heard in partnership with the United Nations Youth Envoy, which aims to increase young people's participation in politics and public decision making. The 3-year campaign will ensure that all the Body Shop markets have a local not-for-profit campaign partner and a plan to advocate for policy or legislation change in that country. Prior to joining the Body Shop, she worked in government in Australia and the not-for-profit sector in the UK and Middle East, focusing on human rights, social justice, equality, and good governance. Her specialty is the monitoring and evaluation of impact of social projects, and this brings not-for-profit experience to the business environment and to the Body Shop's campaign work. Our third speaker is Naya. All right, so Naya Marta, right? Great. Naya is the lead for a lovely organization that she'll talk more about. Great. So just to start with, Josh, would you begin by telling us what a Youth Climate Council is and what it does?
Thank you very much. Youth climate councils are basically structures that have been developed to allow the youth climate movement at a national level to work closely with their governments. It can take form in different forms and shapes, but basically the underlying factor here is that governments struggle to work with young people because of our diversity. You have young artists, you have students, you have young researchers, you have informal workers, you have unemployed youth. So the different groups of young people could make it very difficult for a government to effectively consult with all the different kind of groups and bring their input into policy. And this is why the idea of a Youth Climate Council, we thought about this back in 2019 when the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Youth held the first Youth Climate Summit. I'm a climate activist. I work for the UN, but I'm still an activist. And during that time, we talked about, so there are some of us at the conference who are very keen on policy. And the UN does most of their work on policy. But there are also other young people who like to strike and who want to protest. And that is how they demonstrate their form of activism and frustration with climate inaction. And there are others who want to organize a flash mob. There are those who write research papers. So there are different ways that young people communicate about concern for the lack of inaction on the environment. But how do we make sure that regardless of whether you are writing a policy paper or you are protesting, your input actually reaches policymakers? The second part of the reason why we did this was that governments in many places in the global south specifically tend to consult with youth groups that are closer to them, closer to the ministry. So if the capital is, say, Cairo, the ministry most likely will engage youth groups that are based in Cairo because it's a logistical challenge to bring those who are in last mile communities to consult with them and bring their input into policy. So this was the second principle that the Youth Climate Council wanted to uphold, which is how do we make sure that young people, whether in the city, youth organizations, whether in rural areas, all of their inputs are equally represented in policy making. The third part was resource solidarity. How do we make sure that those who have access to certain resources do not just keep it to their chest because they have easy access? And how do we ensure that they can actually not be gatekeepers, but open the door for others who do not have reach to those positions? So this includes access to financial funding in many countries. This includes access to contacts within ministry. This includes access to, say, the negotiators at the national level. And our key role was that we want to make sure that those who have that access can work in support of others who do not have access. So these are the three fundamental principles of a Youth Climate Council, and they are in different countries in different forms of shape. But in all the councils, this has been something that they embody. And the primary line here is that how do we ensure that young people have a decision-making power? And the only way to ensure that is if they are involved in the decision-making process, not just at the end where they consult with them, but really from the beginning throughout the whole process to the end. And because government cannot do this with everybody, every young person in the country, the council consolidates all those inputs, work with the ministries throughout the whole process to make sure that their voice are actually reflected, and then communicate back to the community as a youth movement to say, we met with them, we put your inputs forward, this was not possible, but this was possible and it's been integrated.
Josh, so to you, Naya, you're the leader for Changemaker in Norway. I just want to find out from you if you have any similar thing from what Josh is saying in your country, because I heard that the Nordic Council, suggests to nationalities in the Nordic sectors that they should also have such councils like what Josh was saying. Do you think that is a good thing in your direction in terms of climate action in your country as well? So let us know if one, you have such a similar thing in your country, Norway, and two, if you think it is an important and necessary thing in your country. Is it a step in the right direction?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very important thing. In Norway, we have a lot of youth organizations with very strong ties to the government, as in being able to protest and demonstrate, but also being invited into the meetings and in all those processes. So a youth council would definitely be a more, maybe even more arranged and inclusive way of doing it, but I do see very similar principles and values in the way that we already organize and have very close contact with the government and the policy makers and decision process.
You have one in your country? What? Do you already have a council in your country?
No, we don't. We don't have a council like that, but we are invited, or as organizations, to all of the relevant decision processes, which is kind of the same, but not really all the same.
So let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, if you say that from today you're going to have such an institutionalized movement in your country, how excited would you say you'll be? And why would you be very excited to have the arranged, like you said, and a more effective council working with the government?
Well, I think it would be good to have a youth council, maybe to try to make it more or less person dependent, maybe, that you already have this setup where you would meet with the politicians and be a part of the decision process. But yeah, but I'm just open to hear and listen and learn, and yeah, that's my role here, I feel like.
We're really hoping to have a council in the Norway very soon. All right, Alice. So you're from the private sector. What are your thoughts about generally youth climate councils, and how do you propose to make youth involvement more in the private sector? Do you even think it's possible to have such a model?
Absolutely. I mean, in short, we love the idea, and I think for us at the Body Shop, we're borrowing heavily from this idea ourselves. So for those who are not familiar with the Body Shop, we're a cosmetics company. We're fairly well established. We're 40 years old, but I like to think that we're all young at heart. But we are benefiting very much from a youth council from within already. So we have a youth collective, which is made up of 12 individuals who are under 30, 6 who are from inside the organization, and 6 from outside from other like-minded businesses, so other certified B corporations. And we're loving the model because we can get this fresh thinking, fresh perspectives all the way to our executive leadership so easily, and have these honest conversations, and it means that it future-proofs our business. But I mean, we are looking at the issue of youth councils. It's not just what we're doing from the inside, it's also about our ability to use our power on the outside. So the Body Shop is operating in 75 countries around the world. We have a regular customer base of about 30 million people around the world. And we want to talk to people about the things that we think are important. And we really believe in the issue of youth representation and making sure that youth are represented at all levels of government and make sure that their voices are heard. And we have a partnership with the UN Youth Envoy's office, and we've written this beautiful report. If anyone would like to read it, we can. Which talks about the challenge of underrepresentation of youth in public life and how we need more youth voices if we're going to be addressing some of the biggest challenges, including climate change. And so this campaign looks different in every country because every youth underrepresentation looks different everywhere. And we're really urging society to take on youth and have faith in youth. And we are actively campaigning in a range of different areas, including lowering the voting age around the world, but also removing barriers for young people to be voters, but also to participate as running for office, basically. But one of our key call to actions is the setup for formal youth bodies. And actually, we are doing this in Chile, we're doing it in Spain, we're doing it in Portugal, we're doing it in Greece. And I'm so thrilled to have representation from the Body Shop Greece and our partner in Greece, so Action Aid Hellas, who have been working really hard together to get youth councils set up in Greece, but also at the European Union level and across other member states. And if anyone is around tomorrow, we actually have a handover of a petition. So there's, I think we're at 103,000 signatures to hand over to a representative of the European Union. So we love it. We love youth councils. We want to see more. We think it's a brilliant model and couldn't be more enthusiastic about it, really.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So Josh, you are in an established youth climate council in the global south, because there's the more like a pace setter in Ghana. How do you see the world where we have youth climate councils springing all over, not just global south or global north? You've seen it work in the global south. How do you view it? How excited, how hopeful are you to make sure this is going to, take place? Because we all want youth climate council, like Alice said, all over the world, in Norway, everywhere. How do you see the world looking?
No, so first of all, thanks for what you said. I think that in many places, governments are one way or the other engaging with young people in ways that they can, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a council. I think that the principles are what matters the most. So we could have a youth council, we might not have a youth council. The most important thing is, how do we give power to young people, and how do we make sure that their inputs are integrated into policy making? In terms of what the councils that already exist and how I see this moving forward, Denmark was the first to actually announce their climate council. And then, of course, we had the Netherlands had one, and then Poland had one. But these were all global north. It had a different framework. And within sort of this, the European Union and the EU area, the governance structure is a little bit different. So there was already some sort of appetite and interest to have a structure where governments could work better with young people. In the global south, the context is a little bit different. So when the Youth Climate Council in Ghana started, the process of thinking through how do we do this and set up a structure that fit the local context was the most important thing. And this is to say that we cannot copy climate council simply because they exist somewhere and replicate them everywhere, right? So we need to see what are the limitations, what are the opportunities, and how do we do this better. So I know that, for instance, in Poland, the council work very directly with the ministry, but they cannot take certain initiatives on their own. Everything needs the approval of the ministry, right? In Denmark, it is not a separately funded council, right? But they work closely with the ministry supports them and makes sure that whenever the consultation is needed, they get the support to do that, to bring that in. In the Netherlands, the council work from the outside. It's not necessarily integrated into the ministry. It's an outside entity that works to advocate on behalf of young people, but make sure that they work with a partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ensure that within the political system, their input is being integrated. These are three different models. Same principles, three different models. I come from Ghana. When Ghana started the Climate Council, the most essential part was if we want to embody those three principles, they have to be funding available. You cannot bring people from up north to consult without having money to cover their transport, their accommodation, their feeding. You know, the economic situation is very different. So this element created another new structure, which is the council work both from the outside and from the inside. The outside because it has to independently fundraise to cover the cost of doing this consultative work. But from the inside because they need to follow certain principles of the ministry as a political system to get their input in the right place. So for me, the future of youth climate councils in places like Brazil, where we are also operating, and Brazil is a huge country, right? I mean, so how do we make sure that we can work there in a way that the inputs of young people can still have a place without also diluting what you're actually putting forward, but also appreciating that it's a difficult political context. So in Brazil, they started at a city level. In Sao Paulo, they started from there. Once they gain traction from there, they can learn the lessons there and expand. So for me, the future for youth climate councils is we need to keep learning. We need to keep learning how can we ensure that we can give political power to young people while also appreciating that context differs from place to place and empowering young people not to give up, to see progress, and encouraging them to understand the political system that they function within, that they can actually become policymakers. And the inspiration for me when it comes to this, and big part why many young people are a fan of the work that we are doing with the Body Shop from the Office of the Youth Envoy, is that we are constantly saying that young people are not participating in politics. They do not find it attractive. They do not want to be policymakers because they think that it's a machine that doesn't move. But if you don't understand the system, you cannot operate within it, and you're going to get it wrong. And eventually, we are going to be policymakers. Whether we like it or not, the next set of policymakers are the young people today. So there have to be an initiative, a system, a structure that is intentionally set up to get young people to be very much aware of the political system, how policies are drafted, how they are negotiated at the international level, but the implications also at the local level. And once they have that understanding, it put us in a better position that one day, when we are in that position, we can act in the interest of ourselves, but also for the next generation of young people and for the collective at large.
Enlightening. Thank you so much for sharing. Which means that even in creating councils or anything like councils, it's context specific in every country. That is one thing I'm taking from whatever you're saying. And that everyone is on board, both from the private sector, from the government sector, because like Josh said, at the end of the day, the next generation of policymakers are the youth. So they have to be interested, they have to be on board. So thank you so much. We're moving on to anyone here who has any comment, any question, anyone? Just a minute for some comments or questions from anyone.
I have a small question actually, because I'm not very familiar with this concept. So just how does it really work? How does it work in Ghana? How does it work in Denmark? What type of policy do you try to influence? There's so many different types of climate and environment and nature and everything. Like, how do you even start?
So the start of a council really has to come from the ministry, right? It's like we being here. everything young people are saying here is great, we all agree, but in the end of the day, at the end of the day, if the context of the country, the negotiators do not agree with it, they're not going to do it. We can say all we want, we can advocate, we can speak on nice panels, say everything nice, please get all the clubs. At the national level, if the national government and the policymakers do not align with those needs, it's not going to happen. So the start of a council is the national ministry recognizing that it is a struggle to bring young people into our work. So we need to open up and help set up a structure that brings their input into us in a way that is constructive, in a language that is usable, and in a context where we can actually work with it. And I'll give you examples. At COP25 in Madrid, there was a meeting where we met with the Minister for Environment in Austria, and a lot of young people had a lot to say, right? But everything they were saying was not a language that she could use. So she kept going back to them, tell me exactly what you want in the concept of, say, Article 6, right? What language do you want to see there? What do you want to put in there? Give me that thing that I can work with. And it wasn't there because everyone in that room was either a hardcore activist who want to use the most fierce language or something that really express what they feel. And that is great. But we need another group of people who can convert that into a language that policymakers can work with. So the ministry has to open up that door. The youth movement need to be able to come together to align their thoughts and set up their priorities. So for instance, in Ghana, the youth movement, they have their consultation and they say, okay, on agricultural policies, what do we want to see? What is the new language we want to put forward? And then they set up a meeting with the ministry and go and present that. If it's about energy, okay, what is the latest renewable energy policy? When is the next review date or year? How do we organize ourselves so that when it's time for review process, we are ready to submit our inputs? The National Adaptation Plan process recently started, is going on, and the council reached out to the ministry and said, how do we ensure that young people at the district level can contribute to the National Adaptation Plan? So the ministry says, okay, these are the dates for the consultation. Now it's your responsibility. We reserve, say, 3 seats for you. You bring the people in, they give that input. But if the national government is not open to the idea, it's going to be extremely difficult. Nothing is going to change. So most of our advocacy, even though we speak well in international platforms, my recommendation to young people all the time is most of the work needs to happen at home, not here. So at home, we need to build our relationship with our governments. I know that many young people don't like governments. I mean, I get it. The action we want and the speed we want it is not the pace that they can work with. But we have to work with them. And that relationship is what will make the changes we wish to see happen much faster.
How can you be a part of government if you don't see yourself in it as well? It's like, how can you have the faith that they represent your best interests if you don't see people who look like you, right?
And that is why we need more young people in policy making, because then we can relate to it and we can see ourselves there and we can work towards that. Yeah.
I hope you're inspired to push this in your country, and we're looking forward to seeing councils in every Nordic part of the world. All right, this was our first section, which is why youth involvement is important and what can meaningful youth involvement look like. I hope we all have learned something from this. We're going to go to the next session, just some few seconds. So thank you so much, our speakers. So much. Okay. So just a 1 minute break, just a 1 minute breather, just stretch a bit, and then we move quickly to the next section. Okay. So thank you so much again for your time. We're moving just straight into the next section. That is, how can we improve the role of the youth climate councils? So in the first one was a general thing. We wanted to understand why there was a need for youth involvement in every sector, bringing everyone on board. This time around, we're looking at case studies from youth climate councils. So these lovely people here are representatives of what it looks like to have a council in their country. They're going to speak a little bit about it. I'll start with my first speaker, Elise. Elise is a member of the Danish Youth Climate Council, and she's a climate activist. And our next speaker is Sarah Darcy. A little bit about Sarah. Sarah is a climate activist from Brazil who has been working with climate advocacy since 2017 as an international relations graduate student and later as a sustainability expert. She is the policy and research officer for the Youth Climate Council Brazil. Nice. And a campaigner at Mercy for Animals, an international NGO focused on building a more sustainable and fair food system. In 2021, she joined the biggest sustainability training program from United People Global, being recognized as a sustainability leader, and she's also part of Youngo, co-leading El Coi Brazil 2022. Her main passion is advocating for civil society representation and effective participation in the decision-making process for climate politics. And we have Josh here again, but this time around, Josh is coming from the political point of view because it's very important to know what the politician is speaking about. And he having very direct interaction with politics, he should be able to talk more about it, right? Lovely. So we'll just start with you, Elise. One thing is implementing the Youth Climate Council, and another thing is actually listening to the recommendations and voices of the councils. So what you perceive your time in the council has been in your country? Has it been meaningful? What do you think? How has it been as a representative in your council in your country?
Yes, so maybe this require a little bit of background, like how is the Danish Youth Climate Council constructed? Like what is our system? And so we are, some of the members represent organizations. For instance, I represent the biggest like green youth movement we have in Denmark in the council. And then we also have like, other people who represent other parts of the youth, also parts that is not necessarily about climate, but also like the labor youth thing and other stuff. And then some of the members are just very specialized in some certain areas, for instance, agriculture or transportation or education. So we're a very good mix of people. And the structure is that we meet with the climate minister twice a year. And between these meetings, we make recommendations. I think they're very strong recommendations, also because we represent the broad youth. And then we also participate in conferences and, yes, do other stuff and try to involve the youth and also host events for the Danish youth and hear their perspectives so we can incorporate their perspectives into our recommendations that we make. And I think the idea about youth climate councils is so good. I think it's fantastic. And I'm very, very happy that we got this youth climate council implemented in Denmark back in 2019. I think it was 2018 maybe. But I think we still have a long way for it to actually have, it has a very large potential, but we're still not there yet. Because as I told you, we make very strong recommendations, and I think we're doing a very good job. But when we only have a meeting with the minister twice a year, I think, when we have the meeting, he seems very interested, and he also comments, I think that's a good idea, I think that's a bad idea, like what can we do with that and that. It's very constructive. But then after the meeting, what happens? We don't hear from him, we don't know what's going on. Is he even thinking about it, or is he just, ignoring it afterwards? We don't know. So I think we should have like more follow-up meetings, and also like just some more mechanisms to make sure that our voices are actually heard and our ideas that he says he likes are actually implemented. So we have to overcome these barriers. We also have some administrative barriers, as you talked about. Like, we have a very low budget, so we use a lot of time on doing bureaucracy, administrative stuff, planning. If we have to go to a conference, for instance, we use most of the time on the practical stuff instead of the stuff we should be doing, like climate recommendations and the real climate stuff. Instead we use time on booking the train, finding accommodation, stuff like that. It would be so nice if someone from the climate ministry could help us with that, but we don't have the needed capacity right now. I think they should make our budget much larger, and we are fighting for that, and I think it will come, but it's a slow process. And another barrier we see is that we only have meetings with the climate minister. But for instance, the two biggest emitters in Denmark right now are the transportation sector and the agricultural sector. And they have other ministries. We have another minister for agriculture and another minister for transportation. So we can't make recommendations on that because our climate minister would just say, that's not my table. And that's a very problematic, I think. So I think we should also find a solution on that, so we could also make recommendations on agriculture and transportation, and meet with those ministers also. So yeah, that are my ideas for improving our influence in the council.
Yeah, the same question actually goes to you. How do you feel about your time in your country as a council representative, and how has it been in terms of implementation?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello, okay. Hi, thank you, Margaret. Yes, so I think that all youth climate councils share the same goal, that is to increase youth participation in the decision-making process for climate policy. But as Josh was saying before, each country has its own needs and structure. So in Brazil, we have two things that are more specific. So the first one, of course, being the size of the country. So we are almost a continent, so it's very hard for us to already begin at a national level. So this is why we decided to start at a city level, a local level. And another reason for this is also because you're probably aware that we have a federal government right now that is not really open for civil society participation in general. So we had to figure it out a way to start doing what we have to do, but with the capacity we had and with the people we had. So we found that the local level would be a good way to do it. And the second thing is that we have a bottom-up strategy. So in the case of Brazil, it's similar to what we have in Ghana. The civil society is the one proposing and defending the idea of a youth climate council. So right now we consider ourselves a popular council because we are still not institutionalized as a governmental mechanism, but this is the idea. So we have this dream scenario, probably with the change of our federal government, that we will have a climate secretariat, and maybe the Youth Climate Council could be under this person as an advisory group from youth. So this is what we are fighting for. But even though we have some challenges regarding how we can be institutionalized as a council, we are still having a lot of meaningful participation. So in terms of advocacy and lobby, the strategy we decided to do was focusing on legislators. So we are talking to legislative power in the city of São Paulo and finding out who has power and interest in our cause. So once we scale up to the national level, we already have some politicians that support the idea of a council. We are also working a lot in capacity building and movement building. So we have been doing some events. We had a launch event to bring closer the civil society organizations that already work with climate and youth, because the idea of a council is, of course, to be a channel for them to participate. So we don't want the civil society organizations to feel like we are one more NGO. The idea is that we can help them to bring their demands to the government. So this is very important. We also co-organized Local COI Brazil, which was one of the initiatives we did together with other civil society organizations. We have been working a lot also in content and research. I think the biggest example for us were the elections we had last month. So we decided to prioritize this because it was, of course, very important for climate, not only in Brazil but in the world, that we could have good people being elected in this election. So we decided to start working on more political education content for young people and using our social media for this. So analyzing how governors are talking about climate change. We had some criteria and we were exposing those data so that young people could vote more conscious and looking for this as a criteria for them to choose who they would be willing to vote, not only at the national level but also at a state level, because we also had state elections, and also regarding political parties. So I think that in general, to have a meaningful experience as a Youth Climate Council, we have to work with what we have, is what we have been doing. We couldn't start a national level right away, so we started at a local level. We are having problems talking to the executive power, so we are talking to the legislative power. I think that finding your way and starting from what you have, and also checking like what is missing in the climate advocacy scenario in general in your country, and trying to find a way to bring this content, bring these alliances that are not there yet, so we can actually have a meaningful impact as a council. And actually this morning I saw this quote that I thought was very particularly interesting for this panel, that is you don't have to dispute space, you have to expand space. So once you are there, you should not like dispute with other people, but make sure you can bring more people together. So I think that this is the basically idea of a council, for us to be able to bring more young people to the table and be this channel to open this space and the communication process with the governments. And each country will have its challenges, but we are figuring out our way in Brazil, and hopefully next year we'll be able to scale up at a national level too.
So much, Elise and Sarah, for sharing your baby steps in what your council has been doing in your various countries. So, Josh, you have had direct relationship with government based on what you're doing. From that perspective, what are the thoughts about youth involvement and interaction with politicians and the government, particularly the political stakeholders? And how can we make sure that these politicians actually listen to the recommendations? Because like what Elise was saying, recommendation, but as to if they do it or not, they cannot make sure they are accountable. What can we do to make sure that these politicians actually listen to the recommendations of the young people and also are being held accountable?
Okay, so thanks and congratulations to Sarah and to Elise for the work that you are doing. And I agree, you are all working with what the resources you have. So you're starting with what you have. I think that in many cases, governments, the structures we have largely do not necessarily mandate government to work with young people. So for many policymakers, it's extra work. That is the plain truth. It's extra work, so it comes as an extra burden, as something that they need to do. In the cases where there is even resource to work with young people, the idea that they have to be accountable to young people is very low. It's more or less, okay, we've met with them, we've taken their input, that is it, can we go ahead and do the real work? This is typically how the thinking looks like. And I think that comes from two places. One place is that once the word youth lands on the table, anything around expertise is gone. It's young people and they have something to say. So with that thinking and that notion, it makes it really difficult for youth input to be seen as something that is coming from a place of expertise, and that has to be integrated properly. So that is the first challenge. Then the second challenge is the finance part. And I've been saying this for at least the whole of this year because I've been working with some philanthropic advisors. And what I say is that for every typical movement or organization, you start the year, you have your annual meeting or strategy for the year, you plan your design, you have a plan for the year, you have a budget, you work with it. The youth movement has never had this. The youth movement always have to work in a very reactive way. Something happens, there's money, they react. If you look at the climate policy process, so many meetings happen from the start of the year until COP. How many young people get funding to go to those meetings? But once it is COP, there's funding literally like sparing up from everywhere. Apply to get funding to go to COP. There's accommodation subsidy. There is that subsidy. So we really do not allow the youth movement, the youth climate movement to organize themselves effectively to be able to bring their input into the spaces where we are even giving them a seat. We expect them to show up and all of a sudden know all what their peers are thinking. So you put one person on the panel, you say they are representing the youth. How can they represent the youth if they've not had the time to convene a meeting, to convene a gathering, met with their colleagues to think about what are our priorities? So this has been, for me, the two things that really makes it difficult, because then for whatever thing the young person is saying, the policymaker is taking it as they are expressing their emotions, their feeling, they don't know how the system works, they don't get it, they are not an expert. So two ways to tackle that, and something that the Office of the Youth Envoy has been really keen on over the past years was young people are experts in the things that concerns them. And no one can know it better than them. We've all been kids before, but believe me, time changes, every kid thinks that the adult doesn't get what they are doing, what they are saying, what they are expressing. And until you really have that honest conversation, you will not understand what the person is going through. So that is the start. And then the second part is we need to start rewiring our thinking that young people are not here just to complain and demand. They are here with expertise, and we need to recognize them for that. So we should start changing the session of, say, when you have a panel, you say, oh, this is our youth speaker. No. What is that expertise that that person is bringing on board? And we need to refer to that expertise, because that is the only way the message from that person lands in the head of a policymaker as an expert input that has to be taken into consideration. And we need to unlock funding. We need to unlock funding for the movement, the councils, to be able to convene, to have several conversations, to follow the conversation from the start to the end. And not just, let's say, 2 times meeting with the ministry, but what resources do you have to meet with a broader group, to plan, to strategize, to set a long-term vision and work towards that vision? And I think, as from a policymaker perspective, there's a real challenge. Because imagine you are a policymaker, you meet with a youth group, right? And they claim they represent the youth movement. What do they want? They tell you, okay, you know, there's unemployment, we need access to energy, and we want, say, access to renewable energy, and we want, say, agricultural input to support our farming. Now, the next day, they go to another event, they meet another youth group, and they tell them, what do you want? We represent the movement. What we want is we want to catch up with the digital innovation that is happening globally, so we want all the investment to go into the digital age. As a policymaker, if you have 5 meetings in a week with different youth groups, you are hearing different things. At some point, you don't know what is the actual representation of the youth movement. And that is why I think that if we can work with policymakers, come together, have a system that allows the input to be a little bit coordinated. Because maybe those who are asking for the digital innovation and the digital age, maybe there's a strong element of that complement those who are asking for renewable energy. Maybe there's a new meter system that can be tracked with some technology. Maybe there's a new agricultural mechanism that can be done with technology. But the more we can really integrate all our inputs, coordinate it, and have a concrete submission that complements each other, policymakers will always struggle to work with us. Now, the second part is we also identifying ourselves as experts and not just presenting ourselves as youth so that we can be tokenized, or we can even open up the space and become more vulnerable to tokenization. So we need to be able to go to the table as, okay, I am an expert in, say, adaptation. I am an expert in climate finance. I am an expert in youth engagement in agriculture. I'm an expert in youth political participation. we need to go from that expertise and be able to work with our peers to get their insights and their experiences, so that when we get the seat at the table, we can represent them duly, and they feel that they are ahead. So when they meet with the same policymakers, they can reinforce what has already been said and not say something completely different.
Wow. Wow. It means that to have a youth climate council is one thing. Another thing is to make sure that they have the expertise so that the politicians can listen to them. Wow. Thank you so much for sharing. Do we have any comments from any of our speakers?
Yes, I was just thinking about some things. I think that I don't know if this would work in any context, but what I'm missing from our meetings with the minister in Denmark is to that, because every time we make recommendations, we make them public on the website so everyone can read them. And it would be amazing if the climate minister had to position himself to these. So yes, we will do this. No, we will not do this. And if he just says no to it all, then it would be clear to everyone that he isn't listening to the youth. And then we could make a much bigger pressure, because right now it's not transparent if he listens to us or not. And we actually don't know ourselves if he does or not. We don't know if he takes it with him or not. So it would be very good to have some transparency in this. And the other thing I was thinking about another barrier in this collaboration, and it is that we cannot. We are an independent organization put down by the climate ministry, but they still fund us in Denmark. It's on the financial law they make every year, and the problem is, because maybe I'm also one of the more like radical persons in the council, but I'm like, we should go to the media, guys. This is not okay. And they're like, no, because then they will cut our funding. And that is like conflict of interest. It's very problematic, actually, that we cannot be too critical, because maybe they could, in theory, just remove us again. And that would be worse. So we have to find a solution for this also. So we should not be afraid of getting our budget cut or getting removed or something. Yeah.
Should I just, okay. I understand your point, and I think it's very similar to us too. I think one thing that we are also trying to do and encourage is monitoring the policies that we already have, because the case in Brazil, we already have like climate policy action plans and adaptation plans, but the thing is, what is actually happening in like practical part. So I think that transparency is the key for us to be able to criticize without being like too activists, because of course the challenge in advocacy is always this, like you need to keep the conversation going, you need to keep the channel open, but you also have to be like true to what you are defending and to what young people actually think about. So if we want to be there bringing the input, we need to do it in a way that is transparent and in a way that is like based in data. We need to make this public, because it's made for it to not be accessible at all. So it's good for them if people don't know what is happening. So there is a reason for this to be like not so transparent. So I think that we also have this role of making it public and making it in a way that we are database, and they cannot say anything if you're just saying, okay, you promised this and you are not doing, so what can you do? We are just showing the truth. So I think this is also our role as like part of the Youth Climate Councils.
I don't know. Yeah, that's why I also want to highlight actually this global alliance we have between the national youth climate councils, because we can learn so much from each other, and it's very nice talking about these same constraints that we have. Or actually, I was very inspired by the collaboration they have in the Netherlands, because we made an event also in Stockholm where the minister was like, I'm so happy to have these young people help me and they actually had gotten a lot of things through in the Netherlands, the Youth Climate Council there. And then I think we should keep the conversation going, like, can we maybe take some of the things that works very well in the Netherlands in the Danish Youth Climate Council? So if you know any country that has Youth Climate Council and they're not in our alliance, you should tell them that we have this global alliance, because we can learn so much from each other and help each other. So that's good. Shout out.
Great. So my quick reaction to this is that clearly we need public accountability, and there has to be transparency around what recommendation goes in and what we really get as a feedback. Of course, monitoring and evaluation of anything at all requires some resources to do that, and to develop any system that can track this will require some human resource as well, and some skill set as well. So things I think are needed now from the councils that exist: increased capacity building and resources to do that, dedicated budgets for the year so you can plan with it. And I clearly agree that in many cases, not just with councils, for every place I've been and I've worked, young people who work with governments, the only reason why they sometimes cannot even express their views the way they do is because of the fear that they will be cut off. They will not have access anymore. They will not have funding anymore. And I think the way to really resolve this is we need to start thinking around how can Youth Climate Council become more independent. Independent in their decision making, independent in fundraising, independent in how they want to organize themselves, but at the same time working in collaboration with the government. Because now it seems like there's a sort of dependency on the government because they can kick you out, which limits our political participation in that way. So that is something we need to figure out. But clearly I think transparency, accountability, and this public mechanism should be there, and we can clearly advocate for a national budget that is fixed, that is set, and whether we agree or disagree with the government, this funding should be there, and our input should not be reliant on whether there's funding coming from the government or not. So absolutely agree on that, and I think as a collective, we can demand for that, we can ask for that, and we can build our capacity also in terms of how to use funding and how to use money, because I know in many cases there's also a bit of concern around, we cannot trust young people with this amount because they might misuse it. And I think that is a question of just building our capacity to be able to demonstrate our leadership on that. So thank you very much for the work you do, and I'm very happy to hear that. And I think, like you said, it's an open invitation to anyone who either is interested in setting up a council, setting up a structure like that, but also joining us in the advocacy of government working closer with young people to increase our political participation. Yeah.
Great. We have barely 2 minutes more. I'm just going to give 1 minute for any comment from anyone. Any comment, any question? Maybe you're inspired by this. You want to do something in your country. Any comment from anyone? Just in a minute. Okay. Great. So thank you so much. So this has been an event by the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance and the Body Shop. And we had 2 sections. So if you came here just now, you missed the first one, which was really very insightful. We had Alice from the Body Shop, we had Naya from Norway, and we had Josh right here with us. And the first was on why the youth involvement is important and what can meaningful youth involvement look like. And the second one, which we are here right now listening to, has been on how we can improve the role of the Youth Climate Councils. And I believe that we all have identified our uniqueness in our councils and also seen that there is a need to have an alliance that would have knowledge sharing, and so that someone's mistake will not be repeated somewhere else, because we all learn from each other and we have a very limited time to learn from mistakes. We have to make sure that we learn from others' experiences and get some lessons from there. So thank you so much, everyone. I have been your moderator. I am Margaret Imprim. I am the Capacity Building and Education Officer of the Youth Climate Council Ghana. And I'm really, really glad and really fortunate to be part of the Alliance. And I really encourage everyone to join us, because that is where you'll be able to learn from each other as councils and also develop your way of interaction with your government, because as they all have said, it's context specific. So whatever you do might be different from what I do, but together we can know how we can all reach out. Okay, great. So we have 2 minutes. We would invite Mr. Michael here. Let's give it up for Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael is the COP24 president, and he has been a former environment and climate change minister. Mr. Michael, you're welcome. So just quickly, if you could just let us know what's your thought about youth involvement and having youth climate councils to, collaborate with the government as a politician.
Yes, yes,
How
yes.
can you involve?
So first of all, thank you very much for accepting me at this table. Not anymore a young person, not that much, but young in spirit, and I did my best in order to involve young people in climate discussion, because I think that we need sometimes to be a little bit shaken as older people, and so that's your role. But that's our role also, to help you understand where we go, what we do, and things happening, etc. So what we did in Poland is to select in a very transparent manner 2 representatives per voivodeship. Poland is a 40 million country, and so 32 young people from 16 voivodeship represented youth at the Ministry of Climate, and I was first Polish Minister of Climate, so I created the new ministry combining energy and environment. That was great, and that was also an occasion for me to create the first ever youth council in Poland and in Central Europe. I'm proud of that. I'm happy of that, and this being said, the future is in your hands right now. Thank you.
Have a great day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're going to have just a photograph if that's okay.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Nordic Pavilion here at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. I also would like to say extra hello to everyone and welcome everyone who follows this online. I'm sure that many of you know very much about the UN climate negotiations, but maybe we also have someone who starts to find interest in this topic, and believe me, you are lucky. Here today we have someone or two guests that live and breathe the UN climate negotiations for these 2 weeks or probably even more. We have Mattias Frumerie. You're the chief negotiator for Sweden. And we also have Bianca Centeno Calderon. You're the youth delegate from Peru. So both of you very welcome. And I know you have an extremely busy schedule, and I know Mattias, you will have to leave in almost 10 minutes. So I will start with you, and then I will come to you. Thank you. So we're here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Last time I met you, Mattias, it was in the end of COP26 in Glasgow. We could see there was a broad cover decision, many items included, many positives, positive signals. But after that, we're in a world of energy supply concern. We have geopolitical issues. So where are we now? This is COP27. Where do we stand?
Well, I think it's clear that the geopolitical environment makes this COP more challenging than what we had, the kind of environment that we had at COP26. Having said that, I think what we've seen is already Thursday. We've started well ahead in the negotiations, and we've already actually had a couple of texts being more or less ready. So I think can we continue on that path? We're sort of in a good shape for moving into week 2 on Monday.
That sounds good. During this week, we've been having many talks on this stage, and one thing that we've heard is it's all about mitigation, it's all about finance. Could you please put a few words on that?
Well, I think for us, from the Swedish and the EU perspective, obviously reducing emissions is one of the key aspects of the whole COP process. So we want to see an ambitious decision when it comes to the mitigation work program, which is one of the agenda items. But I think it's 4 basically areas which will be sort of the top areas for this COP. So in addition to mitigation, we also have adaptation. Personally, I'm co-facilitating the work program on the global goal and adaptation, so that's why I need to leave now. Obviously, climate finance issues, the 100 billion, sort of the new goal which we're negotiating, but also the transition of financial flows, where we, from the EU side, frankly said we were disappointed that we couldn't all agree on an agenda item for what we called Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. And then finally, of course, loss and damage, which is sort of an issue which has been coming to the fore more and more, not least with the floodings in Pakistan and also the storm Ian in Florida.
Thank you very much. When last time in Glasgow, already in the beginning, we saw some really exciting new initiatives. We have the methane pledge, we have the BOGA, Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, and so on. Where are those initiatives now? Have we seen anything or any follow-up accountability on those pledges?
We've been working hard on those all through the year. So both the Glasgow breakthroughs, the methane pledge will have a ministerial meeting next week, as will the BOGA initiative, and the forest and land use declaration, which was also one of the pledges made at COP26. There will also be there was a high-level event earlier this week, and there will be another one on Saturday. So for many of those, there has been work ongoing during the year, and that will be highlighted here at COP27.
Thank you. You said that you co-lead the negotiations in the global goal of adaptation. Could you maybe put a few words for those at home who don't know? What is that?
Well, the global goal and adaptation is based on Article 7 in the Paris Agreement, and what we're doing now is sort of trying to flesh that out a bit more, sort of to provide us with maybe indicators of what do we mean when we say successful adaptation. So this work program, which we decided already at COP26, we will have 2 years to elaborate these indicators. So what we're doing now is providing guidance to negotiators during the course of next year for the kind of work that they should engage in to make sure that we come to COP28 being able to clarify even more how we can sort of measure and aggregate successful adaptation.
Okay, thank you. One other thing that we've heard about also during the Bonn meetings in June, that's the GST, the global stocktake. What is the global stocktake and how does that process work?
Well, it's a process which we designed already in the Paris Agreement, where we take stock of how far we've come in implementing our NDCs. So this first global stocktake will then sort of evaluate progress made up until now, and then it will finish with a ministerial stocktake at COP28. So during the Swedish EU presidency next year, we'll be preparing for that stocktake at COP28. And what we hope then from the Swedish and the EU side is that we'll be having sort of clear guidance to parties as to what do we need to do more in terms of increasing ambition in the next round of NDCs. But I think it's also worth highlighting when it comes to ambition that we had the decision at COP26 to revisit and strengthen NDCs during this year, and also we'll be having the ministerial roundtable next week when it comes to ambition. So we would hopefully already from this COP have more guidance to countries as to what should we be doing to increase ambition. And I think from our side, the Swedish main messages in climate action generally and at this COP is urgency and opportunity. The urgency of climate action, but also the opportunities that we see in terms of new jobs and growth. And I think the Business Sweden Pavilion, which we have here, is sort of proof of what Swedish business actors can offer to partners globally in accelerating their transition and providing new jobs and growth.
Oh, so this transition is actually a huge chance to increase the prosperity of the society as a whole.
That's how we like to see it. Obviously, there are challenges, and again, it's urgent, but we would also want to see a better reflection of those opportunities that we see from the Swedish perspective, sort of enshrined here at the COP.
So, from your side, I mean, the perfect, or what can we hope for? What's realistic, or even more, what could we hope for the outcome from this COP?
I think from our side, we hope to see this ambitious decision when it comes to the mitigation work program, with sort of clear milestones for parties to deliver on, so we can use that as a vehicle to raise ambition in countries globally. But to get there, I think we also need to make sure that we deliver on these other items I mentioned, on finance, on adaptation, and on loss and damage. Hopefully leaving Sharm el-Sheikh with that sort of message of hope and opportunity for the transition that we're all embarking on, to make sure that we deliver urgently on the targets of the Paris Agreement.
Well, you talked about the urgency, and one thing that was well, very clear during the Glasgow COP was that we heard over and over again we have to keep the 1.5 alive. Where are we with that now? We saw some disturbing reports from the UN the past few weeks. Are we even close, or are we dropping the 1.5?
Not dropping it, but we're far away. And I think today is Youth Day, and I think the voices of youth are reminding us of the actions that we need to take. We also have 2 youth delegates in the Swedish delegation, and sort of the voices of youth which we're hearing here and outside are important reminders for us that we all need to do more.
Since we're here in the Nordic Pavilion, I will have to ask you, of course, I mean, where do you see a regional cooperation like the cooperation in the Nordic Council of Ministers or other regional corporations? How can we facilitate what's going on at the COP?
I think what you're doing here within the Nordic Pavilion, but also sort of not only here at the COP, but also throughout the year, and highlight the kind of examples that we can provide from the Nordic countries in terms of accelerating our action and making sure that we're all meeting the kind of targets. I think these sort of the positive examples that we can provide from the Nordic countries, not only sort of in terms of innovation and finance, but also in terms of a just transition, for example, ensuring that there is sort of a social dialogue in our countries to make space for everyone to be on board in the transition. I think those kind of examples are also useful for the Nordic countries to be able to share with partners globally.
Thank you. And for the ones who don't really know, what does a chief negotiator do? I mean, how does the work in a delegation? Do you do all the work, or?
No, I have a fantastic team, so to support and who do, and they do all the work. So I mean, my job is mainly sort of to make sure that we're all on board, that we're staying safe and healthy, and that we can sort of go through the COP in good spirits and deliver good results for Sweden and the EU.
Okay, and I understand that you also have included youth delegates within your delegation. How does that work? Are they following some of the tracks, or do they only get emails? How does that work? The cooperation.
No, they're included fully in the delegation, so sort of part of our daily work, and they do cover some of the negotiation tracks as well. And this morning we had the pleasure also welcoming one of them in our daily EU coordination meeting, which we have then each morning at 8:30.
Excellent. So we try to get the younger generation on board, and that's of course very important. And that actually leads us to our other guest, because I know, Mattias, that you will have to leave. But thank you very much for taking your time, and good luck. Just fix this. Thank you. Give him a hand, please. So, Bianca, thank you so much for being here today. As I mentioned, you're the youth delegate of Peru. How does that work we heard from Mattias, well, that in the Nordic setting, or at least in Sweden, the youth delegate is a typical delegate within the delegation. They go to the briefings and so on. But how does it work in Peru? Is it the same?
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Well, my name is Bianca. I am 24 years old, Peruvian girl. I work in my country in an NGO. We train, accompany indigenous communities and grassroots organizations for environmental development projects. So this is the first time that the Peruvian delegation has a youth delegation. And this is because of the program CYMP, that is Youth Negotiator Program, that has trained like 16 young people from around 27 countries. So we are here like in a global and also we have here 2 delegates of the program. Hi. So I'm happy that you can be here. In my country, it's the first time, and well, like it's the first time we can speak because, well, we are not like government employees, but we can give our opinion and arguments to our delegates that are employees from the government and they speak. So we are involved, and that's the way that we are working in this COP. I think it's going to be different because we are planning to keep with this. Has been a really wonderful experience until now.
Thank you. So, but how can you then, as a youth delegate, we have earlier today there was a panel from on the topic of youth councils in countries, for example, and they said that yes, we have a dialogue with the ministers, and that's fine, and it says really good things, and I think he listens to us. But after there's silence. How do you, the youth, how do you get the accountability of what the ministers have said? I mean, can you follow up, or how does it work? How can you put pressure?
Okay, thank you. How do we put pressure? I think that's a really good answer. I think that, like, we are a youth delegation, we are in more communication with civil society, and that helps a lot, because when you are in touch with the people that you work with and you see the problems and needs in person and you talk to them, you realize the importance of this kind of events and global solutions. For example, in Peru we have 55 indigenous communities. That's a lot. Also, we are the 3rd country more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So we are in really danger. And like we are young, we are more able to spend more time in these side events when we can talk to them. For example, yesterday, indigenous woman leader from Peru called Marisol Garcia came to here and start talking about the problem with their territory in San Martin, Peru. When I hear them, also because I work with them, I know the urgency to address these impacts, mainly in food security, because climate change is so unjust that affects the people who are the less responsible. So food security, food sovereignty is really, really important for our indigenous communities nowadays.
Oh, thank you. So are you then also involved in the work within the Indigenous People platform, also on youth level? Or
No, I'm in track of the agriculture Coronivia group. I would love to be in the platform, but well, that is with another partner. So, but this is one of the most passion topics in my life because indigenous communities protect 80% of the biodiversity in the world, and they are only 5% of the population. So are the best allies to address climate change, and I think we can learn a lot of them because the ancestral knowledge can bring us innovative solutions for example, the threats or even the lack of productivity in the case of agriculture.
it's interesting. When we talk about these different ways of combating climate change, we've been having panels and morning sessions here in the Nordic Pavilion on the future perspective. How can we enhance this transition so very much needed? Would you have any good examples for us in the Nordics that you've seen have worked in Peru?
Yes, about adaptation, right?
Any solution, adaptation or mitigation or?
Nature-based solutions, yeah. Well, for example, a project that we are developing in my country, it's about circular economy, that we use a fly that is called kawat in Champuyo native indigenous community in San Martin. This fly is really interesting because it can transform 50 kilograms per day of garbage. So this fly, when you you feed them with organic garbage, organic trash, it gives you organic fertilizer, and also the baby flies, you can give them to eat to your chicken or your fish, and that's the way the people are engaged with this plant of transformation because they segregate the garbage into organic, inorganic. They give to the plant, they receive baby flies, the larvae, to feed the animals, and also you have fertilizers that now is a huge necessity in the world, but you have it organic. So these kind of ways, these nature-based solutions, we can learn from indigenous communities. We are not invented that. It's something that they know for their knowledge.
So circularity is the front of center of the different initiatives that are going on. So I will ask you also the same question as I asked Mattias. I mean, we are here in the Nordic Pavilion with a very close regional cooperation. How is it with Peru and your neighbors? Can you get a climate a cooperation on the way of sharing solutions, which is the theme of this pavilion?
Please, can you repeat, please?
Yes, of course. No, I was talking about the sharing of solutions with your neighbors. For example, here in the Nordic Pavilion, one way of using the Nordic cooperation is to lift up the good practices we have, or to cooperate to find good solutions, so we won't have to work one by one. Do you have a good cooperation in the region on these issues?
Okay, thank you. About that question, I think it's important for us, in this is a personal opinion, and we invite you to know and research more about Peru and the indigenous communities, and also how fragile we are from the effects of climate change. It's important, the finance. It's really extremely important because you can do anything without it. also it's important to recall that this finance comes directly and be management for the indigenous grassroots organization, because they are not objects, they are subjects of change, and it's important to recall that, because yesterday I was hearing this leader woman, indigenous leader woman, and she was saying like, we are treated like a decoration here. We are not taking seriously. We can go into the negotiation room, and for me, that is my first COP. I can see them in the negotiation room. I can see them taking the word. I can see them sitting in the table. So for me, that is shocking, because I thought that it will be more inclusive than only like, hey, we have these curious people walking around. No, they have to be included in the decision. So that would be my thoughts about it.
Yeah, thank you. That was actually one of my next questions that I was going to ask you. So this was your first COP. And I've been to many COPs, but I have to say it's always a surprise what a big organic creature this is, because we have so many agenda items, we have observers, we have pavilions, and then the negotiations. So what's your impression of how does this work, the whole COP circus?
I think it's the Lollapalooza of environmental change. It's like a huge, I would say, a space of connection, exchange of experience and culture, and that is really rich. But I also think it's a kind of frustrating how it's everything, because for me, I practiced the UN model for students, and I thought that that was really slow. And now that I'm here in the reality, I see it like it's really, really insufficient. For example, the last UN research about how the NDC are implemented says that we are going to the 2.6 degrees. So that means that we are going to lose a lot of biodiversity and life of people, animals, and plants. I think that urgency doesn't feel, at least I don't feel that in the negotiation rooms.
Okay. So the current policymakers or the politicians, they are not doing enough. So when you here as a youth delegates, what do you see? I mean, one day your generation will be the one in charge. Do you think it will change then?
Well, if I could speak in the negotiation table, I would definitely try to. It's so hard describing word, because I know there are different interests for different countries, but it's so easy to think about if we want to live in a world that is dying, or we want to live in a world that is doing something because it's dying. I think this is my first COP. I feel more related to civil society work, because I think in this area you get things done. Like, let's go to do this, and you do this. Let's go to work with this, and you work with this, and you do this. It's easier. I don't know why, but in governments, there are like probably something about protocols and bureaucracy and relations that makes everything so slow. So I hope that government can learn from civil society a little bit more.
Co-creation between governmental work and civil society, that's something we would like to see more of, I understand. Yes. If you look to Peru, as it is today, and what if we'll actually manage to keep the promises we've taken so far? What kind of Peru, what will be different if the vision of the net zero society, or what we see in the future, what could that be? What could be different, you think? Or what would you hope to be different?
Okay. I hope to be different, that government give the power also to civil society, and mainly grassroots indigenous organizations, because I believe they going to feel fiercely the impacts of climate change, and to more, and to stop like using their speeches as a decoration, because we know the reality. We are not blind. We know what they say in session rooms, how they even use the protocol stuff to get stuck in like 2 days or 3 days in negotiation. And I really don't understand why, because this kind of event only happens once a year, that all countries come to here, and we don't have time. And we can do this more, because we have like jets here, and we are also polluting being here. So for me, it's difficult to understand. Maybe someone can explain me why this happened, but for me, I can't understand it.
I think we are many that share your thoughts on that, and we would definitely wish that politicians take the urgency seriously and give us results, and we hope for a good outcome of this COP. So if you could very shortly formulate, I mean, what would be the dream outcome of this COP? How much is realistic, or how much could we hope for?
Okay, I think we all are expecting the finance for loss and damage. That's important. Also to update the indices or the countries. I think that's the two mainly goals for this COP, and finance as well in adaptation. Finance, please. We need money. It's not a. It's a reality. In developing countries, we have a lot of problems. I live there, and if you can do something for it, involving the true main characters, like I said, grassroots organizations, indigenous communities, please do it. Thank you.
So it's all about the money when it comes to the end. Yes. Well, in the name of co-creation, we are starting to reach the end of this daily brief. But thank you so much, Bianca, for coming here. And I would like, if you have time, that you could stay for 5 minutes, because we'll have this co-creation process here with the artwork of Jeppe Hein. So I would like you also to paint your breath on the wall. But before that, I think we should all give Bianca a big hand. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the event, COP27 event on climate change, solutions and energy access in rural areas. We're taking a look today very much at the development of the agriculture sector and improving food security. I hope you can hear me now. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much for your attendance. We'd be very pleased to invite, first of all, our distinguished guest, Mrs. Anna Brete Tvinnereim, who is the Norwegian Minister of International Development. So please, would you join us at the stage? Thank you so much. We'd love to have some opening comments from yourself, please.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. I have several hats on. I'm Minister of International Development of Norway, but I'm also Minister for Nordic Cooperation. And this topic, forests and climate, is very, very close to my heart. So is agriculture and land use. And as Minister of International Cooperation, I have put food production on top of my agenda, and obviously the Paris Agreement is clearly stating that climate action should not be at the cost of food production. So this goes straight into the whole discussion on land use and energy. So I will get to the point of today's matter. To power, even closer? Is that better? Oh, it's very loud up here. So the microphones are probably only for the loudspeakers are up here and not down there, I think. Okay. Now, to power development and to power agricultural transformation, we need the electricity out there in rural areas in developing countries. We need it for irrigation, we need it for cold storage, cold chains, we need it for transport, and it's an essential element of the value chains to get the primary sector as a driving force of development in, for example, Africa. We know today that food systems use about 30% of our energy consumption. So we need to find green solutions, both on the mitigation side and in terms of adaptation. And we need renewable energy for development, for access to energy, and for mitigation purposes. And right now we know that Africa is at a crossroads, and that access to sustainable energy remains just a distant dream for far too many Africans. I believe some 600 billion people do not have access to energy today. Now we have to solve that solution, or we have to solve that problem in a green way. We also know that 900 million people lack access to clean cooking and technologies for that purpose. And just recently, we received from the World Energy Outlook, which is the publication of the IEA, they stated that after a decade with a steady progress on access to energy in sub-Saharan Africa, now we see that the number is declining again. So a steady decrease of people with access to energy. And of course, it's especially dire in rural Africa. 80% of rural Africa is without access to electricity. And as I mentioned initially, that stops us from creating productivity in the agricultural sector, in the primary sector in Africa or in developing countries, which I truly believe should be the motor of development. So to unleash the potential that is there, we have to step up. We know that only 2% of global investments in renewable energy the last 2 decades, so 2% of investments in renewable energy have come in Africa. It's terrible. we are far away from reaching or from achieving the SDG 7, and we have to dramatically increase our efforts. We know that some countries are on track. Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda are on track for full access by 2030, but most countries are not. We know, again, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, have shown that if we extend national grids, that is a very cost-effective option for at least 45% of those people without access in rural Africa. But of course, in some of those rural areas, standalone systems will be the solution, mostly solar-based. And the good news, of course, now is that these renewable options, wind and solar, are becoming very, very cost-effective. The Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa fills a void in the investment landscape. It tailors assistance to companies who offer off-grid clean energy in both rural and peri-urban areas. And we know that these investments also generate lots of job opportunities. So, colleagues, the twin challenge of energy access and energy transition cannot be solved without piecemeal efforts. We need global cooperation, and we have to do our share, which brings me to my final and main point. And this is the good news for today, and that is that Norway will do its share on this platform, and I'm pleased to announce that we will support the Beyond the Grid Fund with up to 200 million Norwegian crowns over a 5-year period, and we look forward to the continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister, for your kind words and contribution. Can you hear me now? No? I was told just to speak into it. I have another one.
Okay, you just have to put it up closer.
Hi, can you hear me now? A bit closer. Okay, thank you. Apologies. Dear Minister, thank you so much for your very kind words and, of course, for your understanding of the topic. I think you gave a very good overview of what we're trying to achieve, and we very much appreciate the contribution that Norway is making. For those who hadn't heard, Norway is contributing 200 million crowns, that's around 19 million euro, to the existing Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa. So thank you so much for that. Okay, thank you, everyone. So now we move really to the main topic of today's discussion, which is climate solutions and energy access in rural areas. Thank you. Okay, so I guess most of us are aware of the role that agriculture, forestry... Oh, I really have to hold it this close. Okay. Okay, so I guess most of us are aware of the role that agriculture, forestry and land use change is making in terms of climate impacts. We know that this accounts for over a fifth of all emissions. And I think today's session really will speak to some of the issues that we talk about here at the nexus of agriculture, improving food security with a very special focus, of course, on Africa. So I'm very pleased here that we can invite some real specialists, some experts to set the scene for us. And I would invite maybe Amy and Lotte, you could join us here. So we have a very nice agenda, as you can see. We'll have a keynote speech from Amy Duchel, who is from the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. Amy will set the scene for us. And then we'll have some words from Lotte Hekkonen, who is the climate change specialist at the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Finland. So I think without any further waffling from myself, I'll pass the word first of all to Amy. And Amy, if you could just set the scene for us, we'd appreciate that. You can stay here if you wish. Yeah.
Okay,
The mic works.
great. Thank you so much, and it's really nice to be here. I think holding this very close, you can hear me. It's an honor for FAO to be invited to this event, and I will speak more directly to the part of the climate solutions in rural areas and less to the energy transition piece, because something that we're really promoting at FAO are nature-based solutions. And because I'm part of the forestry division, we're really focused on the role of forests and trees as a solution to the climate crisis. You might, I don't know, it's not moving. Yeah, so maybe someone who's, do you want to do it? No, it's, maybe you could do it for me, yeah? So yes. No, okay, there we go, thank you. So today I'll be talking about putting forests and peatlands at the heart of adaptation action in Africa. And, you know, you may wonder why someone from FAO is talking about this, but again, we do understand, as the minister highlighted, that in fact forests and agriculture go together. And in fact, you know, agriculture depends on forests, not only for the regulatory services that forests provide, but also for food security of people who live in and around forests. And this is also quite important in the African context. Next slide. So forests in Africa, the region holds 636 million hectares of forests. And the Global Forest Resource Assessment, which is FAO's flagship monitoring effort of forests, and it's been going on since 1946, the last assessment report was in 2020. And there was actually a lot of good news in that report of some deforestation slowing in some countries, but this was not the case in the Africa region. And we saw that this had Africa had the largest rate of net forest loss in the period of 2010 to 2020 of all regions. And this is really important because we know that forests do play a key role in building resilience to climate change in Africa, and particularly for rural communities. Next slide, please. This is a view of a forest in the DRC. And one of the things that we're emphasizing are these forest, climate, water linkages. And you know, one of the big themes of COP27 is water, and another is adaptation. And forests are really related to this. They regulate water quality and quantity. Deforestation affects rainfall at regional levels. So we see this even in the Amazon region, where soybean production in the savanna of Brazil is affected by Amazonian deforestation. Forests provide cooling benefits at, you know, very local cooling benefits. They stabilize local climate, and they also reduce the risk of extreme weather, making them essential for adaptation and resilience. And of course, the forests and water connections are very nicely illustrated through forested peatlands and mangroves. Next slide, please. So that takes me to the next important piece of this story, which is the peatlands in Africa. And you know, peatlands, maybe you're not aware, but peatlands cover 3% of the terrestrial area, and actually more than twice the carbon stock of forests, even with all terrestrial forests, even with such a small area. And one of the most important peatlands is in the Central Congo Basin, the Cuvette Centrale. And these peatlands are highly threatened. I mean, they're intact now and managed and protected by local communities, but they are threatened by road building, loggage, drainage for industrial palm plantations, and oil exploration. And we'll be hearing stories from Zambia and Uganda today, and so I also wanted to mention that those two countries are also two of the main peatland countries in the African continent as well. Next slide, please. So just to give you a bit of a taste of the work that we're doing on these forest and peatland-based solutions to the climate crisis in Africa. One is through the Global Peatlands Initiative, and this is a network of 48 members. It's coordinated by the UN Environment Program, but FAO is one of the founding members, and it's an effort by leading experts and institutions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore the world's peatlands, understanding that we cannot solve the climate crisis without them. And also understanding that many communities' livelihoods worldwide depend on peatlands. And the countries where we're working on the Global Peatlands Initiative are Indonesia, Peru, and DRC and Congo. Next slide. I also wanted to highlight something that we're doing in Zambia, which really nicely illustrates the relationship between forests, water, and food security, where there's a watershed in Zambia where we've looked at forest cover loss, loss of precipitation, and how that actually has translated as well into loss of very important tree species, but also the reduction in fish quantities because of the forest regulatory function. And so if we're thinking about sort of these integrated landscape approaches, really understanding that forests and trees are part of the landscape for rural communities in all regions. Next. Next slide, yep. And then just to end here, I mean, forward-looking work is that we're going to be implementing this already in Zambia through a concept note that's being developed from the government with the government of Zambia to really show and support community forest management, watershed management, payments for ecosystem services in an integrated landscape approach. So I'll end there, and I just want to say, to transition to the rest of the session, that while we know that forests are an essential nature-based solution, they are not a substitute for the rapid reductions in fossil fuel production that we're seeing and that cause the bulk of the world's emissions. They're also not a substitute for the energy transitions that need to happen, including in urban, but also including in rural areas. So it's really nice to be together with members of different sectors to think about this together and sort of an integrated rural development approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy, for your keynote. I think you've really highlighted some very key cross-cutting issues. Sorry, thank you again. Sorry, Amy. I'll just say that again. So I think Amy's highlighted some very key cross-cutting issues which are very relevant for Africa. But I'd like to move now really to my colleague Lotta from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Finland. And here we are at the Nordic Pavilion. We're very keen to highlight and showcase Nordic solutions, climate solutions. And I'm very interested, Lotta, to hear about some of the innovative work that's going on in Finland. And a very concrete example is the Catch the Carbon initiative. So please, if you could tell us about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash, and thank you, Amy. Very good keynote for our Science Day today. Like Ash said, we have the Catch the Carbon program in Finland. That's the main reason we wanted also an event on participate on an event on the Science Day. We have in Finland very ambitious climate neutrality target to be climate neutral by 2035. And Catch the Carbon project is part of that. The government has invested 100 million euros in this Catch the Carbon program, and 50 million of that is going towards research. And then we have at the moment over 120 different projects, research projects, development projects and pilots going on.
So coming from this lens, and also coming from Finland, where most of the people live near Helsinki, the capital in the south, we have had to think about how to get the rural areas involved in the climate action, and so that it's not some capital or some higher hierarchy saying that you must do this. So offering the research as one solution for this acceptance. One of the key blocks to our climate neutrality target is the climate change plan for land use sector. We have never had such one before, but we have this year decided on it on the governmental level. And this climate change plan, it will bring us additional 3 million tons of removals by 2035, so helping us achieve our carbon neutrality. That contains around 35 different measures, some of them on agriculture, some of them on forestry, and we have special focus on the organic soils, the peatlands that Amy was talking about. And when building up this climate change plan for land use sector, we have, and thinking about which measures, which 35 measures to choose and why, we have thought about the overall sustainability of those measures, how they contribute to the other than the climate perspective of nature, but also the science-based climate impact of the actions. And this Catch the Carbon program, we've had a project specialized especially on the plants and on the organic soils. They are helping us to improve what to do, and I have a figure here, I have to check it out. So 50% of the agricultural sector's emissions come from these peatland and organic soil fields, which is only 10% of all the fields. A bit similar what Amy was just saying earlier. But having this research in the background has made us realize that, okay, half of the agricultural emissions are coming from certain place. So why don't we look at that and keep the focus there? What should we do on the maturity? And the third point for accepting the right measures has been the acceptance. And the research has been helping us with that one. On one point, we have had research on the acceptance, on how willing people are to take on these measures. What is the motivation, what is the driver behind the one actor to do this? And then on the other hand, the research and the knowledge and the capacity building of the people has been improving that acceptance when the operators know, when the farmers and foresters know what is done and what for and what is the basis behind that. So having pilot projects, development projects all over, not only in the places you usually do your research or your project, has been really helpful. So to conclude, the involvement and consultation of those who are doing the work in agriculture and forestry, that's crucial to take on board. Our future dream or hope is that at this Catch the Carbon program, that we would be able to share the fruits of that to other places outside of Finland as well, to help sharing the methodologies, the ideas we had with others. And then on the other hand, event like this is a place where I can learn new solutions from you guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lotta, for outlining your program. I think it's a very exciting initiative, and if you have a chance, if the audience has a chance, please do take a look. It's very cross-cutting, I think. Okay, so I think we've had a good introduction so far into some of these issues. We'd like to maybe drill down to a country perspective. And we're very grateful that a colleague can join us to provide a perspective from Uganda. And this is really about energizing agriculture. And this is a presentation, hopefully. Joshua, can you hear me? Are you good?
Hi, I hope you can hear me. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, that's not us. Sorry, that's not me. Okay. So, Joshua, hey, you're there. That's good to see you.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
You just yet, but just to introduce you, Joshua Kabugo, you're a digital and energy specialist at the UN Capital Development Fund. So maybe Joshua, you can give us some perspectives from Uganda, please.
Yes, because I really do hope you can hear me. I'm very happy to be a part of this, and thank you everyone for making time to attend this. I think what's really important for us to understand is there's a lot of enthusiasm, there's a lot of effort, there's a lot of attention going towards energy for productive use. But what I think we don't seem to understand, especially some of the folks that are not present in some of the countries, is the effect this will have on the populations, on the people of this country. So I live in Uganda, I'm in Uganda right now, and recognizing that agriculture employs, or at least has over 70% of Uganda's population depending on it, means that it's a huge piece of whatever effort there has to be to propel development. So with that context, I do believe that if we gave it the right level of attention and not just throwing money at it, really throwing the money at it in the right kind of structures, that would be a game changer. And just so you understand what it would do, so providing energy finance in agriculture especially has the potential ability to, one, increase farming yields. This basically means that for a farmer in maybe some part of Uganda that has been having one season, they can potentially have 2 seasons a year when they're harvesting, and that could potentially double their revenue. So the fact that they can probably harvest more because of irrigation and things such as those means there's a huge potential related to what that can achieve. And that's just one piece. There's pieces around, for example, cold storage. I had the privilege of being at the Google event a couple of weeks ago, and I recognized that some of the players in the space seem to be going or tending towards cold storage as the next big thing. It's a good thing, but also has its issues. But at the end of the day, it shows you that the market is propelling companies, investors to look towards what its needs are. So for Uganda, for example, the farmers produce milk, they produce vegetables, they produce all sorts of things that would really benefit from having cold storage available to them. So things such as cold storage have the potential to basically increase shelf life of the products that they are putting out in the market. And that means that the things you could be throwing away because they're getting spoiled, the perishables, can last longer, they can then be sold. And that also does potentially increase revenue and also income inequality. The other things, of course, that come across in animal husbandry, in poultry, they use energy for keeping, for example, brooders warm, hatching, for these little chicken and poultry farms. These are real life examples of how energy is being applied. And I think for as long as we recognize how this works and see how it really affects people on the ground and see the impact it produces, perhaps that would then tickle our minds and even tickle much more effort from us to make it work. Other things that are actually coming through, and I'm cognizant of time again, is things such as immobility. Again, particularly Uganda, maybe other countries such as Zambia, and I know there's someone from Zambia who'll talk about that. A lot of the produce from the villages, from the rural areas comes to towns for consumption via trucks or motorcycles. And there's a recent trend or drive to finance e-mobility. I know companies or distributors that have then developed 2 or 3 versions of motorcycles that are powered by batteries and not kerosene and not gasoline as they have been before. So mobility is going to be a key piece as well, because as long as products are being are coming out of the villages, they will have to be moved some in one way or form, and that really is the other things that then enable agriculture to thrive. And of course, these things include things like charging your batteries, things like being able to find markets using your mobile phone. Uganda has a very high penetration of mobile money, so payments are being done digitally. And I think things such as those become quite key. So there's no underestimating the value of what energizing agriculture can do, not just in terms of the beneficiaries as the farmers themselves, but the economy as a whole. But also for the economy, it's not just about producing more food, having more yield, or the farmers getting more wealthy and maybe reducing income inequality, but creating employment and increasing the general lifestyle of over 70% of Uganda's population. I could go on and on about this, but I think for now I could stop here.
Okay, thank you so much, Joshua. Can you all hear me here? Good. I believe we had. Right, this is really close. Okay. Hope you can all hear me now. Right, good. Okay, thank you, Joshua, for your contribution, and it's been very interesting to hear how the UNCDF is working with this in Uganda. I think just to say from our side at NEFCO, working with the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa, we're very pleased, of course, to have 2 countries of operation, Uganda and Zambia, represented at this event. And so I do turn to Zambia, and very pleased that we can have online Mukabanji Mutanuka from NG Energy Access in Zambia. Now, I think NG, which is one of the investees, which is being supported by the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa, has been very active in this space, particularly working with mini grids. And Mukabanji, I hope you can hear me. We'd love to have you online now, just to give us your views and your perspectives on how things are happening in Zambia. So please, Mukabanji.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
All right, thanks. So NG Energy Access, like you rightly said, is a special purpose vehicle that NG actually uses to deliver access to energy solutions. Of course, this would range from solar home systems all the way up to the mini grids, because we want to cater for everyone and, of course, ensure that we're not leaving anyone behind. So having been in the market with the mini grid and solar home system business, we pride ourselves that we understand the African market. And of course, we've been able to restructure our business models, get the right kind of partnerships and synergies that would then be able to deliver the right kind of value that speaks to adaptation and mitigation. But of course, seeing to it that our customer base, which is typically agrarian, is actually improved in the context of their businesses being unlocked from a point where they're coming out of a survival mode, going into a for-profit business. With the overall implementation that we've had in the different geographies across Africa, we have seen this, and we have much evidence that we can speak to. And in this respect, we envision that with partnerships such as the one we have with the Beyond the Grid Fund, which responds to climate change, also responds to a critical aspect of food and energy, and of course, the agro-energy nexus, which is a very comprehensive solution that delivers lasting impact for the electrification program we're talking about. Okay, there's a presentation there. It's just 2 or 3 slides.
Yes.
If you could quickly go to the next slide, I'd like to speak to that. Yeah, so this is just an overview of where Zambia is. And of course, Zambia is like any other country in sub-Saharan Africa, committed to achieving 2030 commitments. And of course, these commitments are quite ambitious. So in terms of energy access, Zambia is looking at improving the energy access from the rural percentage of about 4.4% to increase that to about 51% by 2030. The same is the case for urban electrification, which has to be increased from the current 57 to 90%. This also speaks to the diversification of the energy sector, where we want to see a lot of technologies actually providing this kind of access. And of course, here we're talking about mini grid electrification, we're talking about the main grid, and of course, the different technologies that should speak to all these renewable aspects. In terms of regulation, Zambia is committed to actually streamlining the regulation to make it an enabler that should be able to create the market, at least for the off-grid space. So it's noteworthy to mention within this call that a lot of work has gone into the development of the mini grid regulation, a few bottlenecks here and there, but I mean, those bottlenecks are being worked around. As we speak right now, there's statutory instruments and pieces of documentation that's sitting with the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Justice, which speaks to the different bottlenecks that were found in terms of having the principal law speaking to the off-grid sector. So those are serious commitments that we can see happening around the sector, and I'm sure this is the case with other African countries that also have the same ambition. In speaking about the development impact, of course, the electrification is seen as an enabler, and since it's a catalyst for economic development, Zambia, like any other country, is also thinking of increasing the level of access from just basic tier 1 to go all the way up to tier 5, which resonates very well with the ambitions of even beyond the grid fund, where we are supposed to actually increase this access to rural populations and also those in peri-urban areas who are actually unserved and underserved by the main grid. Next slide, please. I'll quickly go into the productive use of energy. And so speaking to the mini grid activity that we actually implement as ENGIE, the mini grid business rationale is actually premised around the productive uses of electricity. What that does is that it creates a win-win for both the developer and also the rural community that is being served. For the developer, this creates an anchor load, which helps to change the business dynamics, because then you know that 80–90% of your reasonable revenues would actually come from these anchor loads. The more anchor loads that you have, it means that the more viable your business model gets, and of course the KPIs that you're actually looking at. For the community, it means that the rural community is unlocked from a productive and social perspective. Instead of monies that would otherwise go out to peri-urban areas to actually source a service, this money would be locked into that community. And of course, we've seen communities thrive. Where we've actually implemented solar home systems and mini grid activity, we've actually seen that there's a natural gravitation towards those areas. And of course, with that natural gravitation, we've actually seen a lot of economic activities, new business opportunities, improved productivity, as well as a reduced production cost. So having been in the African market from around 2016, at least on the mini grid side, we can safely say that we understand the business of doing, we understand the scope of doing business in Africa. And of course, having that understanding, we're able to structure our business model, we're able to bring in the right kind of partnerships and synergies that would then help to deliver a comprehensive impact that we want to see. So we create value, and when you move to the next stage, please. This shows a pictorial of the different services and businesses that have been able to come up as a result of the electrification access. But of course, with the right partners that we've brought onto the scene, we've actually seen an increase in terms of the right kind of machinery that are mini-grid compatible, the different kind of businesses, and of course, the capacity that has come as a result of the right kind of partners that we've brought on board to be able to work along with us in terms of rural electrification. So electrification on its own is a basic right, but implemented in isolation would not be able to deliver the results that we're actually today speaking about. So this is all I had to share for this presentation, and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mukabanji, for your contribution. I think you've really put in sharp focus the transformational change that can come about in rural areas by supporting economic development. So thank you so much for that. Okay, so I think now what I will do, maybe if I could invite Stig to the floor. And thank you so much, Amy, for your contribution. Thank you for the changing of the guard. So, so we're now going to have a panel discussion. There are three of us, three people here on this panel. Of course, we have Stig Travik, who is the director for the Department of Climate and Environment at NORAD. And we have Lotte, of course, as you know. And we also have online, we have Russell Lysite, who is the Managing Director of Vitalite, which is a very interesting and exciting company which is working with us in Zambia. And I hope, Russell, you're with us. Yes, you are. Hi, Russell. Good to see you again. Okay,
Hi,
so
good to see you as well.
Thank you so much. So we're going to have a bit of a panel discussion, but I wanted to give the floor to you, Russell, as an investee of the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa. We're here in Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. We're at a climate conference, of course. We're talking about climate change, but we're also talking about energy access. But I think it's really interesting for you to offer some of your perspectives, some of the things that have worked well for Vitalite, particularly in relation to your work with agribusiness and agriculture. So we'd love to hear from you on those topics, please.
Thanks, Ash. So just a little bit of background, I guess. So Vitalite is a last mile distributor here in Zambia. We've been around since late 2013. In the main, we focus on solar home systems, as we were discussing earlier, and clean cooking. So we put about 60,000 standalone solar home systems into the Zambian communities in the rural areas, and about 12,000 clean cook stoves. And we're very proud to be associated with Beyond the Grid Fund, where we've been working with Beyond the Grid since 2017. And as you pointed out, Ash, we're now part of the current larger program. And our ambitions are around the 115,000, 120,000 solar home system mark in terms of what we want to do with the program in the coming years. I heard some comments earlier. I think it may have been from Lotte when she was talking about deforestation. Zambia's got one of the highest deforestation rates in the world. We lose something between 180,000 to 250,000 hectares of forest every year, which is simply a huge area of forest. And it's vitally important that we do more to combat that. So as well as the work that we're doing with Beyond the Grid Fund, we're very keen to do more in the clean cooking space, since about 25% of that deforestation is caused by charcoal production for the purpose of clean cooking. Some of the kind of challenges that we faced here are hardly atypical in terms of companies like ours. So raising capital, managing risk. The currency volatility was a challenge until we had the new government. We're very thankful that they're in place. One of the other issues that we face is low population density and the kind of lack of extension of the mobile network. So we've got some of our customers who are, say, 100 kilometers away from the center of town, and some of them are in areas where there's no network. And in order for them to be financially included, and I heard mention from Joshua earlier about mobile money, it's going to be really important if we want to continue our ambitions that the mobile network operators here can extend their networks as far out as possible. You made reference to agriculture. About 85% of our customer base are either directly or indirectly reliant on agriculture. So they may be smallholder farmers, or they may be kind of piece workers on somebody else's farm. And we recognize that having a distribution network of the sort of size that we do, and it covers pretty much like 10 provinces here in Zambia, all 10 provinces, that we've got a great opportunity to work with local farmers. There are a lot of unmet needs that they have. It might be getting a reliable supply of high quality inputs like drought-resistant seed or high-performance fertilizer products, innovations like plant catalysts, things like that. It might be around agricultural productive use, which was mentioned earlier in some of the presentations, and that might be at the solar irrigation end, or it might be at the solar milling end, which is obviously a more substantial investment for the farmer. And one of the challenges for organizations like ours is, how do you find the funds, since we're not, hugely capital rich? How do you find the funds to run your market assessments really effectively, do your supplier selection really effectively, so that you're going to have a strong strategic partner to provide products that are really appropriate and affordable for the customers that you want to serve? And how do you access even the agricultural knowledge to make sure that what you're providing is what's required? So, for example, if we wanted to provide a truly climate smart irrigation product, it wouldn't be just a pump. It would be the pump plus the water storage plus a drip irrigation system. And to somebody who might be naive about agriculture, one drip irrigation system will look very much like another, and yet the different sorts of drip kits that you might buy are applicable to different sorts of crops. And again, it can be quite challenging for organizations like ours to be able to make the right sorts of investments and target that money in the right sort of way. Another thing that I think we have to consider very carefully is, to what extent do we kind of stretch our resources and our intellectual capacity into other parts of the chain? So, for example, there are organizations here in Zambia who've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, resources, and money to engage with farmers in a really meaningful way, and to build relationships with those farmers, to really understand them, to understand a bit more about their liquidity, what their real needs are, how seasons affect them. And we've really got to ask ourselves sometimes, do we go forwards and try and replicate some of those models and make the same investments in time and money and effort? Or is it better that we partner with some of those organizations where they have strengths in areas that we've yet to develop? So it's a really exciting opportunity to do more for smallholder farmers, but there are a huge number of challenges along the way. And I had some great conversations with some of the consultants, I think, that you've brought on board, Ash, with NEFCO, talking about how we can structure results-based financing programs that will be better able to support organizations like us to introduce the right sorts of productive use equipment to support agriculture.
Okay, thank you very much, Russell, for those insights. As ever, very insightful. Just while you've got the mic, or rather I've got the mic, but while we're together, I wanted to just to ask you, I mean, we're talking here, we've got our colleague Lotta here, who's been talking about the need for R&D and for innovation. And I know when we visited you in September that you had quite a few development projects ongoing. I don't know if you want to just mention some of those activities, some of the innovations you're trying to bring into the Zambian market.
Sure. So on the non-ag productive use side, then we want to add more to our portfolio in terms of things like solar-powered sewing machines or solar-powered hair clippers, so that a rural entrepreneur can have a low-cost entry point and be able to purchase equipment that can mean that they can make money locally. I really liked what was mentioned earlier. I think it was by Muka when she was talking about locking in the income that's generated in a rural community, rather than that going do that. We've also introduced a range of surface pumps, and we'd like to build on that. So those are solar-powered surface pumps. We'd like to build on that by introducing a range of solar-powered submersible pumps, so that you can widen your addressable market for solar irrigation. We recognize that a lot of the farmers here, the majority of farmers, will have water sources that are reasonably deep, and will no doubt get deeper as climate change becomes more of a challenge for them from a water access point of view. And we also have been piloting solar-powered egg incubators. And that's something that we're super excited about, in particular because It's one of the areas of farming activity that's particularly popular with women. And so we're hoping that it's one of the ways in which we can target women in the farming space a bit more effectively. There are some kind of either cultural or economic dynamics here that make it a bit more difficult to target women from a smallholder farming perspective, but certainly on the solar egg incubator side, we've got a bit more confidence that that will be attractive for women farmers here.
Okay, thank you so much, Russell. It's a very interesting company, Vitalite, one of our investees in Zambia, and I'd urge you all to take a look and see what they're doing. So great work, Russell. Keep it up. Okay, so if I could move to Stig. Stig Travik, you work at NORAD. Very pleased, for those who weren't here at the beginning of this session, we were able to have we were very privileged to have the Norwegian Minister of International Development, who pledged 19 million euros to the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa, and this is being run by your department, Stig. We're very grateful for that contribution. I think it will make a lot of difference and change in Africa. But I'd like to maybe get some words from you. What was your motivation for working with this facility, please?
Can you hear me? Is this working? Now it's working. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ash. I think the one key motivation is, of course, to try to build on success. I think too often we try to be smart in our little boats alone. But what we saw here, we came across a program that was actually working well in Zambia, and you were ready to scale it up. So we think, in general, scaling up success is very important. And when we see something smart that somebody else is doing, support it instead of trying to run off and do something parallel. So that was one motivation. Another is that you have really attacked the hard problems. How do you get productive use of electricity in difficult areas, and how do you link it to agriculture, to small business, to other things that need to happen? So those were important motivations. Then I think also in the beginning we were sort of wondering, so what are you actually doing? Is it technical assistance? Is it investment? Is it working with the government? Is it working with the private sector? Realizing that, okay, you are actually testing out an integrated approach, and you made it work. So that was another thing that took us a little while to, in a way, to characterize what you were trying to do. So we're very keen to be with you and learn from this experience.
Okay, thank you, and we're very pleased to have you on board. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting point that you make, because far too often we've seen that people are interested in shiny new initiatives, and often the initiatives that are actually working fail to get the funding that they need, because they are working and they are moving ahead. I think that what we look to do with the Norwegian contribution is really to try to deepen the work that we're doing in the existing countries. We have an existing pipeline of projects. We're currently evaluating those projects now, and we hope to move forward and hopefully to get some swift outcomes on the ground. So thank you so much, Stig. Okay, so to Lotte, you on your catch. Sounds like a very exciting initiative. We'd love to learn more about that. But maybe if you could tell us a little bit also R&D, engaging with universities and academia in my question to you is really how do you engage with the land use sector? Maybe you can elaborate a bit on that.
Thanks, Ash. And I just noticed during our show, our program leader Anna Salminen joined us in the audience, so she you can learn more about the Catch the Carbon from her, or on Saturday on the here at the Nordic Pavilion. We are having some of our researchers coming by, so the Finnish resources involved, so are the biggest universities, Finnish Environment Institute, but also we've engaged with farmers organization, with and those who are public, are you the private, how does it work? So we've had to consider this as well. When we are funding, we have to apply by the EU funding rules. The approach can work, as we have examples here. Back to the original question of engaging the land use sector actors, and I think I will also refer here to some of the other speakers that we've heard today. But so physically, we've had meetings, we've had focus talks on different groups, youth, farmers, foresters, sat down together and found out what is the most important thing for them. But then the big things are keywords that I wrote down, like profitability, seeing the purpose for it. Off the grid power, I just saw a lady power walking past during this event. So that's fit for purpose for her. What is for Ash and what is for Stig, we have to find out, and engaging them in the action and building their capacity on the topic is the key. But also some of the things that we've heard from the video connection was the easiness, the simple to use. What is the access to the new solution? If it's too difficult, nobody will take it. But if it's something that builds on what you're already doing, or is just a simple tick in the box, or switching another switch on, those are the kind of things that get the people engaged. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think that what we see in the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa, and as we've heard from some of our investees, is that there is a lot of activity, a lot of innovation that's going on, and companies are very keen to try and test the market. And we've seen that particularly the types of companies that we're supporting at the moment, they're small to medium-sized enterprises, and they're working in very challenging and difficult environments. But it's always encouraging to see that they invest part of their budgets, their own time, in testing the market and seeing where things can work. And we're very, very keen to support that. Maybe just to follow up on that, Russell, if you could just, I think you mentioned that you'd contributed to an evaluation that we're currently doing. I don't know if you can highlight what you told the evaluator in terms of what we could do better at the BGFA and similar programs. How can we further support companies like yourself, particularly in relation to agriculture and agribusiness applications?
Sure, thanks, Ash. So I think we covered quite a bit of ground, but I think the main thing that we talked about, and maybe the main point I want to make today, is around the kind of research piece. So let's say that we're fortunate enough to have CEDA and other organizations like that put large funds up for a program to support this sort of activity. When such a program is launched, from a timing perspective, we may not be kind of perfectly aligned to what that program wants to do in terms of already having the supplier relationships in place to make it work really well. So one of the things that I discussed with Lynn, I think was his name, was the idea that it could be done in 2 stages. So that's to say, there could be an initial fund that would help make sure that we're selecting the right sort of product range to meet the needs of whatever the program might be. Let's say it's agricultural productive use in this case, and then give us an opportunity to test some of those products in the field, supported by funds from the relevant donor. And then once those tests have been completed and you've got a more investable business case based on direct evidence, I think we'd be in a much stronger position to apply for those often quite substantial funds from organizations like CEDA to then roll out the solution that has already been robustly tested in the market. And there will be occasions when, as an alternative, such a program comes along and we don't have the capacity to do the R&D by ourselves, and we'll have to simply say, well, no, we're not in a position to kind of credibly take on such a large amount of public money and the private funds that we would want to crowd in as a result. And that, for me, would be a huge, quite profound missed opportunity. So yeah, to kind of summarize that, a two-step approach, which means that you do your research first and get to a point where you've got an investable business case for the relevant technology, followed by a more pure RBF program that can then scale that up. That's something I'd like to look into a lot more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that very comprehensive answer. If I could turn to Stig, given what you've just heard and what we've talked about there, if you could maybe outline some of the other activities that NORAD is working with in the off-grid space, particularly if there's any overlaps on agriculture.
I think there are definitely clear linkages to agriculture. And I think that's a space that we're going to try to really get our arms around and see how we can do more. I think it was also referred to sort of the need for more possibilities for small business to test, to pilot. I think that is another very important issue. And we're going to test out in the next few years what are the ways we can do it, because I think definitely for us as a development organization to try to pick project by project which ones we're going to test is not a very good idea. So we'll test out different ways, different vehicles that we can use to leverage that innovation, that potential there is in the small and medium-sized business sector.
Thank you so much. And if you can allow me, we just had a conversation earlier on, and one of the things we talked about when you're evaluating programs and projects is that sometimes we get carried away in sort of looking for what went wrong. You know, we don't always try and highlight what went well and how that can be further replicated. So I think that's a good comment you made earlier, which I certainly concur with. And we are always looking at ways of improving our fund and our activities, trying to incorporate learning from R&D and from innovation as appropriate, and of course supporting the private sector in their activities in doing that. So thank you so much. So I can see there are a few people here. It's a very difficult environment actually to communicate in, but if there is anyone in the audience here who would like to ask any questions, we've got a great panel here. We've got someone from the private sector in Zambia, we've got someone from the ministry in Finland, and we have a donor from NORAD. So if there are any questions, please don't be shy. Otherwise, I'll ask more questions. No, or comments or further observations from colleagues.
Yeah, sorry. A follow-up to what we were talking about, failure and pilots and all that, and it's of course it's a different environment for Stig working in the enterprise, having their own rules, and then for us government we have to stick by the law and stick by the regulations. But I'm glad that we've actually I'm now in a steering body for two carbon market pilot projects in Finland, one for the dairy and meat sector, and then other one is for the forestry, how to enhance the growth. And we do realize there are some skeptical doubts about those, how they will turn out, but we thought that okay, we must go this path and find out where it will lead before we can say if it goes wrong or what is the good that we should accelerate and emphasize on.
Good comments. Okay, Amy, anything to add? No. Okay, well, I think we've sort of run out of questions and space, but I think we've had a very enlightening discussion. So thanks to all the speakers. I think this is it's a complex area. There's a lot going on. You know, I think the nexus between climate change, agriculture, or agribusiness, and productive use of energy, and of course water. We talked about water as well. It's quite complex and does need some navigating. So we do appreciate the efforts of everyone in helping us to do that today. So thank you so much. I think I'll close here with those comments. So thank you all to the audience and online. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Nordic Pavilion at COP27 for this event focusing on Nordic rural voices. There are many levels in this discussion, but overall the main point is about the dichotomy in our society between urban and rural communities. Or with other words, the growing divide between urban and rural communities all over the world. And the following question is it possible at all to secure a sustainable development and green transition if solution and access mainly are defined and designed following the logic of urban communities? So what is needed in order to secure a balanced, democratic and resilient development? In this perspective, the voices of rural communities from all over the world is needed. And as we heard earlier this morning at the Nordic Pavilion, what perhaps is needed to do is not to maintain the focus on urban or rural communities, but rather to focus on the community, on where people live and where people faces the challenges, and by that make place-based development and solutions. With these words, welcome all of you. Welcome to our participants online, and welcome to you as well on stage. With us from Sønderborg in Denmark, we have Mayor Erik Lauritsen, and we have Lisbeth Iversen from the municipality of Arendal in Norway. On stage, we have Kirsten Dunlop, who is CEO at EIT Climate Kick, and Markus Dahlborg, who is a Danish UN youth delegate. The event will be divided into 2 rounds of discussions. The first round will focus on transportation and mobility, and then the second round will focus on heating systems. We'll start out with 2 short videos, followed by introductions from Sønderborg and Arendal, and then we'll ask the panel here to reflect on what they have been listening to. What are the main messages and the most needed messages that we get from this in order to secure a more balanced and holistic approach to sustainable development. If we have time, I would also like to give the possibilities of the audience to ask questions if we have time. But we'll see how it goes and how talkative you two are. So to start off with the first round, we will start with the 2 short videos. First about mobility, transport and infrastructure. Obviously, public transportation systems will work differently in urban communities and dense communities than they do in sparsely populated rural communities. So what can be done when the task is not to create equal systems, but rather equality in opportunities? So let's see the 2 videos, starting with the one from Sønderborg.
For alle os i Sønderborg Kommune, der bor uden for selve Sønderborg by, der er kollektiv trafik noget, vi skal kigge temmelig langt efter. Enten så er det ikke eksisterende, eller toget kører lige forbi os uden at stoppe, eller busserne, de kører på nogle begrænsede tidspunkter i forhold til skole, job, fritidsudbud osv. Der kan sagtens være 20 kilometer for gymnasieeleven, som skal ind på skolen, altså for langt til at cykle på en hverdag, der hænger sammen. I dag der har vi reelt kun én mulighed for transport, der virker, og det er privatbilen. Så den grønne omstilling ude på landet, den er fuldstændig afhængig af, at bilparken bliver omskiftet til en grøn bilpark herude. Det betyder så, at hver enkelt husstand skal ind og lave en privat investering på minimum 200.000, hvis vi skal have elbiler. Og det er jo en kæmpe kontrast og en økonomisk belastning, der slet ikke kan sammenlignes med det at være inde i byen og hoppe på en elbybus, som er bæredygtig. Det synes vi ikke er særlig demokratisk. Derfor har vi 3 must-considers for grøn omstilling af transport i landområderne her i Sønderborg. For det første, sikre udbredelsen af grøn deletransport. Giv kommunerne mulighed for at være medejere af lokal grøn deltransport i offentlig-private partnerskaber.
Det kan være en udfordring. Det er jo sådan generelt lovgivning omkring konkurrenceforvridning. Altså hvis vi laver nogle sådan offentlige eller halvoffentlige tilbud ude lokalt, ja. Altså hvornår er grænsen for, at vi går ind og overtager det, hvor man sådan kan populært sagt tager noget fra det liberale erhverv, altså noget, som almindelig erhvervsmænd normalvis tjener penge på. Altså der er nogle grænser for, hvad man som kommune eller som offentlig samfund må og kan gøre i den henseende.
De private delebilservices, som vi kender fra storbyerne, så de kan blive tilpasset og blive rentable herude på landet. For det andet, og fradrag for os, der bor her uden for den kollektive trafik. Giv højere kørselsfradrag, når man aktivt bruger samkørsel. Fjern eller nedsæt afgifter eller det, vi kalder nyttebiler. Vi foreslår nemlig en grøn nummerplade til elbiler afgiftsfri herude.
In order to, for example, be able to car share, we need better communication between cities, between people who live here.
Skal der være kollektiv transport på landet, så skal den være fleksibel. Vi taler nu førerløse elbusser eller eltog, der kører i loop. Mange steder ligger skinnerne her endnu fra 70'erne.
Skinnerne er lagt.
In our municipality here in Arendal, we see public transport and green mobility as crucial to have a good life and social inclusion. Just an inclusive transport system, affordable for everyone, is therefore very, very important for our inhabitants. Many efforts have been made, both by the municipality, organizations and people, to get people out and make them meet at other people and also have. Of course, this voluntary small-scale solution system. We need to have affordable public transport and also solutions that is good for every part of our municipality. Small-scale efforts like projects we have Biking Without Age, where voluntary take elderly people out in the neighborhood, is just one small-scale and tailor-made solution. But of course, we cannot do that for everybody. The bus system is of Arendal, and young people get reduced prices as well as elderly people. But that is if there is a bus. And in the region, Sundays you cannot even find one bus. Walking is of course a very important part of mobility discussions, and it needs to be provided by pathways and lanes that people can actually go in a safe way. Biking is important to move around and be healthy, but also inside for elderly people who needs to train a little and be active. We see that biking system, shared system are of course very important tools and assets to bring people around. But again, who can bike and who can afford a bike or to rent a bike? So there also needs to be discussions on how people with lack income or lack of income can be able to bike or take a bus. In the more regional areas of our municipality, car is still the main mean of transport. And this is challenging, of course, because not all people own a car, and in the islands not all people even can drive a car, or they are too old to drive it. We also have ferry boats, which is coming from the islands to the city center and back again, which could be further developed. A message from people living at Frumerie Island is that they are lonely because of lack of public transport. There is a direct link between the two. They wanted to have a local pilot project where they can actually take care of the local transport system and feed into the public transport on the mainland. This has been challenging due to the management solutions where the regional and national authorities are budget and also solutions and when the bus will come. So the message from Arendal is, again, we need tailor-made solutions and we also need affordable solutions when it comes to transport. And there should also be possibilities for pilot projects, including the people who live in certain places in the process.
So, thank you for those two videos, and just to inform you that haven't been part of the work producing these videos, they are made out of the results of some workshops that has been going on in Sønderborg and Arendal, including a huge number of smaller villages and rural communities in the two municipalities. And even though you could say it's very specific what they're saying and very context-based, that's actually the point. I mean, it might not be relevant in other parts of the world, but it is relevant for them, and hence, therefore, it is important. So, but let's hear from the mayor of Sønderborg, Mr. Erik Lauritsen, who is hopefully on screen now. So what are your main messages to us today, Erik?
Yeah, I think in the past years we have talked a lot of the big cities and the problems we have to solve in the cities, while many people are moving to the cities, and we have forgot that around 30% of the people in our area in Denmark, and I think in most of Europe, lives in the countryside, in the small villages, and we haven't focused so much on that point. But in these rural areas and in the villages, there are a lot of people who want to be a part of this making our lives sustainable. And there's a lot of energy in these communities, and we have to collaborate with these people to find the right solutions.
Thank you for that, Erik. I think a key point here that we need to listen to and cooperate with those people in question. Lisbeth from Norway, I'll give you the same opportunity to reflect again. We saw you in the video, but now we see you online.
Yeah.
I hope.
Thank you so much
There
for the opportunity. I will just support the mayor of Sønderborg and say it is important for our politicians and leaders who are gathered now in COP27 to think about the system, the management, and how the competition rules are made. Because in a local island with 6,000 inhabitants, which are capable of transporting across the island and feed in to the public transport, it's difficult because of the public calls for bus systems and lines. And so it is messing up with the management solution that is made. So out some pilot projects and think not only on a market-based economy, include social inclusion and the possibility to be moving around and meet other people with less emissions, of course.
Thank you, Lisbeth. And yeah, to both of you, obviously there's a clear engagement, there's a willingness to participate, not just sit down and complain about all the things going on. You are ready to take action and responsibility. That's a very good point to continue on asking our panel here on stage. The what are your reflections, and how can we meet? How can you meet the messages from our two municipalities and the people of the communities and their eagerness to contribute and to participate? How do you secure that?
That it works? Okay. So I think at the beginning of, in the introduction to this session, you made a reference to the notion of place-based development. And I would start there. I think one of the most important elements about what we're doing, what we need to do, and where those of us who are working on large-scale regional development or national development, is really to ground innovation and transformation in the real places in which we live and in which communities live. Because when I would describe it as ground truthing, because when you ground yourself in a place, then you have to notice and take care to explore and understand the realities of that place, and the way the realities of that place connect to a sense of identity, and that is cultural, that is social, that has no right or wrong in it. It is, and therefore you need to work with that is. I think that's probably one of the first most important thing, to change our paradigm, or continue to change and push forward our paradigm of innovation and transformation away from the idea that we invent solutions that are somehow disconnected from place. We push them into a market economy on the assumption that innovation is in service of economy and the existing economy, and we hope that magically they fly back and come home to roost in the places where people need those solutions. But that whole system doesn't work. We've watched it not working over and over again. So changing the frame and starting with the place, understanding, exploring, mapping, landscaping, if you like, the place, depicting it, and to do so with the communities, so that you really are together working out, this is not a simple story. There's not a one way is right, this way is wrong. And then that produces a pull mechanism for innovation, where innovation is designed to meet those needs. How would you transform these needs into something sustainable? That's certainly where I would start. There's a few other reflections, but let me start with that.
Very, very good one. I think maybe we should go back later on also to the question on then how do you in Climate Kick support that? Because I know you have been active in this area for quite some while now, but let's get back to that and then ask Markus.
Yeah, thank you. Me myself, I'm up in an area just like this, so these problems are actually very familiar to me. I have 20 kilometers to my gymnasium, so I was biking the way, both front and back. So I know and I can relate to these problems, but I think the solutions to this and what they are talking about, my reflection is when I see the videos, it's like they are a lot of people together, they are a community. So there's a difference between the two places. The one is an island and have islands in it, and they can apply the same solutions that they can in Sønderborg. So we have to make an approach where we are looking at the communities, and there's a community-based solution that we have, because when we see those videos, then we see a lot of people that actually are together. We see a community who know each other, who actually have a connection and have a trust in them. It's different from the urban areas, because there's this, it's a small town, it's a small way, and they all know each other. So I think we have to use that as a force, to use that, because when we do that, then I think we will find the better solutions, because we are using the good there's already are in those areas to produce something that could be benefiting from all of them. So we have to look and we have to hear from the communities and hear what they're saying, and then on the basis of that, then we can do it. But it has to be community-based solutions.
I think they very much agree with that in Sønderborg and Arndal and many other places in local communities around the world. But let me just ask the two of you, representing two very different perspectives and starting points. Both of you have a huge potential impact in doing the paradigm change, as you talked about, Kirsten. you running a big European innovation organization, and Marcus as a representative of perhaps one of the most strong innovative forces we have in our society these days, namely the youth. So how, with your different perspectives, how can you support what they are asking for in Sønderborg and Arndal?
So let me start perhaps with a practice that we call deep demonstrations. And we use the language of demonstration because we are well aware that one of the biggest problems that we are all suffering from is a problem of seeing is believing. We need to see something to really, really believe that it is possible to live differently and to still live well and not lose out in some way. And we use the language deep because we have often been talking about living labs or experiments, but these are often one small thing in a university campus, and it's really difficult to relate that to the more complex challenge of large rural areas with big distribution and not really much infrastructure and so on. So the way we work is to start with this place and with the intention to transform. That we need in this whole region to live sustainably and to allow everybody to have a flourishing life in a way that is compatible with regenerative, not just sustainable, but actually regenerating the world in which we live. We will use that mechanism and agreeing an intention with the community to then create a framework that allows many different solutions or possibilities to be tested together. We call it a portfolio. And what we're looking for is not to just run straight to one answer and say, okay, we can solve this with hydrogen. That's it. Because you don't have the voices of community, you don't have the voices of unintended consequences, fears of maybe health risks, or a concern about the fact that we don't just want to solve the same infrastructure, we want a different solution to the way in which people travel or the way they think about living sustainably. So you're also beginning to think about redesigning the demand. And that means creating a space for learning and exploration through innovation. But the innovations are real things. They're not theoretical work. They're practical things that are being tried, and they're being pushed and held into relationship with one another and held into relationship with community voices. And I think if I take the example of the work we're doing in Slovenia, this problem of the rural-urban separation is very intense because Slovenia really does not transportation for rural areas at all. It is completely dependent on the private car. And it's not practical for that to just be electrified. It will need a different solution, possibly hydrogen. But the biggest problem is how to really design together with voices that have very, very different sense of needs, priorities, concerns, and not assume that the language you're using that sounds the same means the same. But to work the space of difference and tension and really uncover what is it that people really actually need and want. And then that's the innovation ingredient.
Yeah, and then we stop talking about best practice, but how to use best practice as inspiration for next practice, formed by local needs. Marcus.
Yeah, thank you. I think when we think about youth, then we have to know that they are willing to have the energy to transform to the more sustainable way of living, because they know there's a deeper knowledge in the youth movement that we need to do this change. We need to live sustainable, and there's a willingness to change the way of life, change the way they are living. So I think we need to make a way for a more collaborative movement. We need to set the barriers for the youth lower so they and their ideas can come into action. If they have an idea, then we should give them the best opportunity to actually deliver on that idea. If they have an idea about giving electrical cycles to anyone at the gymnasium so they can meet up at a place, then we should support it. Then the government and the local authorities, they should put their best into that. So yeah, I really believe that if you just ask the questions, are willing to hear what they are saying, then we will actually find the solution, because the youth in this perspective actually has something to do and has some willingness. And I really like the idea of deep demonstration that you're talking about, because this is what this could be.
No, thank you, Markus. Kirsten, please remember your thought, because we need to move on to the next. But you will get another chance to come with your comment, because we will have a roundup in the end with you. Sorry for that, but we are now going to the second round, which will be focused on heating systems and the option for creating resiliency and reduce the vulnerability of our societies when it comes to heating systems and solutions. So please, let's watch the next video. Again, the first one will be from Sønderborg.
I Danmark og også her i Sønderborg, der er der fuld knald på at få udskiftet kollektiv opvarmning som gas med fjernvarme. Men en tredjedel af husstandene her i Sønderborg ligger i landområder, hvor vi ikke kan blive tilbudt nogen fælles opvarmningsløsning, fordi det simpelthen ikke er rentabelt. Herude skal vi enten individuelt gå sammen i nogle grupper for at finde en grøn løsning. Hvis vi så i landsbyerne går om en fælles løsning, så skal vi også selv skaffe startkapitalen til at lave noget lokal varme og energi. Vi skal selv opkøbe den jord, som skulle bruges til solpaneler eller jordvarme eller lokale vindmøller. Og hvis vi gør det helt individuelt, så er det hver enkelt husstand, der skal ud og investere 150.000-200.000 kroner i varmepumper eller i jordvarme. Og det er vel at mærke huse ude på landet, som ikke kan bære at komme til at koste mere. Og derfor så har vi svært ved enten at låne til det, eller vi gør husene så dyre, at de ikke er salgbare bagefter. Men bør det her økonomiske ansvar for den grønne omstilling på landområderne ikke være noget, som byerne er med til at betale? Den mest demokratiske og effektive er vel blot, at der bliver lavet en politisk velvillighed til at beslutte, at landsbyerne har ret til og mulighed for kollektiv grøn opvarmning. Så her kommer Sønderborgs must considers for en grøn energiomstilling på landet. For det første, lav en varmesektorlov, der er en pendant til f.eks. vandsektorloven, sådan at kommunernes forsyningspligt udvides til også at omfatte en varmeforsyningspligt, vel at mærke både for land og by.
Sådan som bruger land, vi kan godt glemme alt om fjernvarme. Vi bor så tæt på brug af fjernvarmenet, eller fjernvarmecentral, at vi kan kigge op på den.
For det andet, gør det nemmere at dele lokalt produceret energi i lokalsamfundet. Sådan at varme og energi både kan og må deles og bruges lokalt. For eksempel biogas fra gårdene, overskudsvarme fra teglværkerne, overskudsel fra naboernes solceller og jordvarmeanlæg. Lad os dele det. Og ikke mindst, sænk afgiften, hvor el bruges til grøn opvarmning uden for det kollektive varmenet.
I hus så deler man, men det må man ikke på grund af lovgivningen, fordi så bliver den her nabo direkte energileverandør til en anden nabo. Det går ikke, man må sende ud på nettet, men ikke over til naboen, der har mest brug for det.
For det tredje, tag os med på råd. Tag landsbyerne med på råd. Vi er med på alle former. Vi er med på alle former for grøn omstilling. Vi skal bare tages med på råd og bakkes op, når vi selv tager initiativ. Og så skal vi ikke betale hele investeringen selv. Det skal da ikke være dyrere for os, der bor på landet, end for dem, der bor i byen og blive grønnere.
Hello, my name is Lisbeth Iversen, and I work as a leader of a network called With a Heart for Arendal in the city of Arendal in the south of Norway. I'm going to share with you some of the local and regional voices related to energy in this region and city. What is difficult in these times are the prices of energy, even though we have access to a lot of clean hydropower in this region. We have also possibilities for installation of wind power, but that is of course something that is highly debated in our region as in other regions. Arendal has a compact city center, but also regional areas and islands. That makes it challenging to have one solution that can fit all. And we need to have tailor-made solutions related to energy possibilities in our city and region. Winter is harsh in Arendal, and people have made a lot of efforts both to save energy by just turning off the light and heat, but also with heat pumps installation in the houses and other kind of solutions to make energy more efficient. Waterborne heating systems and solar panel systems are also being installed in many private homes, but this is again a question of economy for each individual person. The main message from Arendal and the people living here related to the energy situation in Norway and Europe is that our politicians need to take back control over the market solutions we have now. It is a right for people in the UN system to have access to clean water, and it should be a right to have access to clean energy at affordable prices. We cannot just solve the energy problem and then we have a big social challenge. Even in Arendal, which is a quite wealthy city, we have messages from the Salvation Army that due to the costs of energy, even clean hydropower, a lot of people are now coming asking for food every week. And this is the message from us. We need to have two thoughts in our heads to make tailor-made solutions at affordable prices and think about social inclusion and social sustainability at the same time.
So that was the two next videos focusing on heating systems. I think Lisbeth raised a quite interesting comment. You have always also touched upon it, namely the demand for politicians to take back control from the market. This also raised a question of what we could call multi-level governance, the link between the local political level, the regional and the national and the international levels. But Eric from Sønderborg, you as a mayor, you as a politician, I would be curious to hear your take on that. How can you contribute to that question on raising the voice of a municipality? If you agree, of course, in the statement from Lisbeth that politicians need to take back control from the market.
Yes, I agree very much, and I think it's us as a local parliament. It's our we have to raise this question to the national politicians, because if we don't rethink all the regulations and so on, it will not be possible to reach our goals. It is much too difficult for the people in villages and in the rural areas to create solutions, local solutions. One example is this using the energy, the heat produced in the villages, in the area, local area. There's a lot of tax systems which is a barrier for that, and and we have if we want Denmark in some kind of a balance between the rural areas and the cities, we have to make it easier to live, also live sustainable in the rural areas. And there's a lot to do, but as it was said in the video, there are at least three must considers. We have to extend a new system also for this heating to the small villages. we have to make it by law that the rural areas have to can get heat on the same level as in the cities, and we as I said, we have to find some ways to make it possible to use the energy produced local in the local communities, and at least you have to. We have, as politicians, we have to listen to the people in these areas and use all their good ideas and support them. But we always get to a point where it is national laws and national regulations which we have to change, and that's a problem in this years, because there's a lot to do in this years to make the transitions in the whole country, but we have to do it. Otherwise, it will in the future it will be very strange to live in the countryside, and that would be a problem for Denmark, for the whole country. So I have to use my voice to the national politicians and make some changes there.
Thank you, Eric. I think that you have a good point here, that one thing is that you have a voice. Another thing is that if you have a voice but nobody is listening to you, it doesn't matter, it doesn't change anything. So maybe one of the things we could take out of this discussion today is that we need to reinstall the competence of listening at all levels. So thank you for bring that to the table, Eric. But I'd like to perhaps change a little bit in the order of speaking now. I would very much like to hear a reflection from Kirsten on the points made from Eric. I mean, what are your experiences in dealing with what he's saying? You mentioned earlier the deep demonstration you're doing in Slovenia with some of the similar approaches and questions.
Well, you mentioned listening. Let's start there. One of the challenges is that you can use the word listening and conduct a listening process that doesn't hear. And this is also because people are listening to fix the problem, or they are listening to win. So they are listening to immediately go to solve, or they are listening to prove that the thing that they already thought before they started listening was right. So really listening to learn is a very difficult practice, and a practice that requires a couple of things. It requires to actually build the capability and mindsets to do that, and the intention to do that. So it sounds, what I'm hearing here is there a really strong interest in creating that kind of a space in Sonderburg, for example. Secondly, it requires a willingness to accept that the things you're going to hear are going to be uncomfortable. Change and transformation is not comfortable. And I, in our practice, observed that this is sometimes the hardest thing of all, because there is somehow an idea and an automatic translation. We're going to innovate, so we will solve the problems, and it was like some magic transmission will happen. But the reality of the journey is extremely uncomfortable, and actually the solutions that work emerge much more powerfully from discomfort. So I think that's, and I think maybe the third element would be, I think listening both to the questions on mobility and transport and to this question on heating. The most uncomfortable thing of all is to accept that the market economy is totally unfit for purpose for us to change our lives, which requires us to do something difficult. Not just say, okay, so we're going to have to abandon the market economy and come up with a new one. That's one challenge, because that requires hitting into habits and practices that have been successful and that have got us prosperous, well-being lives for a long time. But most importantly, because it requires us to look at assumptions. which then is one of those things that hits into the immune system reactions of, but that's too theoretical, it's too abstract, it's too academic, we need to go to practical solutions. But the practical solutions don't come unless you're willing to touch the assumptions. So for example, what is an economy and what is an economy for? If an economy is only for some individuals to make a lot of profit, then it is an economy that has an outcome in divisions and social instability and exclusion and marginalization. If the economy is defined as something which is about people being able to live well anywhere and people being able to live sustainably anywhere, then all of a sudden it becomes possible to do things in economic terms. But you've changed the design principles of the actual economic system. And there, for example, in the work that we are doing, we are learning enormously from the Basque Country. Because in the Basque Country, with the region of Mondragon, you have an entire economic system that is based on cooperatives. Everything is about a cooperative principle of solidarity, where companies hold each other and hold people. If one company gets into economic difficulty, everybody finds employment elsewhere. Every single decision and economic business model is structured around a notion of cooperative. So it becomes very effective as a governance model for the kind of shared ownership that Lisbeth was talking about and that the colleague from Sunderberg was talking about. We need to pull ownership back into a collective trust, but that requires innovation in governance. And it requires us to learn from where in the world does polycentric governance practically really work, where there is assets held in trust by communities, for communities, and with communities. And this, for me, in our work, that's an innovation option. You would actually set a series of solutions in place to learn how to do that in Sønderborg, because it won't be the same as Mondragon.
Thank you, Kirsten. I would like to bring in Lisbeth again from Arendal, because I know she is also very much focused on what you're saying. So I just would like to hear her reflection. Now we are just changing the roles a bit. But Lisbeth, please, I know you have a lot to say in this regard. Can we
Yes,
get
please,
you on screen? There you are.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. I was very pleased to hear the words of Kirsten, because this place-based framing is very important. And I also think we talk a lot about frictions, and in Arendal and in the regional areas, there will be pain if change is going to happen. Always when we are born or when we die, there's always pain involved when we have to change the things. But the most important thing here and now would maybe be to allow for some pilots to happen, some very concrete local or regional laboratories where the municipality and the regional authorities and even the national authorities could open up and not maybe change the whole economic system and all the legislations and everything, but just say that we will allow different new innovative projects to take place, even if they are supposed to connect to the main, like heating we have here, which is the hydropower. And I also want to bring in one more thing in addition to this tailor-made small-scale solution is, if we look at the situation with the war we have in Europe, it's also important to not only have one solution in a city. We are very vulnerable, and we need to think about risk and risk management, especially if that is taken away from us. We will all be very cold in the winter. It will all be very cold in the winter, at least here up in the north. So there should be more, what should I say, place-based solutions and also support systems if something really bad should happen. So in all cases, these more diverse management methods and approaches will be important for all of us, even, you know, if you live in a city center or in the regional area. We need to be smart with a heart.
Thank you, Lisbeth. Support systems, yeah. I think this discussion is having so many aspects and perspectives that we should have a whole day to discuss it. Unfortunately, we cannot. But there are some words that I think are singled out. Two of them, we might not have dwelled too much on them, but one of them is trust. do urban communities, do systems meet rural community villages with trust? First of all. Second of all, are they met by an acceptance of losing control of the agenda? Who defines what we're discussing? And that brings me to you, Marcus, because I think those are exactly the same words we're talking about, or we should be talking about when we talk about real youth involvement. So maybe we should join forces between the youth movement and the rural community movement.
Yeah, I think really we should, because there's totally a connection between the rural area, the youth, but I also think there's a lot more agenda that we could draw in, or we know, because we are talking about like local-based solutions. Often when we talk about bigger corporation, we are talking about listening to the original communities, and we're talking about a lot of places where we are saying that we need to listen and we need to understand the situation, and that local people actually know the local area better than we do in a city and in a big government. So when I hear this, then I'm talking about that we local-based solutions, local voices, local knowledge, local circular economy, because we need to understand that these areas actually are places that need to work on their own. It's not that they are separated from the rest of the country, but they are this far away that some of the solutions can be applied from the city into these areas. So we need to understand them as more of an individual area, and that's why we also need to hear what they are thinking, understand what they are thinking, and that's the same with the youth. We need to understand what youth are saying. We need to see what their point of view actually are. But if we don't do that, then we interpret them. Then it's going to be maladaptation if we don't understand youth. And so it will be if we don't understand the local communities, then we will do maladaptation. And so yeah, listen to us. It's important.
The future should be young, and it should be local. Yeah. So we have 9 minutes left. I would like to give the last chance for Eric and Lisbeth to just come with their final comments and inputs for the discussion before I'll give the last words to Kirsten and Marcus to conclude on the discussion today. So, but let's start with Eric. If you have a final comment for the discussion.
I would say there is most of the solutions already exist. They are known, and there will come much more ideas in the future. But there is a lot of ideas which can be used. But there is some regulations, almost in Denmark, I would say, has to be changed. Otherwise, we can't make these changes. But there is a lot of good ideas which the local government, we have to support, but we also have to talk to the national government to change some things. And we have talked a lot of listen to each other. That's always a problem, but I think it's very important. We as the local parliament has to listen, to collaborate with the local people, and the government. I hope we soon get a new government in Denmark, and the government has to listen to the municipalities. We know what is the problems, and they have to listen, and they have to make some changes. And after all, they also have to face that this will cost some money. But if we want this good life in the rural areas, it has to cost some money, and we have to share this with all the people in whole Denmark.
Thank you, Eric. You have a very important point there. It will cost money. I think no matter what we do, it will cost money. The question is, how do we spend the money in a good way? And you had some good ideas for that. Thank you for that. And then Lisbeth, your final comments?
Yes, please. I really agree with what was just said. And I think it's important to understand the power of these local regional relations. It's a relational welfare system in the communities where trust is built. And that has a fantastic power in these future solutions because they need to be more tailor-made and diverse, and that needs a connection between people. So not only think about the infrastructure, the bus lines and the hydropower lines, it's also about supporting the very strong voices of the local communities because they can manage to take actions and really do things together if they can just be allowed to be part of the solution. So my encouragement is to listen and learn, like Kirsten was saying, from local voices, and they are ready to act on the sustainability goals if they are just allowed to, and every will be hard work anyhow.
Thank you, Lisbeth, and thank you for reminding us that we need to listen and learn. I certainly think we have been listening today, and I also believe that we have learned something thanks to the work done in the preparation of this event from the people of Sønderborg and Arendal. Very important inputs for the global discussion. We must not forget that. We now have 4 minutes left, so you will have 2 minutes each. I will start with you, Markus.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear these voices because I think they are so important. And if I should take the 3 things with me from this, then first of all, it will be that we have to remove the resilience there is to create a more sustainable and more sustainable rural areas. And the second thing is that we need actually to have countries. There's more than just cities, because our countries need to be more than a couple of big cities, and then there's the rest of the area. We need to have sustainable country of all. It needs to be big, and it needs to be working together. So, of course, it will cost some money, but it will cost money because it's the country that need to hold together. I have some hopes. My hopes are actually high when we hear this, because I see that there is a dream, there's some thoughts and some solutions. Now we just need some actions. But I can see that I have said this before as youth, also in the climate movement. But I hope in this as well that someone are listening to the solutions that we are saying here.
Thank you, Markus. And Kirsten, now you get the last words.
Well, first of all, I would really like to thank you for having created in the midst of this COP an opportunity to listen, because actually that's not such a given, and that there should be a panel that is actually the opportunity to listen. So first of all, that's very important. I think the things that I have heard and that I am reflecting upon as a result of through this session. First of all, this question of cost. It's going to cost us anyway. Whatever goes forward, it will cost us. It will cost us enormously not to change. And sometimes I think we need to reframe a little bit into the counterfactual question. What will it cost to not do this? Because it puts the cost of investment in living better, with quiet, non-polluting energy and mobility, with heat that is much more distributed and even in perspective as actually a relative investment. And I think there's an opportunity also in this kind of dialogue to learn from places. For example, in Bristol, there's an experiment called the Bristol Pound, where they've created a digital currency that is converting the value of investing in sustainable living into a currency, a local currency that citizens can use to put their money, their sustainability money, where they want to see change happen. And I think that's very important. Secondly, I think I heard a lot about the importance of make it easier to share. And for me, thinking about the work we do in terms of designing innovation and holding portfolios, that speaks to interoperability. How do we create the standards, the data architecture and the mechanisms for sharing to be possible, and the innovation in governance? That means broadening the question of sharing, and perhaps thinking about what Eric was saying, setting up explicitly these structures of regulatory sandboxes or policy labs that makes it possible to help regulation learn quicker what we need to change. Then I think we about the importance of learning or applying principles that help solve the needs. And here I think particularly ecosystem services, learning from the natural environment, which is much more structured by redundancy and generosity and repetition, that makes things more resilient and more capable of dealing with local specific needs. We can embed this in our practices. And the last reflection I would have is about don't tell simple stories. Don't assume. And very often in the very polarized debate about rural versus urban, there seems to be confidence and assumption that rural inhabitants don't want to change. That's not what we are hearing. This is a strong voice. We want to live sustainably. Help us make it affordable, help it share, make it possible to share, make sure that we own it, that it is in our hands. And I think if I look around in a post-COVID world, there is also a big blurring now between cities and rural areas. Don't want to live in cities and be stuck. There is much more of a desire to live well in the country with good accessibility. And maybe that's one of the principles we need to really encourage more acceleration of. Thank you.
And thank you, Kirsten. There's so much more we need to talk about. So let's continue another day, another COP, in another situation. We have come to an end. I very much would start thanking the people from Sønderborg and Arendal to present us for those important voices, those important messages. And not least, as you said, Kirsten, rural people also do want to change. They do also want to react and respond and take responsibility. So I think that's a very important message from today. Thank you for that, Sønderborg and Arendal. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Lisbeth. Thank you, Kirsten and Markus. I think it has been a very interesting discussion we have had today. I can only regret that we couldn't continue and that we couldn't have all the people from Sønderborg and Arendal at place in Sharm el-Sheikh. I hope you in Sønderborg and Arendal have sensed the activity going on here in COP27. And I hope that we have been able to transmit your messages to the global scene. So thank you all. And thank you for today. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to this great afternoon here at COP27. My name is Sissel Hansen and I'm the head of program for Impact the Future, a conference that have been taking place the last 2 years in Denmark, and this year we decided to bring it to Egypt and COP27. We are doing this in a very close collaboration with our long-standing partner, BMW Foundation, and the program Rise Cities. And this whole program have been collaborated and curated together with them. So the next 2.5 hours, we're gonna have a very interactive event together, and I'm gonna present it in a minute. But I also want to say hi to everyone that is viewing this event as well from different places around the world. That's a very big part of our values from Impact the Future, that we want to have a very bottom-up approach, that it should be for the mass, and it's also in the local hubs where the real change and innovation is happening. So, just gonna see here, the slides are changing. I'm also want to say one quick thing. Sorry for the delay. We had some technical issues. There's a lot of events going on at the same time. And I don't have a clicker, so that's also where I'm going to be speaking to a person here in the audience. So before we start, I just quickly want to give you guys an idea about why we are here and why we have decided to bring this conference that normally are hosted in Sønderborg in Denmark to COP27. We decided 2 years ago that we wanted to create a change over the next decade. So from 2020 to 2030, we set our very ambitious goal to engage 1 million people, 1,000 companies and 100 cities to create transformative change. And we wanted to be able for that platform to connect and reach the 17 global goals together. We also put a big theme on this, which was that we asked ourselves the question how we could reduce human footprint while advancing as a global race. It's a quite big challenge, and how do you do that? So we basically started blocking in saying where does the biggest transformation has to happen, and we believe that it has to happen with us people, with our businesses, but most importantly as well also in our cities. And I just quickly want to tell you where have we been. So we started in 2020, had a live event again because of Corona. Last year we were gathered for the first time in Sønderborg, and today we are at the Nordic Pavilion. And we have engaged over 5,000 people in this short amount of time. 150 companies and 17 active cities are now part of our mission. And this, why I'm telling you this is because we have still 7 years to go, and we want to be this an open invitation for you guys to bring on and come with us on this journey. These are the cities, a part of our network. The green ones, as you can see here, is the one that we already have activated, but our goal, as you see, is to activate over 100 cities. And cities are also the topic for tonight. So we're going to ask ourselves the question, that was the 10-year question we asked ourselves, how to transform our cities' environmental challenges to sustainable opportunities. Because cities are so important. They are both a very big part of the problem, and they are also the biggest solution. And therefore, today I'm so happy and pleased that we are going to have a focus on the city track with a lot of different interesting speakers, but most importantly also with strong partners. Thank you for the Nordic Pavilion to hosting us here today. Thank you to BMW Foundation, the Rise City program. Somebody else is clapping for you out there. It's perfect timing, I love it. And to 5 Media for spreading the news, and Clever, which the CEO you're gonna hear for in a second. So why are cities important? We just figured the numbers that UNEP actually estimates that cities are responsible for 75% of the CO2 emissions, with the transport and buildings being among the largest contributor. And this is some of the topic we're going to address today. But they are also the solution. And why are they the solution? It's because that in cities are closer to the actual residents. They have the local knowledge that are very important when you want to implement and innovate, and they already are working on solutions. So cities are actually the true implementer, and the theme for this COP, as I understood, is implementation. We have talked for long enough, so now it's time to implement. And I'm so happy that we have a lot of creative people here that are already doing that. And some of them you can see here. So today we're going to go through some different formats. We have case studies that you're going to see now. We're going to have a panel. We have a round table. We're going to have a small creative act, an activation from an artist and a singer. And we're going to end with a networking event in the end. Here are some of the speakers that you will see, and you can see the full lineup on the next slide here of all the speakers you're going to see today. And because we're already late, with no further ado, I would like to introduce you to our first speaker. We're going to start with 2 case studies from Denmark, since we're also at the Nordic Pavilion. 2 companies and projects who in each their way are actually already implementing the solutions we need for our cities to be more resilient in the future. And I hope they are with us from Copenhagen. Kasper?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can hear you very well. Hi, Kasper. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. So, my name is Kasper, and I'm here from Copenhagen. I'm CEO of Clever. I've also been, I was one of the first 4 establishing Clever 13 years ago, where we had a lot of great ideas and bad coffee. So we have advanced a lot since, and maybe not everybody will agree with the headline I have here on the first slide, which I'm not quite sure you can see because I cannot see. Is it online now? Can you see our future is bright? I assume we can. I assume we can, therefore just maybe not everybody agree on our future is bright right now, but I'm very confident it will be if we act together and if we do our very best. And I have a saying, those who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world, those are the ones who do. So therefore, let's be brave together. But let me just give you a very short introduction to Clever in a few bullets. We were born in 2009, have 13 years of experience within e-mobility. And as you all also know, e-mobility is booming. So over the last 5 years, we have enhanced revenue by 50 times. We are now 250 colleagues in Clever, and we have no bosses, meaning that we have co-leadership. I will say a little bit more about that later on. We have also invented flat rate subscription concepts like Netflix. You just stream energy where you are. I will also revert to that. We have a lot of partnerships with many of the brands selling electric cars, and we have 4,000 open public charging points and more than 70,000 charging points in total. And they are all Clever, meaning that, first of all, they're all branded Clever, we own them, and they are also intelligent. And then, as you can see on the picture, we are also designing charging station where we have won quite some awards. And now we actually, when we charge all our customers' cars at the same time, we account for more than 2% of the total energy consumption in Denmark. So it's quite a journey, an interesting journey, but the journey that we are on here today will be a bold new world of charging, where we will say a little bit about our ideas in terms of how we have built our charging universe to inspire people. We have inspiration for generations to come. We have 2 areas here, how we can really inspire people to think sustainable. And then we have the last point, our sustainable journey, where we also have an ambition to be leaders within sustainability. But let me take you through a bold new world of charging. When we started to look at the opportunities in terms of charging, then we saw that electricity is everywhere. And that's quite a contrast to fueling, because fueling is usually at a gas station. But electricity is everywhere, so how can we actually utilize that? And also at the same time, when we ask each other, what do we have, what do we want more of, and what do we have absolutely nothing of, then it's time. So how can we actually enhance how we spend our time and improve the daily life? And and that was kind of our first mindset. The second mindset we had was also we probably have to. Should I go? We're working a little bit with the techniques here. I hope you can all hear me and you can see my screen as well. Perfect. But we also came to the conclusion that charging will not be primary; it will be a secondary item. So so we will be charging while we sleep, while we go shopping, while we do exercising, work, etc., etc. So so we need to move charging to where we can do other stuff. So so that was how we actually said, okay, how can we actually create a streaming universe where you actually just stream your energy where you are and where you need it to be. So it was kind of, again, the Netflix mindset that we wanted to introduce. And we not only introduced it as a streaming universe so you can stream energy where you are, we also introduced it as a flat rate concept. And I'm sure that you all know that that's not how the gasoline industry works today. But we were actually saying, okay, how can we actually make it easy for people to understand how much does it cost to drive electric? What is a kilowatt hour? How long can I drive on how long can I drive on a kilowatt, etc. So a flat rate, one fixed fee, everybody knows what it costs, and also make a charging installation at your home easy, etc., etc. So how to build a completely bold new world of electricity, actually saying, okay, now we have had 100 years of putting gasoline on our car, but how can we think it completely different in terms of how we will charge our car? So that was how we actually built our charging universe. And just to put it more in perspective, now this one is not clicking, and just to put it a little bit more into perspective, then, first we built an open public charging network, and as you probably know, it's the hen and the egg discussion. If you don't have a public charging network, then people will not buy electric cars. So in order to accelerate and speed up the adoption of electric cars, we knew that we have to invest in an open public charging network. And we have an ambition to invest 2 or 3 years before the cars actually needs it, because to make sure that that all the customers and the potential EV drivers, they feel confident in buying an electric car. So right now we have more than 4,000 public charging points in Denmark, and we have an ambition within 3 years to increase that to 20,000 charging points. And that's a huge number for us, one single player in a small country. But then we also said, okay, now when we start to buy electric cars, then home charging is important. But it's not just home charging, it's intelligent home charging. Because we're not just interested in getting cars on the road, we're interested in green kilometers. So we want cars to drive a lot, and we want them to drive on the best CO2 mix as possible. So right now we have all our boxes as intelligence, and we can control them, so we can charge when the electricity prices is low, and that's quite nice in these times. But also when the CO2 mix is as green as possible, or when the grid is struggling following the need for electricity. So next step we did was actually we built solar panels. We have now built huge solar parks at the same size as 100,000 football fields, because it's also important what we put into the energy mix. And we're also deploying mega batteries, so we can also control and take off peak load hours in terms of the grid, so we can help support and balance it all the time. So that was next step. But many of us, including myself, live in condos, so it's also important that you can charge at work. So we also developed solutions for that, and now we have more than 10,000 charge points at the companies here in Denmark, making it easy also to charge there when you, for instance, live in condos. And finally, we also said, okay, we also need to be able to put electricity on our cars when we are on the road. So we also said, okay, what can we do here? Because we look at the old charging station, old gasoline station, and said, well, maybe we can think it even better. So that's actually, I have a lot of notes here. I'm just fast forwarding a little bit. So that's actually some of the ideas that we said, okay, now we have built a Netflix universe where you can just stream energy where you are at a fixed price, making it easy, like going from Blockbuster to Netflix, making it easy for you to charge your car. And then we said, okay, what can we also do in order to do inspiration for generations to come? So we looked at the gasoline station, and we actually looked and we made a sensoric exercise there. And that's the top one. And as you can see, it didn't came out with very good reviews. So, and actually it's a little bit of a puzzle for me that gasoline stations have actually survived for 100 years because they are built so poorly. It's just like having a car which is not able to drive. So we said, okay, how can we enhance that experience in terms of the smell, how it look like, how it feels, what you hear, etc. And that's actually what we designed as a meaningful break. And a meaningful break for us is, as you see on the pictures. It's because, first of all, charging, in our opinion, will not be able to, at least not for the foreseeable future, be able to be done in 5 minutes like it is putting gas in your car. So you will normally spend 20 to 30 minutes there. So how can we make it memorable, a meaningful break where you can recharge your batteries while you also are mentally charging your car? And we also went even further, and you can see some of the designs here where we said, okay, how can we actually invite the nature in instead of cutting it down? How can we work with biodiversity? How can we put solar panels on the roofs? How can we make it easy and safe for kids to play here, etc.? So we had a lot of ideas about how actually to design the charging station of the future. And we also made it modular, so you can also make small stations, as you see here, which is in the city, where you can charge 4 cars instead. But again, the same experience. It's clean, it's Nordic, it's natural materials, etc. And also important, it has to look good at night. So if you look at this station at night, then it's also a place where you actually want to spend 20 to 30 minutes. It's safe, it's convenient, and it's actually something which is following the car, because the electric car is a fantastic invention, and we wanted to make sure that charging was just as an amazing invention, so they go hand to hand together. So that was an area where we also said, okay, how can we maybe redesign it in order to make it fit for humans for the next 100 years? And then finally, another important element which we have implemented was what we call co-leadership. And we were a startup. We were just like all other startups, not a lot of people there, but we decided that when we looked into what we actually saw from small companies, then people were empowered, there was no bureaucracy, there was this ownership, we could make decisions fast, etc. So we also looked at, okay, should we build this traditional hierarchy or should we try something else built in a completely different mindset? So we actually decided to do a purpose and team-oriented structure, which is called co-leadership, where there's no bosses, but everybody is leading themselves and their peers. And for us, it's like we talk a lot about leadership, and I'm sure we'll also talk about that here at COP27. But for us, leadership is culture. And that's something that we are all part of. We are all part of leading each other, leading clever, leading the world, trying to do our very best in order to impact it. So no one is actually appointed a boss, but we expect everybody to walk the talk, and everybody is inspired, and we are inspiring by them, and then we want to follow them. So that was a short introduction to actually also where we looked at, okay, how can we be creative, innovative, etc., and how can we design our organization or how we organize ourselves differently, where we look at people and then we create an organization for people instead of looking at an organization trying to find people for that. So a third area where you can say we are trying to think it differently because we think that's the right thing to do in order to be a sustainable organization and have a sustainable life. Finally, and it's a little bit of a speed talk on some very hairy topics, etc. So I hope that you like this small tasting menu, but we're also having a sustainable journey because we have ambition in order to be even better and front runner within sustainable masterships. So right now we are in the process of gathering data. Then we are building and also in the process of building a strategy. And next step for us is to bring it to life. And right now we are committed to the UN global standards, and in the beginning of 2023, then we will also be committing to science-based target. And then you can say, why didn't we do that earlier? And then we can say we were extremely busy in building a company, but we will do it, and we have ambitions to be front runner within that topic as well. So it's extremely important for us to really lead the way in terms of being a sustainable company, also in every area of us value chains, etc. So, and very short, this is our purpose. Everything that we do, we want to accelerate to more sustainable mobility, inspiring everyone. I hope that you saw that we are accelerating sustainable mobility. I also hope that you saw that we are inspiring people in order to drive electric. And the small guy here on the left side, he's my son, one of 3. And overall, I think he and many children are right now living in a world which you can say is not worthy for them. And they are in the situation because of decision grown adults have been taking or not been taking. And I think we all have a huge responsibility to make the right decision in order for them to have a world which is just as great as the one we've been living in the next 15 and 100 years. And if we don't act now, and if we don't do something together fast and with great force, I think it will be difficult for them to have this bright future to look into, which I talked about in the very beginning. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening to what we have achieved or want to achieve in Clever. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kasper. Thank you so much. I think Clever is one of the companies that I really truly find very inspiring, and I think one of the reasons that they have been so successful is also how they have been leading this change. And this is some of the things we're going to be discussing later in the panel, what kind of leadership is actually needed to be able to implement fast and scale fast. We're going to have one more case studies before the panel will start, and we are going to go back to our roots where the conference started, to Sønderborg, because Sønderborg is a very small city in Denmark that had a very, very bold ambition. In 2007, they said by 2029, the whole city is going to be CO2 neutral. And the only way we can do that from a city that is like having around 35 to 40,000 inhabitants is that we have to all work together. The city, the municipality, the businesses, and the citizen. And that model is been quite successful so far, and we're going to have it being presented by one of the local companies that you might know, because it's also a multinational, Danfoss, that are actually creating the technical solutions to be able to implement. And what the cool thing is, if we can do it in a small city in Sønderborg, you will be able to do it many other places, and the technology is already there. So, with no further ado, Rasmus is on his way here, so he pre-recorded a video for us. He's gonna land tonight, so unfortunately he couldn't be part. But here is local solutions to a global challenge from Project Zero.
My name is Rasmus Abelgaard Christensen. I'm the Vice President for Public Affairs at Danfoss. Danfoss is a multinational company headquartered in Denmark. We provide solutions within energy efficiency and electrification, and thereby also help drive decarbonization. I'm very happy to be invited to speak at this event on decarbonizing cities. I will speak about Project Zero, which is a partnership between a number of stakeholders in the Danish city of Sonderborg, the hometown of my company, where we have formulated a very strong ambition to decarbonize the energy system before 2029. So I will talk about how local solutions can actually help deliver on this global challenge we have with climate change. Firstly, as a point of departure, I think we all recognize that we need action, and we need it urgently. The world is nowhere near on track to limit global warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius, as stipulated by the Paris Agreement. So we need action, and we don't need it in 2050. We need it now, within this decade. Otherwise, it will be too late. Fortunately, a number of governments have already formulated strong targets, also before 2030. Denmark is one of them. The country has an ambitious plan to reduce CO2 emissions by 70% by 2030. But even with a strong national plan, all countries, Denmark included, needs to translate this also into a local context. It needs to mobilize local stakeholders to deliver on CO2 emissions to achieve the national targets. The city of Sonderborg in Denmark is a very good example of that. The city council, together with a number of stakeholders, have formulated a bold aspiration to decarbonize its energy system by 2029. And this will also help deliver the national aspiration of Denmark. So, what is the Sonderborg aspiration? It really rests on 3 pillars. Firstly, there's a strong focus on energy efficiency. And we have calculated that this has the potential to reduce the total cost of this decarbonization journey by almost 50%. At the same time, we are already well underway. We have reduced CO2 emissions by almost half since the start of the project in 2007. And with Project Zero, Sonderborg has a very clear approach to decarbonize its energy system in a both intelligent and a cost-effective way. But what does it take? What is the essence of the Project Zero model? Firstly, you need local engagement behind a bold aspiration. It's not enough to formulate a target. You also need to make sure that all relevant local stakeholders are on board. So in Sonderborg, we have the aspiration, but the key point here has been that we have actually invited all local stakeholders to sit around a table and discuss how we can achieve the target. And this is not just the local authorities, the city of Sonderborg, but it's also all relevant stakeholders like building owners, housing associations, utilities, as well as industry in the area. That allows really to combine all the pieces in the jigsaw puzzle and make sure they fit together. And thereby we can create a more integrated energy system where, for example, excess heat from industry in one place could be reused somewhere else in the system. And this is very important. Number 2, you also need an intelligent and a cost-effective master plan. And that master plan really rests on 3 pillars. Number 1, as already mentioned, energy efficiency. This is the key priority in Sonderborg. The greenest energy is the energy we don't use. And I think the Sonderborg case clearly demonstrates that there is a lot of low-hanging fruits when it comes to energy savings, not just within industry, but also in buildings and many other places in society. And many of these energy savings are actually very cost-effective, low payback times, and with a huge effect, especially when they are aggregated. Number 2, sector integration. In a society, we produce a lot of energy that is actually wasted. This was also the case in Sonderborg. Industry, supermarket, wastewater treatment plants, etc. produce excess heat that just goes to waste. They're not used for anything. But it doesn't have to be that way. Excess heat can be recovered and reused somewhere else in the system, either fed into the district heating network, or you can use it for someone who needs the heat in a microgrid, or you can produce electricity. And this has been another focus area within the Sonneborg master plan. And then thirdly, the third pillar, after we have already saved all the energy we can and we have reused the energy we have already produced, then we need to upscale renewables. So this is the third leg. So energy efficiency, sector integration, and upscaling renewables are the three key pillars of the Sonneborg action plan. And the final message I would like to make today is that there is no need to wait. The technologies and the solutions are ready. They are there and can be deployed easily. On the screen here, you can see some of the examples from the Sonneborg area of either energy efficient or energy savings projects that has delivered a huge impact. It relates to buildings where there are a number of areas in the city that has been installed with the newest energy efficient equipment that has really managed to produce a lot of energy savings. Another example could be construction sites where there's a huge potential for decarbonizing them. Then, if you look at industry, including the Danfoss Industrial Campus in Sonneborg, we have come very far in saving energy and reusing excess heat. We also look at local transport, where one of the ferries connecting the island where Sonneborg is located is now running on electricity, again saving a lot of CO2. A fifth example could be supermarkets. Most people probably don't recognize that they produce a lot of excess heat. That excess heat can be captured, fed into the local district heating system, as well as heating the supermarket itself, saving a lot of energy and costs on the way. In Sonneborg, we also have a lot of energy-intensive industries. Brick production is a good example. And also here we have seen heavy investments in energy efficiency. And now that we have an energy crisis with very high energy prices, I think the local brick plant at Vesterled is very happy that they invested in energy efficiency because it not only reduces costs, but of course also has a huge CO2 reduction potential. Finally, another opportunity to look at is wastewater treatment plant, where you can actually, instead of them using a lot of energy, you can turn them into energy producers. So my message today is really to go out there, see all the many solutions available at the local level. The potential is huge. The technologies are there. So it's really just a question of getting started. And the key to unlock this huge potential, and this I think is a key take-home message from Sonneborg, is local cooperation. It is really getting the stakeholders to sit around the same table, discuss what is possible, how one stakeholder can help another, and you can together create an integrated energy system. Then suddenly the local solutions become a key answer to the global challenge we are all facing with climate change. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you found the case of Sonneborg inspiring, and one day perhaps go take a look for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Rasmus for this presentation, even though he couldn't be here. So now I would like to jump directly into the panel, and I would like to invite Jeb Bregman on stage with me, and Kurt, as well as Elisabeth.
Sit there. Kurt sits there. Yeah, you can sit here. Yeah, exactly.
We are having a slight delay from one of our panelists that's coming from another panel. So he might gonna jump into the screen at some point, yeah. So welcome, everyone. Some familiar faces and some not. So great to see you all here. So we have like 45 minutes for the next to discuss exactly what says on the screen. Energy resilience in cities demands for responsible leadership. And I'm sitting here with like 3 strong leaders in this topic. And in order to for the crowd and the live stream to get to know you, I would love you to maybe introduce yourself and your work and why this topic is important.
Hi. Is this working?
It's working now, yeah.
So I'm Jeb Brugman, living in Canada. I founded an organization, ICLE, Local Governments for Sustainability, in 1989, 1990, and our first focus was to work with local governments, the Sonderbergs of the world, to develop methodologies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And so I led that organization for about 12 years. And more recently, I've been working on urban resilience through programs like the 100 Resilient Cities program and our new organization, Resilient Cities Catalyst.
Hello? Yeah, now it works. Hi, my name is Elisabeth von Kampenhausen. I'm part of the leadership team of the BMW Foundation, and we work around the world to inspire, encourage, and enable leaders to assume responsibility to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. We don't do that only in cities, but we also have a city program called the RISE program. RISE stands for Resilient, Intelligent, Sustainable, and Equitable Cities, because we deeply believe that we need to work together with citizens, with all the different sectors in each city, and that cities can be laboratories for change to really try and implement what needs to happen right now.
Yeah. We have to do that every time. Yeah, and my name is Kurt Emil Eriksen. I'm a senior public affairs manager in Velux, where I'm responsible for our EU and global activities. I have been working in Velux for 30 years, and I have throughout this period mainly been working with public affairs activities, legislation, requirement to buildings and things like that. We in Velux want to, Velux produce roof windows, and we are a roof window manufacturer, but we still have an ambition that we want to transform indoor spaces to healthy and sustainable living places. So we want to be focusing on how can end users, client, homeowners, house owners have a good indoor climate in their buildings, and how can we use that to accelerate the transition for more energy efficient buildings.
I think something might have fell on the floor. Good. So I want to start out with like the current topic, right? We are been at many COPs. Some of you have been to other COPs before, and a lot of people have been criticizing as well that there is too much talk and too little action. And now is really the time to implement. Elisabeth, you've been working a lot with leadership and different leaders around the world on this topic. What kind of leadership is needed to come now? Is it different from what we have seen before? And how can that be integrated into our organizations?
Thank you for the question. Now there we go. First of all, I really like what Kasper said, that leadership is culture, and I think that culture is changing. And I think all of us have witnessed that we're moving away from a very hierarchical leadership model where somebody knows at the top and underneath we serve. We need to tap into the collective wisdom, and I think we need to tap into much more diverse wisdoms. And I think that model is also changing. So it's not only male, pale, stale, but it needs to be much more colorful, and it needs to be much more collective. That's the one thing, but I think also we see the urgency that we feel everywhere here when you walk around the COP, that we really see that things have to change fast. We should still look, how do we equip leaders to hold that change? Because this is a very difficult journey. And so we also have to look of how do we nurture the inner growth of leaders? How do we enable to hold ambiguity, how to hold it for the long run, how to be able to run against adversities, how to be able to question mental patterns. And that's not an easy thing. So I think not only do we need to push leaders for action and implementation, but we also need to equip leaders to really be able to collaborate with unlikely allies, to step out of their comfort zone, to step out of and be willing to unlearn, which is probably much more difficult than to learn. And I think that also needs an environment which is inviting and helping, and not only putting pressure, but also helping to uplift in a way.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what was also very interesting that Kasper ended on a picture of his son, right? Because at the end of the day, this is the constant reminder that we are having, that we have to leave this place, hopefully. Hi Anthony, welcome to the stage. I'm gonna give you the microphone in a second. We have to leave this place. So I think the thing about how do we ensure that leaders hold their stance even when things are getting hard. And I think this is also what this topic is about right now, because we are facing an energy crisis. We are facing one of the things that I would like to discuss, especially with you and Kurt, is like that there actually is solution and there is money, but it's like, how do we get these things implemented fast enough to a little bit like cut through the bureaucracy? And maybe Jeb, you can comment on that later. But I just want to first, Anthony, maybe you want to just quickly introduce yourself to the audience. It's working. You just have to. No.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so my name's Anthony Abbots. I'm heading up sustainability and public affairs for a company called Rockwool. So we're a company based just outside Copenhagen, and we Stonewall. And Stonewall is a material that is well known for its insulation properties. 75% of our revenue is coming from that segment. So build is incredibly important for us, and driving that agenda, both from a regulation perspective, from a market perspective, that's important.
So exactly that I want to just turn to, because in a recent article, the mayor of Barcelona and the mayor of Milan actually co-write that there is a missing link when it comes to the European Union to actually act towards the energy crisis we're sitting on right now. And I direct quote, "A massive acceleration in home renovation would slash heating bills, combat energy poverty, and cut our dependency on gas." So there is actually a solution. Both Velux and you guys, you are actually already doing that. But how can we accelerate that? Because the mayor says this is what is needed in cities. So why is it not happening fast enough?
If I should start, then I would say that I said the European Union have not done what they should do. We have a directive on energy efficiency in buildings, and it could be it could be more ambitious as what it is. So that could be one thing that leaders could be focusing on. Another thing that I would like to touch upon is that IEA has made it very clear that we need, in order to meet the Paris Agreement, we need to triple the renovation rate of existing buildings in Europe. And that we need to do between now and 2030. And that is very, very challenging. Because first of all, we need a lot of craftsmen to do this work. It's not easy done, but we need to do it. And one of the things that we as companies can do is to motivate homeowners to renovate their homes, because a majority of those investments that we need to do is private money that we put into this. So we need to identify what qualities do people get out of renovating a home. If they get a better energy efficient home, a lower energy cost, maybe cut off gas and put in heat pumps instead, it will be a much better solution. And we need to grow those things. The things that we are focusing on in Velux, it is to talk about what kind of health get people out of renovating their home. If we renovate our homes to become healthy and affordable, sustainable, and also affordable and energy efficient, we have reached the target, and that is what we should be focusing on. We should not only be focusing on energy, because energy is not necessarily the long-term perspective that homeowners has. It is all the other things that we also need to look at.
But then the critical mind will say, yeah, it's good, we have to invest in renovating our homes, but right now we're low on cash, right? We cannot invest in these things as well. And I know that that you, Anthony, you told me prior this, you told me about a project that you're having to actually trying to accelerate this, like getting the money out to easier to the people who don't necessarily have the means to renovate, but can potentially get that as a loan from the European Union or local equivalent things. Can you talk a little bit about that initiative, and is that successful so far?
Sure. So, you know, and maybe just go a step backwards before I dig into that one. I mean, we've been talking about renovation for a long time, and we're starting to see a little bit of light now through the regulations that Court is talking about in the EU. But we all know the statistics about the enormous opportunity there is in buildings. But why has it not been happening? And you know, when we look at it, then we think that there needs to be 4 things that needs to get in place, and one of them, you know, specifically related to your question there on the finance. I mean, first of all, we need to mandate it, and there we need to have the regulations and the framework in place. The EU is moving on this. There's also movement in North America. We need to get those regulations right. They need to be ambitious enough. And we need to make sure also that we're promoting sustainable buildings, because, you know, it's one thing getting carbon down, but if you get carbon down, there's a risk that you're sub-optimizing and not, you know, getting buildings that are healthier, that are not more circular, that are not more fire safe. So we need to have a holistic approach to it when we're looking at getting the carbon down. The second one relates to finance. I was in an interesting conversation yesterday. One of the issues we have around finance and loans in general is that carbon is not valued. And because carbon is not valued, the price of a green loan is very similar to the price of a normal brown loan. So we need to have a better differentiation between you know, a building that is decarbonized compared to a building that is just mainstream. Otherwise, we're not going to get it to work. The third area is simplifying the system. We hear a lot about the fact that we need to accelerate on renewables. Yes, we do. And then there's a conversation around easing the permitting. We have a similar challenge in our industry when it comes to green manufacturing, because, you know, if we're going to get to the renovation rates that Court's talking about, doubling, tripling, then there's an enormous amount of products that needs to be manufactured to achieve those renovation rates. And if the permitting processes are bureaucratic, then we're just not going to be able to get there. So I think that's the third comment. And the fourth comment would be around the support mechanisms, which, Court, you mentioned a little bit. Workforce, they need to be there. We're challenged in some districts. We need to have an awareness of what opportunities there are. And one-stop shops, we really believe, and I think that was perhaps the model that we'd talked about earlier, you know, where it's easy for homeowners to go to one place and get advice what technical solutions are available, what finance is available, who can do the actual work, what forms to fill in and how to fill that in. Because that's one of the big challenges we all know when we renovate our homes, and it doesn't matter whether you're putting a new kitchen in or you're doing energy efficiency improvements, it's a big intervention on life. And then if we make it difficult for the people to actually find out how to get it done cost efficiently, then you're never going to get across that hurdle. So we need to make it easy for people. Just one last comment. We did a poll actually in COP26 where we asked 10,000 people, you know, were you interested in renovating your homes? And they said yes, if the finance is available, if we have the workforce that can do the qualified people that can do the work, if we get technical assistance. So we need to make it easy for If we don't make it easy for people, then it's going to be tough to achieve the renovation rate increases that we need to achieve.
Thank you so much for that. And you've been working with this all your life, especially the bureaucratical challenges, and that, I guess, also comes down to leadership. Where are we standing right now, and do you think that cities will be able to really accelerate this? Because its institutions have been built up over years, right?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned two key words here. One is accelerate. What's interesting is cities have been setting targets for both renewables and carbon reduction since the early 1990s. So carbon mitigation planning is an established field of practice. There's software programs that cities use. There's consultancies all over the world. The whole market was created for cities to develop these plans. So I'm going to speak to planning. We've done a lot of planning, and that's really important. But then you also mentioned institutions, and I think we've not necessarily done enough to create the institutions to wrestle with the kinds of detailed issues that you're highlighting here. Before I go into that, I just want to say I'm a big fan for Rockwool. He hasn't paid me to say that. We've clad our house, insulated our house with Rockwool, use it as sound insulation. It's an amazing product. And so, yeah, we're getting a beer together. But one of the reasons I did is because working with the city, we've organized our neighborhood to actually go out and understand what it will take for our neighbors to make investments in both insulation and changing their HVAC systems, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll say this, that both at the level of cities and at the level of neighborhoods and homes, there are thousands of detailed issues that need to be taken into consideration. And so while cities have done planning and strategies now for 30 years, and we started with targets of 25% reduction, then it went up to 70% reduction in Sonderberg, and now we're going for net zero as targets. So our ambition in terms of leadership has increased, but we've not often gotten down to the more boring things of understanding all of the minute regulatory changes and budgetary financing issues, behavioral issues that need to be addressed in order to implement against those targets. So I want to make two comments about where the pioneering cities are moving forward. One is they're creating the new institutional mechanisms. You mentioned municipalities are a kind of institution that's been around a long time, which means there's kind of a weight they're carrying, as in the corporate sector, I would say. The pioneering institutions, and you see this a lot in the Nordic region, have created entirely new institutions to take on this problem. Specialized development corporations, special development vehicles. They have created, in my city in Toronto, we sold, the city government sold a large property to create an endowment in order to do all of this neighborhood scale work, public motivation work. So we have a fund that has now grown to $50 million that is used specifically to untie the knots, to tackle the problems. It's called the Atmospheric Fund. In a county in California, they've created a regional climate agency because the municipalities are too small to take this on themselves. They've created a regional agency specified for this issue. Utilities have had to be reformed. They're pioneering in Germany. Utilities led rooftop solar by creating institutional mechanisms to finance, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of and the essential thing is beyond their plans and into creating the institutions that are specialized to deal with the nitty-gritty issues that are there for us. Secondly, markets development, which we should do more to in the city level to promote. And you're saying, let's get the regulations tighter so that actually it opens up the market. But cities have a lot of levers that actually create the market. So green building, as a practice that started in the United States, the first green building standard in the world, was actually led by Seattle and Portland, Oregon, when the municipality set a standard for all new buildings and gave incentives to do, high efficiency building standards. And so they created a whole field of practice called green building, which is now globalized. So they can leverage land assets, they can leverage their own investments in buildings and in infrastructure, and increase the demands on them for higher and higher performance. And do it in creative ways. We talked on the phone about Hanover, Germany. to create housing for the, I guess it was the 2000 Expo. And they had a piece of land near their Expo site. And they divided it into 20 different parcels so that they could have a competition among design teams and development teams to deploy the full range of technologies and building designs to create the passive housing sector for the property development industry in the Hanover region, which then scaled and is now, Hanover businesses are now operating all over Northern Europe. So they created a new industry by leveraging assets. I'll say just a few other things. Property assessed clean energy. So with homeowners investing in solar energy or even in building retrofits, insulation and such, oftentimes it's a capital allocation thing for families. They've got to pay a bill for their children to go to university. So what do? We pay the university bill or the medical bill, or do we insulate our home and put on solar? Property assessed clean energy means that the municipality fronts the money and you pay it on a property tax bill over an amortized period of 10 or 20 years. So we have instruments like this, schemes that enable it. So there's lots of innovation, but I think the key thing that I still hear a bit in this event and in general in city programming is we still are kind of stuck in the world of planning strategies, and we need to sort of get our courage up to go ahead and implement those strategies and deal with these complex issues that stand in the way of being good partners for the private sector and enabling the markets and bringing the products that we've had for 20, 30, 40 years to, you know, get to the actually net zero carbon that we now set targets for to achieve today.
And do you think that also have something to do with the whole procurement process? Because I think every time we talk about implementing and scaling fast to a government or to a city council, it always comes down to the procurement process of how do we actually ensure that we buy the right materials and do the right thing.
Well, I think for me, it's always gotten to that the German municipalities are very strong, and they often they're the major shareholders in their local power utilities. And so they leverage that control over an institution, the energy utility, to make them a negawatt utility, right? And so that model's from around the world. So I know that's happened in California and other places as well. But we have to think about the developing middle income countries and the developing countries where municipalities still are just like I was working in Accra, Ghana, they just created for the first time a director of transportation planning in Accra 5 years ago. The big institution building and leadership and capacity building, which the BMW Foundation is a critical partner on, to build a cadre of people to run these new institutional mechanisms that make it viable for us to advance a complex new leadership field for local government, net zero.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I keep talking until it works. Now it works. I wanted to build up 2 points. One is I think we're very often looking on products, like we're looking on, on electrical vehicles and not on the needs of people. And I think that's something we really need to shift around to really come to much cheaper, better solutions which really serve. So instead of building, I'm not saying that we don't need electrical vehicles, but the electrical vehicles serve a need. And I think we need to be much clearer on the need. It might not even be transport, it's probably accessibility. And if we take accessibility as the need, we can probably do much more things than electrical vehicles. And to flip that script around, I think would unleash a lot of energy, a lot of funding, and will be much cheaper and better suited solutions, especially in cities who only just begin to do the planning. I think then one point I really wanted to make. And the second is, are we seeing everybody? We're now talking a lot about homeowners, but there's so much more people in cities who are not homeowners, and how do we make this an equitable development? And how do we make sure that every part of the equation takes every citizen living in those cities into account? Or now we're going to have a strong competition here. So I think how do we connect? Whom are we serving, and do we see the most fragile parts of societies in cities? How do we make sure that they are served on energy resilience as well? Those two aspects. I'd just like to add on what has been said so far.
I think this is the thing as well that comes back to the question, right? Because to a certain extent, we have known this for so long time. We know that the houses are like, I think it's like 70. But they definitely have the party over there. We need to go over there later. That 70% of the houses in Europe now, just take the euro because we have the stats of that, are actually not, well equipped for like energy efficiency. So how do we ensure now, when money has to be saved, and the people that you were talking about might look at the bank account at the end of the month and not like how they can ensure that in 2 or 3 years the house will be better? Like how do we ensure that leaders really can stand up for those who cannot afford? I think that's my concern, like, because we were on at least a good path with the green transformation, and suddenly energy crisis and inflation struck, and then people start screaming up because they can afford it.
What I really liked about the Sonderburg example was that it started with really listening to people and involving people in that process. So it's not serving people and you come up with a solution and they take whatever you develop, but that we really come into co-creation and include the people in that process. And I think there's so much more collective intelligence that we can tap in, and it might often be smaller solutions. And then I like what you said, to really start with their pains. What is holding them back on, and what are the anxieties that we need to see? If you have to decide whether your kids go to university or you renovate your house, you probably always go for the first one. So how can we bridge those needs and really start with the needs perspective? I think that's really important, and involve citizens in that process early on. And then I think the second is, how do you get to much better collaboration across sectors? You're speaking about, what are the needs from the regulatory frameworks? How come we don't sit together and try to find the best way out of that? How can we serve the solution that we need in a city because we talk to each other? And I think that would probably unlock a lot of potential already. And that's part of leadership again.
Echoing on that, having the systems glasses, because, if you're going to drive more energy efficient buildings, then you're creating batteries, basically, to be able to fuel your electrical vehicles, yeah? Two fit together very, very snugly, but they're two different sectoral approaches that fit together. We don't talk enough together. So how do we, comes back to the planning conversation, how do you plan this in a smart way so everything fits together? I mean, at the moment, we have a situation where okay, let's boogie. We have a situation where a large proportion of the population in Europe, they suffer from energy poverty, right? Of course, when you get outside Europe, then it's bigger, right? That has increased because of energy prices. So there is a clear motivation to do something about it, but people don't know what to do. So we have the solutions, and we need to go out there and hold of these people and show them the way, together with municipalities, together with other key actors, because it's a systems approach we need.
And you have done one of these projects.
Yes, but before I talk about that project, I would like to come with an example about leadership. And I don't know if it is a good leadership. It's maybe a late good leadership. Maybe they should have done it before. But due to the energy crisis, the local community where I live called the citizens in and informed them about their district heating plans, because people wanted to install heat pumps. And then if you install the heat pump first and then district heating come afterwards, you have lost a lot of money. So the local community took the decision to call people in, citizens in, and informed all citizens about the plans for district heating. So every citizen in the city would know, I need a heat pump. No, I don't need a heat pump. I will wait for district heating. They could do the same on energy efficiency. They could do exactly the same on energy efficiency and call citizens in and have some sessions where we talk about what kind of solutions are available in your neighborhood and what kind of solutions are available in another neighborhood. That is things that I think cities could do. When it then comes to ourselves, Velux, then we are right now making a project which we call living places. We try to show how we can live in the future in a sustainable and affordable way. And we have managed with this project to develop buildings which have a very low energy demand and a very, very low CO2 emission. And we want to over the next couple of years demonstrate this in Copenhagen, and then we hope to roll it out to other cities as well. We would like to visit the cities to show the solutions where the cities are. So in Copenhagen, we are just next to the main train station, so it's easy to come and see it. And we would like to do the same in other cities as well. Then we have a project from Belgium where we renovated one house in a neighborhood, and when people have seen this renovation project and seen the indoor comfort and indoor climate and got the energy bill, the low energy bill, other people in the neighborhood wanted to do the same. So I think you are right that if we can have some demonstrations in neighborhoods, we can probably get others to move on.
Just build on that in a comment you made about effectively, I can say, user-centered design, right? We had a bunch of aspirations for our neighborhood, and we'll stick with the neighborhood scale. Well, let me say something. Why neighborhood or why district? To me, this is very important scale because it's here where there are communities and people already have a shared sense of identity and values in place. And you need to have a social foundation for accelerating. And oftentimes we approach these things as sort of big issues that it's like a new mandate that people have to reorganize their lives. If you start with the way in which people in a neighborhood, they tend to raise their children together in a certain way. They have similar complaints. They've advocated for certain things, won certain things over the years. So you have to build on that social capital that is there in order to accelerate. So that's why I think it's important we go to that scale as a way to roll these things forward. Secondly, so in our neighborhood, we thought, let's go geothermal. We'll create a geothermal utility. And immediately you run into all kinds of issues. There's some people who have no incentive at all. They're renters and their landlord pays the energy bill. So they have no reason to participate in something that's going to cost money. A number of our neighbors had already upgraded their HVAC systems over the last 5 years, and they have a workable life of 20 years. So they're not going to spend more money to link into a geothermal system. So, and then we realized to manage it, we'd need to create a neighborhood utility. So you start to unravel what all these complexities are. And I came back to my colleagues in this and I said, the first thing we have to do is go to our neighbors and effectively understand, if I can use the business language, understand their capital allocation priorities over the next 10 years. Because, there are affluent families in the neighborhood and many subsidized housing families. It's a very mixed income neighborhood. So if we're going to get them all on board, we have to understand how we help them achieve ambitions with what savings they have and what they can do to contribute to this agenda that'll offer a payback for them, but that isn't a competing agenda with other things that are priorities for them. So there's a whole social process that we've now created of educating neighbors and sort of talking through, holding their hand through, thinking over the next 5 years, how are you going to make investments in your house versus other things that you need to do with a more holistic understanding. And that's really more of a user-centered design to how we come up with an offering for that home and an offering for that home and an offering for that different home.
And I'm sure you're surprised by the results often.
Exactly. And so, but it comes to this issue of scalability. Like if you're a rock wool, you want to understand, number one, who's your target customer in that neighborhood? And you want to make sure there's materiality, that there's some scalability there. So there's always a push to create a driver and incentive framework that sort of forces the maximum number. How do you work in a system where we're actually customizing solutions house to house, right?
I mean, economic incentives are absolutely key. If you know that in order to sell your house, you have to achieve a certain energy class, right? You will make sure you achieve that because you want to get the largest return as possible. I just came out of a session talking about circularity, you know, that's also an agenda we're driving. One of the big problems is it's so cheap to get rid of waste. And as long as it's cheap, then who wants to use our recycling service? So those clear economic financial signals, they need to be sent. It goes back to the point I made about green bonds, right? I mean, if green loans are not much cheaper than brown loans, then what's the point? So there needs to be these economic incentives. We see good examples in other countries in the EU, where, for example, in Italy, there's a requirement when you renovate your property to go up 2 energy classes, yeah? There's also a financial scheme where you can get 110% back of what it costs. And what's cool about that is that if you can't bear the upfront cost, and that's often an issue, you don't simply have the cash in your pocket, you can pass that upfront cost over to the contractor who takes the upfront cost, and then you're benefiting both from the renovation and you don't have that financial burden. So there are good examples out there, and we need to upscale those good examples.
And maybe just to, because we also soon are reaching our time here, but I think there's something, you know, everyone that is sitting here, we are all the target group, right? We all have some kind of house. We are some kind of residents of a neighborhood. Can you maybe just give like a short, like, how can we organize this? How can we take action? Because it's not just about be sitting in a municipality or be working for a big corporate or working for our foundation. Like, how can we really go out and organize this so this just not becomes another panel that we talk a lot and we don't do a lot? So what can we all do, go home and do? Maybe I'll start with you, because you've been working on this in your neighborhood a lot.
Yeah, so I have to think about it in 2 levels. One is I'm a guy who's worked with municipalities for, 30 years or something to do this. I always go to, what is the scheme the municipality needs to set up in order to provide the incentive structure and the investment opportunity to subsidize the investment in some kind of way for people to change behaviors. I think without that at scale, to your point, it's very hard for people at the neighborhood level to get traction. Because as soon as you start volunteering and taking on the issues like the story that a few of us have told here, you run into impediments that you don't know how to overcome. So what we're actually doing in Toronto, based on 2 neighborhoods, we're like the pilot neighborhoods, we're creating a scheme which is kind of a neighborhood engagement program out of a box that then leads people to understanding what the operating model is for the neighborhood and what are the programs that you tap into for your householders in your neighborhood. So again, it has to be turned into a citywide scheme of some kind to facilitate people having a sense of success and support in order to get it going. So where I go first is, yeah, we need to talk with our neighbors, but first we need to get our city to create an enabling environment for success at the residential neighborhood level. And the same would apply to commercial high streets, port districts, to all the other kinds of districts and cities that we need to advance net zero progress in.
Yeah, I'd love to build on what you said about building social capital and also creating that sense of agency. And I think there's a lot that we can do if we can reach out, also stepping a bit out of our bubble and what might be a shared purpose. And that might be energy resilience, but it can go so much further. I think it has a lot to do of also enhancing our life quality in the neighborhoods that we live in. If you know people around, if you can get engaged together. We have some examples in our global network from Latin America. It started in Rio. People have built a network really bringing all different sectors on board and say, what do we want to change for our city? And that can be, reducing, youth unemployment. It can be energy resilience, it can be anything. And if you have that shared goal, you can sit together even with people who you would never sit together. Like you can sit as an activist together with the company, say as long as we can walk in that direction together, we collaborate, and every other day you might be my enemy. And I think to creating that shift of shared purpose really can change a lot. And you can start small scale and that can grow very big.
What I would do, what I can recommend you to do, is to call your local craftsman and ask him to come and visit you, and ask him for guidance on what should I do in my home. I would as the best call an energy consultant and ask him to come down to me. But it's not all cities who have energy consultants. And then I would go to my local community and then I would say, we need to have energy consultants free of charge for people who live in those neighborhoods, because we need to renovate our homes and we need to be guided in what we should do and what is the best. And the best thing is to call an energy consultant, but I'm not sure that everyone have it. So then I would ask my community, you need to employ energy consultants that can help us in identifying how do we renovate our buildings best possible.
Yeah, so I'll go back to the one-stop shops, which I think we're also alluding to here, you know, where individuals can go to one place and they can get all the information that they need regarding the finance, regarding the technical support, regarding understanding what opportunities and options there are, because, you know, as individuals we don't see it, you know, we're living in our homes but we don't know what the options are, what the opportunities are. And I think a lot of people, they're feeling, you know, completely isolated in that, you know, you have these soaring energy prices and you simply don't know what to do. So municipality support, business support, but going to these one places, that's really key. I put in Kurt, you'll be happy to know this. I put in some Velux windows here earlier in the year, but you know, I have an academic background. We'd made a decision in the house that we wanted to upgrade the windows because they were leaking energy, right? Then we went to Velux to have a look at the windows, and there was a tradesman that was actually talking about Velux windows, but who was actually able to install them as well. Makes it easy for us. And then we applied for a subsidy, because there's a subsidy available in Denmark. We knew, because we again have the resources, we knew what we needed to do. We knew how to fill in the forms. Then we're told that we need to have an energy class assessment, because the energy class assessment that we had, the energy certificate, was too old. Then we go out, find an energy consultant that does that. So that needs to be put together. We still haven't got our subsidy yet, because there's a long lead time. But you can just that story, and we're just talking about windows, you know, the number of different situations and places that we're having to get advice and support. We're able to do that because we have the resources that a lot of people, they just stop straight away. And that's why I really always come back to the one-stop shop. And then we need to ensure that people are aware that it's actually there. Because we have examples where there's a great example in Belgium where there was a one-stop shop. No one knew that it existed. So creating awareness, education about the opportunities, that needs to go hand in hand with actually facilitating those one-stop shops.
And I guess that's require responsible leadership in the end of the day to get us over the finishing line for that as well. I heard some really cool things, and I'm really happy that this also became very actionable. I think we are standing in front of like a tipping point where we can go road A or we can go road B, and I really hope that even though the times are looking quite hard right now, that leaders around the world, not only the Nordics, not only in Europe, but all around the world, really dare to take the bold bold actions and decisions that we need in order to not stand in the same situation 10 years from now, where the consequences might be even worse than they are right now. So thank you so much for being those bold leaders, and thank you for joining us. And I just want to say to all the people who watched the live stream as well, we are gonna stop the live stream since we're gonna have a more interactive action going on now, drinks, as also, yeah, exactly. I just really wanted to thank you to watch, and Impact the Future will continue in 2023, so please stay tuned for our next upcoming events, and thank you so much for watching.